Instead of impossible to stop, relentless, say inexorable. Kindred words, implacable, will stop at nothing, relentless. For example, and if ye will not be fates and inexorable ones, how can ye one day conquer with me? Instead of relentlessly, say inexorably. For example, this dilemma, ruin, or safety, is set forth no more inexorably by any fatality than by love. Instead of not understandable, puzzling, say inexplicable. Kindred words, perplexing, ambiguous. For example, but if it were inexplicable to me, the appearance of the chart was incredible to the surviving mutineers. Instead of impossible to separate, say inextricable. For example, they ran to and fro, they crowded together, some sobbed, some stumbled, the confusion was inextricable. Instead of perfect, say infallible. Kindred words, idyllic, ideal, made to order, irreproachable. For example, to speak on the part of virginity is to accuse your mothers, which is most infallible disobedience. Instead of famous, say infamous. Kindred words, famed for its, renowned, fabled, eminent. For example, branching from this street and its heaps of ruins are other streets and courts so infamous that Mr. Instead of childish, say infantile. Kindred words, puerile, pettish, petulant. For example, he no longer smiled with his infantile smile, he had grown morose and no longer received visitors. Instead of not doable, say infeasible. Instead of figure, say infer. Kindred words, surmise, ascertain, assess, appraise. For example, thus we are led to infer that the contradiction is an appearance only, and witchery of the senses. Instead of annoying, say infernal. Kindred words, tiresome, vexing, displeasing, incessant. For example, it is the lurid intermixture of the two that produces the illuminating blaze of the infernal regions. Instead of hell, say inferno. Kindred words, perdition, netherworld. For example, we may be instructed to build a Cato, but we are in vain told how to conceive a Parthenon or an inferno. Instead of weakness, say infirmity. Kindred words, shortcoming, failing, defect, foible. For example, he hoped that this community of infirmity would awaken Master Florian's interest in behalf of the condemned man. Instead of power, style, say influence. Kindred words, agency, means, auspices, instrumentality. For example, Vholes, still quietly insisting on the seat by not giving the address, that you have influence with Mr. Instead of effect, have an effect on, say inform. Kindred words, color, take hold of, arouse a feeling in, impress upon. For example, Jellyby, dictating, to inform him, in reference to his letter of inquiry on the African Project No. pp. Instead of cooperative, say informative. Instead of make angry, say infuriate. Kindred words, rouse the ire of. For example, what infuriated Ivan more than anything was the aggressive, insolent tone to which Smerdyakov persistently adhered. Instead of add to or give, say infuse. Kindred words, inject a dose of, augment, supplement, leaven with. For example, if you value her conduct or happiness, infuse as much of your own spirit into her as you can. Instead of frank and open, say ingenuous. For example, through the ingenuousness of her age beamed an ardent mind, not of the woman, but of the poet. Instead of humble, shameful, say inglorious. Kindred words, unassuming, innocuous, self-effacing, deferential. For example, and may it not thus happen that many far greater than Milton have contentedly remained mute and inglorious. Instead of established, say ingrained. Kindred words, are now well in place, entrenched, enshrined, ensconced. For example, for a third, in the case of both of these spectators, they were blinded by old ingrained predilection. Instead of ungrateful person, say ingrate. For example, that we have been familiar, ingrate forgetfulness shall poison rather than pity. Note how much. Instead of make friends, say ingratiate. Kindred words, forge a close bond, befriend, curry favor, find favor among. For example, Rospigliosi, quite set up with his new dignities, went with a good appetite and his most ingratiating manner. Instead of ungratefulness, say ingratitude. For example, I was better after I had cried than before, more sorry, more aware of my own ingratitude, more gentle. Instead of live in, occupy, say inhabit. Kindred words, dwell in, reside, abide. For example, in a word, the island was inhabited, yet Edmund felt himself alone, guided by the hand of God. Instead of citizen, say inhabitant. Kindred words, denizen of. For example, it would be better if there were but one inhabitant to a square mile, as where I live. Instead of people, people of a nation, say inhabitants. Kindred words, distant figures, personages, persons, interested parties. For example, in what way could it possibly be the interest of the inhabitants of that dwelling to serve me? Instead of inside, say inhabiting. Kindred words, within, internal, inner recesses, innermost. For example, I should be there again soon, no doubt. I might sleep again, perhaps often, in my old room, but the days of my inhabiting there were gone, and the old time was past. Instead of built-in, deep-rooted, say inherent. Kindred words, deep-seated, innate, resident, congenital. For example, it is probable that this vanishing of hell in our rear is inherent to the arrival of paradise. Instead of obstruct, say inhibit. Kindred words, hamper, impede, encumber, fetter. For example, besides, virginity is peevish, proud, idle, made of self-love, which is the most inhibited sin in the canon. Instead of cruel, say inhuman. Kindred words, draconian, depraved. For example, another point was the forward carriage of the head and the clumsy and inhuman curvature of the spine. Instead of unique, say inimitable. Kindred words, stands apart from, sui generis, singular. For example, but the spirit and the movements were those inimitable and unteachable Russian ones that uncle had expected of her. Instead of gross injustice, say iniquity. For example, draw not thy sword to guard iniquity, for it was lent thee all that brood to kill. Instead of program, say initiative. Kindred words, regimen. For example, he had no genius for organizing, for initiative, or for order even. Instead of strategies, say initiatives. Kindred words, schemes, stratagems. For example, all these various initiatives solicited his attention at once, and pulled him about. Instead of harmful, say injurious. Kindred words, adverse, pernicious, deleterious, nocious. For example, injurious wasps, to feed on such sweet honey and kill the bees that yield it with your stings. Instead of built-in, deep-rooted, say innate. Kindred words, inherent, deep-seated, resident, congenital. For example, most of the misery had been generated by her conventional aspect, and not by her innate sensations. Instead of inside, say innermost. Kindred words, inhabiting, within, internal, inner recesses. For example, for with little external to constrain us, the innermost necessities in our being, these still drive us on. Instead of harmless, humble, say innocuous. Kindred words, benign, unassuming, inglorious, self-effacing. For example, one little sip of this antidote would have rendered the most virulent poisons of the Borgias innocuous. Instead of invention, say innovation. For example, Nicholas was a plain farmer. He did not like innovations, especially the English ones then coming into vogue. Instead of double meaning, say innuendo. Kindred words, double entendre. For example, Solomon's Proverbs, I think, have omitted to say, that as the sore palate findeth grit, so an uneasy consciousness heareth innuendos. Instead of many, say innumerable, kindred words, any number of, untold numbers of, wealth of, host of. For example, the evening's entertainment presently closed, and we joined the innumerable caravan of half-drowned strangers, and waded home again. Instead of not appropriate, say inopportune. Kindred words, unbecoming. For example, it perplexed, as well as shocked her, by the irreverent inopportuneness of the occasions that brought it into vivid action. Instead of investigation, say inquest. Kindred words, inquiry, review. For example, upon which law writer there was an inquest, and which law writer was an anonymous character, his name being unknown. Instead of restlessness, say inquietude. For example, a doubt of her regard, supposing him to feel it, need not give him more than inquietude. Instead of ask, say inquire. Kindred words, raise the question, pose the question, pursue that line of inquiry, trouble. For example, I did inquire it, and have my learning from some true reports that drew their swords with you. Instead of questions, say inquiries. For example, I am very busy just now, but I will find time to make some inquiries into your case. Instead of investigation, say inquiry. Kindred words, inquest, review. For example, Jellyby, dictating, to inform him, in reference to his letter of inquiry on the African Project No. pp. Instead of nosy, say inquisitive. Kindred words, inquisitorial. For example, Erubin's remark about inquisitive people reminded him of a man from Waco the other day at the street. Instead of nosy, say inquisitorial. Kindred words, inquisitive. For example, I brought to mind the inquisitorial proceedings, and attempted from that point to deduce my real condition. Instead of impossible to satisfy, unsatisfied, say insatiable. For example, insatiably striveth your soul for treasures and jewels, because your virtue is insatiable in desiring to bestow. Instead of carve, say inscribe. Kindred words, incise. For example, she was a warlike power, and inscribed upon her banners many a brilliant fight with Genoese and Turks. Instead of impossible to understand, mysterious, say inscrutable. Kindred words, enigmatic, arcane. For example, he tasks me, he heaps me, I see in him outrageous strength, with an inscrutable malice sinewing it. Instead of inanimate, say insentient. For example, the cause of a brief sharp unforeseen heard loud lone crack emitted by the insentient material of a strain-vened timber table. Instead of rebel, say insurrecto. Kindred words, rogue, young Turk, recusant. Instead of dishonest, say insincere. Kindred words, less than forthcoming, disingenuous, mendacious. For example, Miss Bingley's congratulations to her brother on his approaching marriage were all that was affectionate and insincere. Instead of bland, dull, say insipid. Kindred words, vapid, nondescript, weary, flat, stale, and unprofitable, pedestrian. For example, it is served lukewarm, but no matter, ice could not help it, it is incurably flat, incurably insipid. Instead of disrespectful, insulting, say insolent. Kindred words, impertinent, impudent, dismissive, contemptuous. For example, Georgiana, who had a spoiled temper, a very acrid spite, a captious and insolent carriage, was universally indulged. Instead of unsolvable, say insoluble. For example, there was no solution, but that universal solution which life gives to all questions, even the most complex and insoluble. Instead of indifference, uncaring attitude, say insouciance. Kindred words, nonchalance. Instead of cause, create, say inspire. Kindred words, basis for, precipitant, fashion, render. For example, I should not have supposed that you could have found anything in Lyme to inspire such a feeling. Instead of add to, put in place, say install. Kindred words, inject a dose of, augment, supplement, infuse, for example, but now the money in the bank had gone, and he could not quite tell where to get the next installment. Instead of established, say installed. Kindred words are now well in place, ingrained, entrenched, enshrined. For example, Arabella was duly installed in the little attic, and at first she did not come near Jude at all. Instead of put in place, say instate. Kindred words, install, institute, station, impose. For example, for his possessions, although by confiscation they are ours, we do instate and widow you withal to buy you a better husband. Instead of teach, say instill. Kindred words, develop in her those qualities which, school, awaken you to all the, for example, the sufferings of the first 6 years of her life had instilled something passive into her nature. Instead of teaching, say instilling. Kindred words, helping others to, imparting. For example, Golenishev never let slip an opportunity of instilling sound ideas about art into Mihailov. Instead of abilities, say instincts. Kindred words, prowess, facility in. For example, they had behaved as if nothing had happened, and her deepest instincts told her that this was wrong. Instead of natural, say instinctual. Kindred words, innate, the nature of the beast, at home in it. Instead of put in place, say institute. Kindred words, install, instate, station, impose. For example, I accordingly went over to the plantation, and reinstituted my inquiries among the older Negroes of the place. Instead of harsh and simple, hospital-like, say institutional. Kindred words, austere, Spartan, ascetic, puritanical. For example, answers to such questions can come only from a study of Negro religion as a development, through its gradual changes from the heathenism of the Gold Coast to the institutional Negro Church of Chicago. Instead of revealing, say instructive. Kindred words, revelatory. For example, simple as the case is, there have been 1 or 2 very instructive details in connection with it. Instead of action, power, say instrumentality. Kindred words, agency, influence, means, auspices. For example, he had mental exercises, called himself naught, laid hold on redemption, and went on in his course of instrumentality. Instead of disobedient, say insubordinate. Kindred words, badly behaved, wayward. For example, there he had half killed an insubordinate young elephant who was shirking his fair share of work. Instead of too much to take, unbearable, say insufferable. Kindred words, intolerable, just so much I can take. For example, in the street the heat was insufferable again, not a drop of rain had fallen all those days. Instead of local, say insular. Kindred words, indigenous, native-born, ambient, parochial. For example, both preferred a continental to an insular manner of life, a cisatlantic to a transatlantic place of residence. Instead of impossible to overcome, say insuperable. Kindred words, insurmountable. For example, the difficulty, nevertheless, was but trivial, although, in the disorder of my fancy, it seemed at first insuperable. Instead of impossible to overcome, say insurmountable. Kindred words, insuperable. For example, the insurmountable difficulty of the place, especially now it was alarmed, was to get any plunder out of it. Instead of pure, say intacta. Kindred words, unadulterated. Instead of unseen assets, say intangibles. Instead of essential, important, say integral. Kindred words, intrinsic, invaluable, indispensable, a linchpin. For example, his walks were an integral part of his outdoor activities, which his wife had never looked deeply into. Instead of intellectuals, say intelligentsia. Instead of lacking self-control, no willpower, say intemperate. For example, bucket. This intemperate foreigner also angrily took it into her head that she had established a claim upon Mr. Instead of will, say intend. Kindred words: volition, strength of will, discretion, inclination. For example, they have had inkling this fortnight what we intend to do, which now we'll show 'em in deeds. Instead of musical conductor, say intendant. Instead of very, say intensely. Kindred words: you are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, a boy of 8 clung to his mother's skirt, and looked intensely at his dead father without blinking. Instead of grow, increase, say intensify. Kindred words: ferment, evolve, flourish, thrive. For example, that pang was intensified by the strange feeling of physical pity for her set up by her tears. Instead of thorough, say intensive. Kindred words: exhaustive, painstaking, rigorous, exacting. Instead of plan, say intent. Kindred words: agenda, stratagem, scheme. For example, Sylvester seems to wake, though his eyes have been wide open, and he looks intently at Mr. Instead of intervene, mediate, say intercede. For example, how will the demigods in your pantheon, I mean those legendary persons you call saints, intercede for you after this? Instead of private, say interior. Kindred words: unpeopled. For example, she was yawning, and he saw the red interior of her mouth as if it had been a snake's. Instead of interrupted, say interjected. Kindred words: interposed. For example, it was 6 blocks long, and in each block 2 or 3 brick stores 3 stories high towered above interjected bunches of little frame shops. Instead of scientific language, say interlingua. Instead of person you're talking to, say interlocutor. For example, his interlocutor, whose head appeared through the carriage window, was a woman of from 20 to 22 years. Instead of intruder, say interloper. For example, now did Walter, according to her bidding, sink down on his knees beside her, and drawing his sword, hold it before him, as if to keep all interlopers aloof from the maid. Instead of period of time, say interlude. Kindred words: interval, chapter, span of years. For example, she descended unexpectedly into a peaceful interlude that followed the annual going of those 3 great women. Instead of messenger, middleman, say intermediary. Kindred words: emissary, consul, attaché, internuncio. For example, Melbury had proposed herself as an intermediary, who made the surgeon's re-entrance comparatively easy to him. Instead of endless, lengthy, say interminable. Kindred words: enduring, perennial, without end, unfailing. For example, so that it was the psychologist himself who sent forth the model time machine on its interminable voyage. Instead of every now and then, say intermittently. Kindred words: now and again, on occasion, by and by, at times. For example, he and Alec had been meeting intermittently, but the barrier of Rosalind lay always between them. Instead of inside, say internal. Kindred words: inhabiting, within, inner recesses, innermost. For example, but the soul which cannot be destroyed either by internal or external evil must be immortal and everlasting. Instead of mutually destructive, say internecine. For example, it was the only battle which I have ever witnessed, the only battlefield I ever trod while the battle was raging. Internecine war, the Red Republicans on the one hand, and the Black Imperialists on the other. Instead of messenger, say internuncio. Kindred words: intermediary, emissary, consul, attaché. Instead of insert between, say interpose. For example, hearing that I was your professional advisor, he declined to interpose before my very limited function was performed. Instead of interrupted, say interposed. Kindred words: interjected. For example, I dare say she is crying because she could not go out with Mrs. in the carriage. Interposed Bessie. Instead of challenging, say interrogating. For example, as to Athos, faithful to his system of reticence, he contented himself with interrogating D'Artagnan by a look. Instead of scatter, say intersperse. Kindred words, disseminate, promulgate. For example, he chatted with the landlady, and even told anecdotes interspersed with jokes and puns that Hippolyte did not understand. Instead of twisted, say intertwined. Kindred words, entwined. For example, La Petite could feel the twitch of it in the wiry fingers that were intertwined with her own. Instead of period of time, say interval. Kindred words, chapter, interlude, span of years. For example, out of that you went straight, with a little interval of passage, to the plain room where Mr. Instead of come between, get in the way, say intervene. Kindred words, encumber, enable, facilitate, accommodate. For example, but one other day had intervened when, early in the morning as we were going to breakfast, Mr. Instead of friendship, say intimacy. For example, I look upon her intimacy with those two sisters as the greatest misfortune of her life and mine. Instead of imply, say intimate. Kindred words, purport, color the conversation with. For example, Woodcourt had been at our house a good deal altogether and had become quite intimate with my guardian. Instead of intimate and private, say intime. Instead of too much to take, say intolerable. Kindred words, insufferable, just so much I can take. For example, and it was too intolerable that Casaubon's dislike of him should not be fairly accounted for to Dorothea. Instead of prejudice, say intolerance. Kindred words, provincialism, xenophobia against foreigners. For example, I resent violence and intolerance in any shape or form. Instead of chant in monotone, say intone. Kindred words, assert, affirm, proclaim, enunciate. For example, on festival days and Sundays 4 mother precentors intone the offices before a large reading desk with 4 places. Instead of drunk, say intoxicated. For example, we throw ourselves into these tragic affairs and become intoxicated with that which we are about to do. Instead of exciting, say intoxicating. Kindred words, rousing, stirring, an excitement. For example, see, but what avails apostrophes, with all your elements, wet or dry, ye never compounded so intoxicating a draught. Instead of stubborn, say intractable. Kindred words, steadfast, intransigent, immovable, obdurate. For example, the spirit which served her was growing intractable, she could neither lay nor control it. Instead of radical rightist, stubborn, say intransigent. Kindred words, reactionary, fascist, steadfast, immovable. Instead of details, say intricacies. Kindred words, minutiae, niceties, particularities, nuances. For example, no, it seems our development and our consciousness must go further to understand all the intricacies of this pleasure. Instead of essential, say intrinsic. Kindred words, invaluable, indispensable, integral, a linchpin. For example, yet the intrinsic quality of the event moved his touchy sensitivity less than its conjectured effect upon the minds of others. Instead of by itself, say intrinsically. Kindred words, in and of itself, of its own accord, in its own right, per se. For example, it was Plutarch, you know, and nothing intrinsically American that prevented George Washington being a king. Instead of intruding, say intrusive. Kindred words, invasive. For example, daylight, to the morbid sensibility of his mind, seemed to have an intrusiveness that interfered with his pursuits. Instead of feel, instinctively understand, say intuit. Kindred words, to the touch. Instead of instinctive, say intuitive. Kindred words, visceral. For example, but some intuitive repugnance, getting the better of years of social discipline, had made her push Mr. Instead of overwhelmed, say inundated. Kindred words, harried. For example, each one of these mysterious lines shone before her eyes and inundated her heart with a strange radiance. Instead of used to something unpleasant, say an yod. For example, what thorns and briars, what flints, he strewed in the path of feet, not an yod to rough travel. Instead of essential, say invaluable. Kindred words, intrinsic, indispensable, integral, a linchpin. For example, I'll leave uncle with them, he is an invaluable person. Pity I can't introduce you to him now. Instead of constant, never changing, say invariable. Kindred words, habitual, continual, incessant, invariant. For example, Wardle on his invariable success, when that gentleman advanced towards him, and grasped him warmly by the hand. Instead of absolutely, definitely, say invariably. Kindred words, without question, without exception, without doubt, by any measure. For example, Jennings's style of living, and set of acquaintance, than with her behavior to themselves, which was invariably kind. Instead of never changing, say invariant. Kindred words, invariable. Instead of intruding, say invasive. Kindred words, intrusive. For example, shall we, upon the footing of our land, send fair play orders and make compromise, insinuation, parley, and base truce to arms invasive. Instead of insulting language, say invective. Kindred words, vitriol, injurious attack. For example, I checked the half-uttered invective, and scornfully turned away, regretting that I had given him so much amusement. Instead of coward, say invertebrate. Kindred words, spineless jellyfish. Instead of hateful, obnoxious, say invidious. Kindred words, odious, contemptuous, repellent, unwarranted. For example, but the rich man, not to make any invidious comparison, is always sold to the institution which makes him rich. Instead of unbreakable, say inviolable. For example, formerly they believed themselves sprung from Jupiter, and shielded by their birth, but nowadays they are not inviolable. Instead of safe, say inviolate. Kindred words, out of harm's way, secure. For example, his wife and his mistress, until an hour ago secure and inviolate, were slipping precipitately from his control. Instead of ask for help, say invite. Kindred words, raise the question, pose the question, pursue that line of inquiry, inquire. For example, I have some rights of memory in this kingdom, which now to claim my vantage doth invite me. Instead of attractive, say inviting. Kindred words, engaging. For example, Beppo got in, inviting the Frenchman to follow him, and he did not wait to be asked twice. Instead of appeal to a higher authority, cite, say invoke. Kindred words, allude to, cite, point to. For example, she swore, and invoked all the gods of the netherworld, who are called Titans, to witness. Instead of indestructible, say invulnerable. Kindred words, impregnable, unassailable, impervious. For example, yea, something invulnerable, unburyable is with me, something that would rend rocks asunder, it is called my will. Instead of bad-tempered, grouchy, say irascible. Kindred words, ill-humored, ill-tempered, morose, querulous. For example, as a little girl she had often faced with blazing eyes the irascible licensed victualler in defense of her brother. Instead of anger, say ire. Kindred words, malevolence, animosity, animus. For example, he swallowed his ire for the moment, but he afterwards wrote to decline further attendance in the case. Instead of annoying, say irksome. Kindred words, tiresome, vexing, displeasing, incessant. For example, I know she is an irksome brawling scold. If that be all, masters, I hear no harm. Instead of sarcastic, say ironical. Kindred words, caustic, mordant, wry, acrid. For example, the face was, as it were, dreaming, even though from time to time an ironical smile disturbed it. Instead of hopeless, say irredeemable. Kindred words. An exercise in futility. Incorrigible. Tilting at windmills. For example, an air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all. Instead of hopelessly, say irredeemably. For example, Nicholas felt himself irredeemably indebted to Sonia for all she was doing for his mother and greatly admired her patience and devotion, but tried to keep aloof from her. Instead of occupied territory, say irredenter. Instead of impossible to deny, say irrefutable. For example, I should like to make a chain of evidence such as twice 2 are 4. It ought to be a direct, irrefutable proof. Instead of fluke, say irregularity. Kindred words. Aberration. For example, he might well be a little shocked at the irregularity of my lineaments, his own being so harmonious. Instead of optimistic, uncontrollable, say irrepressible. Kindred words. To strike an optimistic tone, to be guardedly optimistic, sanguine, Panglossian, excessively optimistic. For example, Matthew, and in listening to a long sermon, read by Miss Miller, whose irrepressible yawns attested her weariness. Instead of perfect, say irreproachable. Kindred words. Idyllic, ideal, infallible, made to order. For example, in order to ensure a good reception there, only one irreproachable thing is asked of you, your conscience. Instead of uncertainty, say irresolution. Kindred words. Ambiguity. For example, his face showed irresolution, and a seeking for counsel, support, and guidance in a matter he did not understand. Instead of gone for good, say irretrievable. For example, he considered me as the cause of his overwhelming disgrace, his imminent peril of death, his irretrievable ruin. Instead of for good, say irretrievably. Kindred words. Irrevocably. For example, the consequence is that while he is reading Adam Smith, Ricardo, and say, he runs his father in debt irretrievably. Instead of lacking respect, say irreverent. For example, occasionally one of them skipped irreverently over the carpet and took up a position on the other side. Instead of final, permanent, say irrevocable. Kindred words. The omega, indissoluble, lasting. For example, they had reached that irrevocable and irrecoverable moment, at the dazzling intersection of all youth and all joy. Instead of for good, say irrevocably. Kindred words. Irretrievably. For example, so persons vainly reason when their minds are already made up and their fortunes irrevocably linked together. Instead of repetition, say iteration. Kindred words. Recurrence. For example, iteration, like friction, is likely to generate heat instead of progress, and Mr. Tulliver's heat was certainly more and more palpable. Instead of traveling, wandering, say itinerant. Kindred words. Nomadic, globetrotting. For example, Anthony Hunn, a converted fireman, now a schoolmaster, and occasionally an itinerant preacher, and the secretary was Mr. Instead of schedule, say itinerary. For example, this road, through which Cosette had passed, excluded for him all possibility of any other itinerary. Instead of radical leftist, say Jacobin. Kindred words. Communist. For example, at first, he hoped that this Buonapartist, this Jacobin, this terrorist, this Septembrist, would return. Instead of unimpressed, say jaded. Kindred words. Underwhelmed. For example, a little rest for the jaded animal being desirable, he did not hasten his search for landmarks. Instead of language, say jargon. Kindred words. In the parlance of dialect, in the vernacular, idiom. For example, but now he can only whisper, and what he whispers sounds like what it is, mere jumble and jargon. Instead of yellowish complexion, say jaundice. Kindred words. Sallow. For example, Manaim, sent for in haste to the mountain, who came galloping 3 leagues in the dark, saved Don Jose from a dangerous attack of jaundice. Instead of trip, say jaunt. Kindred words. Excursion, outing. For example, he eyed and saw afar on Essex Bridge a gay hat riding on a jaunting car. Instead of cheerfully self-confident, say jaunty. For example, the moon shone upon him, and I could distinguish the dapper shape and jaunty walk of the naturalist. Instead of whining speech, say jeremiad. For example, in course of time the boy, at first only puzzled by the angry jeremiads, but rather sorry for his dad, began to turn the matter over in his mind in such moments as he could spare from play and study. Instead of kid, say jest. For example, now you talk of a sheet of paper, I remember a pretty jest your daughter told us of. Instead of humorous, say jesting. Kindred words, jocular. For example, thou liest, thou jesting monkey, thou, I would my valiant master would destroy thee, I do not lie. Instead of throw away, say jettison. Kindred words, dispose of, cast away, discard. Instead of funny, humorous, say jocular. Kindred words, antic, riotous, jesting. For example, 3/4 of the speakers seemed under some jocular obsession which took the form of pretending to be conceited. Instead of elbowing, say jostling. For example, as a natural consequence the boat would swing in abruptly, driving them back, helpless and jostling against each other. Instead of compete, say joust. Kindred words, v4, rival. For example, he replied, to Saragossa, to take part in the harness jousts which were held in that city every year. Instead of friendly, say jovial. Kindred words, affable, genial, kindly, amiable. For example, come on, gently my lord, sleek are your rugged looks, be bright and jovial among your guests tonight. Instead of estimate, say judge. Kindred words, appraise. For example, poor Ophelia divided from herself and her fair judgment, without the which we are pictures or mere beasts. Instead of legal, say judicial. For example, she must examine more closely her own nature and his, she must talk it over judicially with Helen. Instead of wise, say judicious. Kindred words, prudent, astute. For example, how far the judicious Hooker or any other hero of erudition would have been the same ad Mr. Instead of powerful force, say juggernaut. For example, the great Juggernaut, in his great chariot, drew on lofty, loud, and sullen. Instead of law, say jurisprudence. Kindred words, an injunction, an ordinance, a statute. For example, Prince Andrew said that for that work an education in jurisprudence was needed which he did not possess. Instead of contrast, say juxtapose. Kindred words, draw a distinction, distinguish. For example, when they were together the Jacobean and the Victorian ages were juxtaposed. Instead of coffee and conversation, say cafe clash. Instead of colors, say kaleidoscope. Kindred words, color scheme, tapestry of color. For example, a change of ideas presented themselves to his brain, like a new design on the kaleidoscope. Instead of mental perception, say ken. For example, Hyde had disappeared out of the ken of the police as though he had never existed. Instead of racket, say kerfuffle. Kindred words, commotion, stir. Instead of brought about, say kindled. For example, the grim blackness of the stones told by what fate the whole had fallen, by conflagration, but how kindled. Instead of friendly, say kindly. Kindred words, affable, genial, amiable, congenial. For example, Charles, I thank thee for thy love to me, which thou shalt find I will most kindly requite. Instead of energetic, moving, say kinetic. Kindred words, industrious. For example, beauty expressed by the artist cannot awaken in us an emotion which is kinetic or a sensation which is purely physical. Instead of tasteless junk, say kitsch. Instead of feminine, say kittenish. For example, the little kitten. feasting her eyes on him, seemed ready at any moment to start her gambols again and display her kittenish nature. Instead of unthinking, say knee-jerk. Kindred words. In the heat of the moment, impetuous. Instead of suck up to, say kowtow. For example, she felt that he was praising her, too, and blushed. Certainly she had done all she could with his intractable friends, and had made a special point of kowtowing to the men. Instead of congratulations, great job, say kudos. Kindred words. Sing her praises. Hail. Speak well of, vaunt. For example, also literary labor not merely for the kudos of the thing. Instead of complain, say kvetch. Kindred words. Venture to complain, lodge a complaint, express concern about. Instead of working, say laboring. For example, John Brooke, and evidently laboring under the delusion that the whole affair had been brought about by his excellent management. Instead of hardworking, say laborious. Kindred words. Assiduous, untiring. For example, they were not long able, however, to enjoy the repose of the eminence they had so laboriously gained. Instead of ass kisser, brown noser, say lackey. Kindred words. Obsequious person, sycophant, toady, unctuous person. For example, I will speak to him like a saucy lackey, and under that habit play the knave with him. Instead of dull, weak, say lackluster. Kindred words. Pedestrian, trite, insipid, vapid. Instead of man of few words, say laconic. For example, considering the gravity of the occasion, I permit you to speak, my friend, but be laconic, I beg. Instead of weak, say lagging. Kindred words. Tenuous, precarious, feckless, inert. For example, she hurriedly ascended the narrow dimly lit stone staircase, calling to Pierre, who was lagging behind, to follow. Instead of secret place, say lair. Kindred words. Inner sanctum. For example, if a giant had filtered this cesspool, he would have had the riches of centuries in his lair. Instead of hands-off approach, say laissez-faire. Kindred words. Benign neglect. Instead of criticize severely, say lambaste. Kindred words. Flay, assail, lampoon, light into. Instead of cry, say lament. Kindred words. Become emotional, give way to tears, fall to weeping, move to tears. For example, and instead of having any shame or self-control, he will be always whining and lamenting on slight occasions. Instead of criticize severely, say lampoon. Kindred words. Flay, assail, lambaste, light into. For example, Tom was growing restless under this lampooning of his connection with the new democracy. Instead of environment, land, say landscape. Kindred words. Hotbed, habitat, in your element, a medium. For example, Tess had never before visited this part of the country, and yet she felt akin to the landscape. Instead of lazy, say languid. Kindred words. Indolent, in a persistent vegetative state, torpid. For example, he found Holmes leaning languidly against the mantelpiece, resigned and patient, endeavoring to conceal his irrepressible yawns. Instead of neglected, say languished. For example, by and by the beadle comes out, once more intensifying the sensation, which has rather languished in the interval. Instead of tiredness, say languor. Kindred words. Lassitude, lethargy, ennui. For example, there was a languor, a want of spirits, a want of union, which could not be got over. Instead of adding filler, say larding. For example, as to the rest of the blade, the master had slyly put that on one side to make himself a larding pin. Instead of mainly, mostly, say largely. Kindred words. Primarily, predominantly, in large measure, in the main. For example, not as yet having mingled with the active life of the place, it was largely non-existent to him. Instead of gift-giving, ostentatious gift-giving, say largesse. Kindred words. Gifting, For example, the king's abed, he hath been in unusual pleasure and sent forth great largesse to your offices. Instead of sexually excessive, say lascivious. Kindred words, lecherous, licentious, prurient. For example, lascivious grace, in whom all ill well shows. Kill me with spites, yet we must not be foes. Instead of tiredness, say lassitude. Kindred words, languor, lethargy, ennui. For example, at intervals, as he combated his lassitude, he made an effort to recover the mastery of his mind. Instead of forever, permanent, say lasting. Kindred words, enduring, perennial, eternal, abiding. For example, to his music plants and flowers ever sprung, as sun and showers there had made a lasting spring. Instead of hidden, undeveloped, say latent. Kindred words, cloaked, harbored, ensconced, dormant. For example, when facts, the premonitory symptoms of latent social malady, move heavily, the slightest complication stops and entangles them. Instead of freedom, say latitude. Kindred words, carte blanche, not bound by, free rein, autonomy. For example, a mere matter, for the most part, of latitude and longitude, and geographical position, acting with natural temperament. Instead of grid, say lattice. For example, on descending, we saw through the lattice work several boats which were gradually becoming more distinct to our view. Instead of admirable, commendable, say laudable. Kindred words, deserving, commendable, praiseworthy, deserving of praise. For example, our affections, however laudable, in this transitory world, should never master us. We should guide them. Instead of ridiculous, say laughable. For example, they both laughed, but it was not because the idea was laughable but because they both so liked it. Instead of rewards, say laurels. Kindred words, requisitions, dividends, consideration, trophies. For example, Floyd were obliged to hunt for a lost ball in the laurels, but the other two acquiesced. Instead of give, say lavish. Kindred words, render, afford, bestow, extend. For example, in these 20th century days, of lavish recognition, artistic, popular and material of genius, what rewards might not a Poe claim? Instead of stilted and cautious, say loyally. Instead of bum, say layabout. Kindred words, indigent, wastrel. Instead of gloomy, heavy, say leaden. Kindred words, dour, sullen, somber, Stygian, hellish. For example, to complete his misfortune, this spout ended in a leaden pipe which bent under the weight of his body. Instead of main, say leading. Kindred words, dominant, principal, foremost. For example, John Duke of Norfolk, Thomas Earl of Surrey, shall have the leading of this foot and horse. Instead of well educated, say learned. Kindred words, well read, erudite. For example, if you are learned, be not as common fools. If you are not, let them have cushions by you. Instead of knowledge, say learning. Kindred words, mastery, sound understanding. For example, I did inquire it, and have my learning from some true reports that drew their swords with you. Instead of make, say leave. Kindred words, compelled to go. For example, or if they sing, 'tis with so dull a cheer, that leaves look pale, dreading the winter's near. Instead of lustful, sexually excessive, say lecherous. Kindred words, lascivious, licentious, prurient. For example, he was the very genius of famine, yet lecherous as a monkey, and the horse called him mandrake. Instead of casual, say leisurely. Kindred words, haphazard, perfunctory. For example, we were soon tramping leisurely up the leafy mule path, and then the talk began to flow, as usual. Instead of theme, say leitmotiv. Kindred words, motif. Instead of long, say lengthy. Kindred words, prolonged, protracted, ongoing. long-standing. For example, that is to say, if the operation will not be a lengthy one, and if Mrs. Instead of lion-like, say leonine. For example, walk with leonine. The air is quick there, and it pierces and sharpens the stomach. Instead of inferior, say lesser. Kindred words. Subservient. For example, this moves in him more rage, and lesser pity, to make the breach and enter this sweet city. Instead of tiredness, say lethargy. Kindred words. Languor, lassitude, ennui. For example, she generally lies in a kind of lethargy all the afternoon, and wakes up about 6 or 7. Instead of conquer, say level. Kindred words. Subdue, quell. For example, he fetched another acorn, and done his level best to see what become of it, but he couldn't. Instead of make the most of, take advantage of, say leverage. Kindred words. Avail herself of, exploit, seize upon. For example, it was a body capable of enormous leverage, a cruel body. Instead of ocean liner, say leviathan. For example, but stop. Does it not bear a faint resemblance to a gigantic fish, even the great Leviathan himself? Instead of affair, connection, say liaison. Kindred words. Entanglement. For example, oh, I scout with indignation the contemptible slander which was spread later of some supposed liaison between Yulia Mihailovna and Pyotr Stepanovich. Instead of bad mouth, dis, say libel. Kindred words. Speak harshly of, throw aspersions on, deride, refer to derisively. For example, those who are hostile to me are glad to believe any libel uttered by a loose tongue against me. Instead of generous, open-minded, say liberal. Kindred words. Altruistic, beneficent, philanthropic, benevolent. For example, I have heard it, Pompey, and am well studied for a liberal thanks which I do owe you. Instead of sex drive, sexual desire, say libido. Kindred words. Eros. Instead of authorize, right, say license. Kindred words. Vest with, prerogative. For example, she manages the money, reproaches the tax gatherers, appoints the times and places of devotion on Sundays, licenses Mr. Instead of morally lax, sexually excessive, say licentious. Kindred words. Dissolute, lascivious, lecherous, prurient. For example, he even launched into an ethnographic digression. The German was vaporish, the French woman licentious, the Italian passionate. Instead of similar, say like-minded. Kindred words. Reminiscent of like mind, analogous, akin to. Instead of odds, say likelihood. Kindred words. However slight may be the hope. For example, but, by your leave, it never yet did hurt to lay down likelihoods and forms of hope. Instead of also, just like, say likewise. Kindred words. What's more, to say nothing of, it may be added that, also to be found. For example, this is a thing which you might from relation likewise reap, being, as it is, much spoke of. Instead of small, tiny, say Lilliputian. Kindred words. Small scale, diminutive, minuscule. For example, I reflected what a mortification it must prove to me, to appear as inconsiderable in this nation, as one single Lilliputian would be among us. Instead of barely perceptible, say liminal. Instead of transparent, say limpid. Kindred words. Translucent. For example, passion calmed or lulled to sleep, something limpid, brilliant, troubled to a certain depth, and gloomy lower down. Instead of descendants, family history, say lineage. Kindred words. Progeny, descent, parentage. For example, they are people of bad race and lineage, out of their countenances peer the hangman and the sleuth hound. Instead of sheets, say linens. For example, he got no new clothing during his apprenticeship, but on his graduation day his master tricked him out in spang new tow linens and made him feel unspeakably rich and fine. Instead of stay, say linger. Kindred words, remain, hold true. For example, she lingers my desires, like to a step-dame or a dowager, long withering out a young man's revenue. Instead of glorify, worship, say lionize. Kindred words, deify, idealize. For example, I had only met her once before, but she took it into her head to lionize me. Instead of lean to one side, say list. For example, I will debate this matter at more leisure, and teach your ears to list me with more heed. Instead of not interested in, tired, say listless. Kindred words, indifferent to, spent, anemic. For example, such a paradox they could not understand, and therefore sank into listless indifference, or shiftlessness, or reckless bravado. Instead of intellectual elite, say literati. Kindred words, the intelligentsia. For example, that we had lived to see his dust in honored sepulture in the church of Santa Croce we owed to a society of literati, and not to Florence or her rulers. Instead of limber, say live. Kindred words, supple. For example, her breath came quick and fast, and every inch of the lithe figure was quivering with strong emotion. Instead of sue happy, say litigious. For example, most honored Cleon, I must needs be gone, my 12 months are expired, and Tyrus stands in a litigious peace. Instead of hardly, say little. Kindred words, scarcely. For example, you will take little delight in it, I can tell you, there is such odds in the man. Instead of hate, say loathe. Kindred words, hold in contempt, abhor, have no liking for. For example, the sweets we wish for turn to loathed sours even in the moment that we call them ours. Instead of dulled, dumped down, say lobotomized. Instead of area, location, say locale. Kindred words, sphere, dominion, domain, sphere of influence. Instead of movement, say locomotion. Kindred words, animation, stirring. For example, he could not understand what furious desire for locomotion urged these individuals never to wish to stop. Instead of high, impressive, say lofty. Kindred words, from on high, striking, considerable, noteworthy. For example, then he mounted his lofty box, swung his explosive whip, and away he went again, like a storm. Instead of waste time, say lollygag. Kindred words, trespass on your time. Instead of taking her good time, say lollygagging. Kindred words, dallying, dawdling. Instead of live a long time, say long live. Instead of going on for a long time, long, say longstanding. Kindred words, prolonged, protracted, ongoing, lengthy. For example, he found in the end that the only odor against which his sense of smell revolted was a certain stale fishy stink like that of long-standing urine, and whenever it was possible he subjected himself to this unpleasant odor. Instead of boring parts of a book, say longers. Instead of about to happen, near, say looming. Kindred words, poised to, in the offing, impending, approaching. For example, Grimesby Roylott drive past, his huge form looming up beside the little figure of the lad who drove him. Instead of stolen goods, say loot. Kindred words, spoils. For example, when I saw that your launch must catch us, I put the loot away in a safe place. Instead of wordy, say loquacious. Kindred words, garrulous, windy, turgid, prolix. For example, he would put in his poem, a loquacious old fellow, like me, and he would call him Nestor. Instead of low class, say lowbrow. Kindred words, ill-bred, downscale. Instead of celebrities, say luminaries. Kindred words, personages. For example, he returned this challenge a moment, consciously, resisting an inclination to frown as one frowns in the presence of larger luminaries. Instead of famous person, say luminary. For example, the sun, the great luminary of the universe, had become a sackcloth of hair. Instead of brightness, say luminosity. For example, I did not know then that a reddish luminosity, at least, is not uncommon in human eyes. Instead of sensational, tacky, say lurid. Kindred words, garish, meretricious. For example, did it contain water, reddened by the lurid light, or was it blood, or, perchance, a liquid flame? Instead of shine, say luster. For example, the moon had lost all of its luster, and was like a white cloud in the sky. Instead of shiny, say lustrous. For example, does the thought-contracted brow of the local sage or the lustrous eye of local beauty inquire whose fortunes? Instead of rich, say luxuriant. Kindred words, affluent, opulent, from a moneyed background. For example, some locks of her luxuriant hair had come loose and showed below the shawl on her right shoulder. Instead of enjoy, say luxuriate. Kindred words, indulge in, gobble up, enjoy the fruits of, enjoy the blessings of. For example, a small, flat-nosed Jew raised his large head and regarded me with two fine growths of hair which luxuriated in either nostril. Instead of scheming, say Machiavellian. Kindred words, designing. For example, the doctor's mind pursued its own schemes with Machiavellian subtlety. Instead of scheme, say machinate. Kindred words, contrive to, maneuver to. Instead of schemes, say machinations. Kindred words, contrivances, maneuvers. For example, he would analyze his own machinations, elaborately contrive plots, and forthwith indulge in explanatory boasts of their skill. Instead of pressured into, say mac-trucked. Instead of frenzied, say madding. For example, how have mine eyes out of their spheres been fitted in the distraction of this madding fever? Instead of bossy, say magisterial. Kindred words, imperious, officious, high-handed. For example, and what a handle would it be for the opposition magisterial party if the story got abroad? Instead of declare, say maintain. Kindred words, avow, profess, aver. For example, I have maintained that salamander of yours with fire any time this 32 years, God reward me for it. Instead of temporary, say makeshift. Kindred words, ephemeral, fleeting, transitory, for a time. For example, but it struck that shallow makeshift note that is so often heard in the modem dwelling place. Instead of sickness, say malady. Kindred words, affliction, disorder. For example, when facts, the premonitory symptoms of latent social malady, move heavily, the slightest complication stops and entangles them. Instead of depression, say malaise. Instead of wrong word, say malapropism. Instead of curse, say malediction. For example, if only my malediction is needed for that, I bestow it upon him and his cathedral, and his mills. Instead of anger, evilness, say malevolence. Kindred words, animosity, animus, ire, depravity. For example, it was a bearded, hairy face, with wild cruel eyes and an expression of concentrated malevolence. Instead of wrongdoing, say malfeasance. Instead of evilness, say malice. Kindred words, depravity, depraved indifference, malevolence, moral turpitude. For example, the pour that I have on you is to spare you, the malice towards you to forgive you. Instead of pretend to be sick, say malinger. For example, one night there was a heavy snowfall, and in the morning Pike, the malingerer, did not appear. Instead of faking an illness, say malingering. For example, Hasty examined him, and being flattered, ignorant, and highly auspicious, knew not in the least whether the man was sick or malingering. Instead of adaptable, say malleable. Kindred words, pliant. For example, bold, take her away, use her at thy pleasure. crack the glass of her virginity, and make the rest malleable. Instead of treat badly, say maltreat. For example, so Collie took advantage of her sex to pick upon White Fang and maltreat him. Instead of abused, say maltreated. For example, he had been there at least an hour and a half, lacerated, maltreated, mocked incessantly, and almost stoned. Instead of control, say manage. Kindred words: rein in, harness, establish dominion over, wield control. For example, she manages the money, reproaches the tax gatherers, appoints the times and places of devotion on Sundays, licenses Mr. Instead of official order, rule, say mandate. Kindred words: directive, precept, warrant, convention. For example, it is you who, with that mandate, obtained the Pasha's ring, which gave you authority over Salim, the firekeeper. Instead of schemes, say maneuvers. Kindred words: machinations, contrivances. For example, the Emperor of Russia had, meanwhile, been in Vilna for more than a month, reviewing troops and holding maneuvers. Instead of create, obvious, say manifest. Kindred words: fashion, render, give rise to, shape. For example, ere twice the sun hath made his journal greeting to yonder generation, you shall find your safety manifested. Instead of ghost, say manifestation. Kindred words: apparition, phantasm. For example, even so did Plushkin's face, after its momentary manifestation of feeling, become meaner and more insensible than ever. Instead of forms, say manifestations. For example, to love one's neighbors, to love one's enemies, to love everything, to love God in all his manifestations. Instead of visibly, say manifestly. Kindred words: markedly. For example, she tried to school herself to the belief, and, manifestly for her husband's sake, tried to seem content. Instead of becomes, say manifests. Kindred words: is rendered, assumes. For example, he manifests the only correct feelings that can be manifested in the presence of any great misery, that is to say, shame, reverence, embarrassment. Instead of varied, say manifold. Kindred words: sundry, diverse. For example, whence I address them, O perennial flowers of gladness everlasting that exhale in single breath your odors manifold. Instead of attitude, say manner. Kindred words: predisposition, disposition. For example, O how thy worth with manners may I sing, when thou art all the better part of me. Instead of dramatic, say mannered. Kindred words: melodramatic, affected. For example, he didn't ever have to tell anybody to mind their manners, everybody was always good-mannered where he was. Instead of catchphrase, watchword, say mantra. Instead of create, say manufacture. Kindred words: fashion, render, give rise to, shape. For example, true bachelors also wear similar gauds, but, in their case, God alone knows who may have manufactured the articles. Instead of paper, say manuscript. Kindred words: thesis, tract, treatise. For example, the manuscript so wonderfully found, so wonderfully accomplishing the morning's prediction, how was it to be accounted for? Instead of bandits, say marauders. Kindred words: outlanders. For example, they were a mob of marauders, each carrying a quantity of articles which seemed to him valuable or useful. Instead of roaming, say marauding. For example, if their mother had known of this marauding, she would have punished the delinquents severely. Instead of disrespect, reduce in importance, say marginalize. Kindred words: belittle, spurn, rebuff, discount. Instead of celebrate, say mark. Kindred words: memorialize. For example, within our files there are, of those that served Mark Antony but late, enough to fetch him in. Instead of noticeable, say marked. Kindred words: pronounced, conspicuous, salient. For example, I have been closely shrouded in this bush, and marked you both, and for you both did blush. Instead of very, visibly, say markedly. Kindred words, you are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, Casaubon turned his eyes very markedly on Dorothea while she was speaking, and seemed to observe her newly. Instead of ruined, say marred. Kindred words, tainted, tarnished. For example, they were bound to each other by a love stronger than any impulses which could have marred it. Instead of get going, say martial. Kindred words, swing into action, mobilize. For example, made appear at the Restoration. I served through the first campaign under the orders of Marshal Beaumont. Instead of assembled, say marshaled. For example, at that hour Abraham, the dragoman, marshaled them before us. Instead of move into position, say marshal. Kindred words, assemble. For example, thus twice before, and jump at this dead hour, with martial stalked hath he gone by our watch. Instead of knowledge, say mastery. Kindred words, sound understanding, learning. For example, at intervals, as he combated his lassitude, he made an effort to recover the mastery of his mind. Instead of come out, say materialize. Kindred words, emerge, come to light. For example, Cahill materialized out of space, and was waiting for his bride at the church door. Instead of old lady, say matriarch. Instead of overly sentimental, say maudlin. Kindred words, mawkish, cloying, saccharine. For example, that I retired to bed in a most maudlin state of mind, and got up in a crisis of feeble infatuation. Instead of self-proclaimed expert, say maven. Instead of overly sentimental, say mawkish. Kindred words, maudlin, cloying, saccharine. For example, at Heidelberg I met a fat veterinary surgeon whose voice broke with sobs as he repeated some mawkish poetry. Instead of saying, say maxim. Kindred words, adage, aphorism, saw, proverb. For example, they knew Peter's maxim, that money was a good egg, and should be laid in a warm nest. Instead of wander, say meander. For example, then we meandered pleasantly away toward the hermit holes in sociable converse together, and better friends than ever. Instead of method, money, say means. Kindred words, mechanism, vehicle, mode, modus operandi. For example, for Bardolph, he is white-livered and red-fagged, by the means whereof effaces it out, but fights not. Instead of at the same time, say meanwhile. Kindred words, in the meantime, is at once his, and his, it is at once, at that same instant. For example, but the matter shall be put through tomorrow, and in the meanwhile I am most sorry about it. Instead of action, length, say measure. Kindred words, agency, instrumentality, span. For example, they say that they have measured many a mile to tread a measure with you on this grass. Instead of limited, say measured. Kindred words, narrow, only so much, to the extent that it does exist, sparing in the use of. For example, they say that they have measured many a mile to tread a measure with you on this grass. Instead of steps to take, say measures. For example, I went, and having found Bessie and dispatched her on my errand, I proceeded to take further measures. Instead of method, say mechanism. Kindred words, vehicle, mode, modus operandi, modality. For example, John entered the room, and met the evening lamp. I saw well and at one glance his whole mechanism. Instead of referee, say mediator. Kindred words, arbiter. For example, busy yourselves in skill contending schools, debate where leisure serves with dull debaters, to trembling clients be you mediators. Instead of city, say megalopolis. Kindred words, metropolis, the sprawl of. Instead of sadness, say melancholy. Kindred words, anguish, Calvary. For example, Jove knows what man thou mightst have made, but thou deedst, a most rare boy, of melancholy. Instead of battle, say melee. Kindred words, take the fight to, have at, join the fray. For example, his gun, accidentally discharged in the melee, killed one of the peasants. Instead of theatrics, say melodrama. Kindred words, histrionics. For example, then they began to discuss a melodrama that they had seen on the preceding evening at the Gaiety Theatre. Instead of dramatic, say melodramatic. Kindred words, affected, mannered. For example, don't you see how I'm pining away, and Laurie gave his broad chest a sounding slap and heaved a melodramatic sigh. Instead of celebrate, say memorialize. Kindred words, mark. Instead of dishonest, untruthful, say mendacious. Kindred words, less than forthcoming, disingenuous, insincere. For example, the mendacious captain was perfectly well aware that an affair of honor always makes a man stand well in the eyes of a woman. Instead of state, talk about, say mention. Kindred words, assert, affirm, intone, proclaim. For example, if you consider it right to mention them to Rick and Ada, looking seriously at me, you can. Instead of coach, guide, say mentor. Kindred words, shepherd, herd, usher, guru. For example, of this mentor young Chichikov speedily appraised the mentality, wherefore he fashioned his behavior to correspond with it. Instead of blessings, say mercies. For example, the poor bird yonder is as well qualified to encounter it, and be turned adrift upon its mercies. Hark. Instead of moody, say mercurial. Kindred words, capricious. For example, I know the shape of's leg, this is his hand, his foot mercurial, his martial thigh, the brawns of Hercules, but his jovial face murder in heaven. Instead of flashy, tacky, say meretricious. Kindred words, tawdry, garish, lurid. For example, that meretricious splendor was the only one to be met in Mrs. Verloc's visions. Instead of worth, say merits. Kindred words, well worth. For example, France is a dog hole, and it no more merits the tread of a man's foot, to the wars. Instead of nerve, say metal. Kindred words, audacity, effrontery, moxie, pluck. For example, but, sirrah, you shall buy this sport as dear as all the metal in your shop will answer. Instead of transform, say metamorphose. Kindred words, transfigure, transmute. For example, and now you are metamorphosed with a mistress, that, when I look on you, I can hardly think you my master. Instead of change, say metamorphosis. Kindred words, departure from, gradation of, turning point, transmutation. For example, I know not that I have ever seen in any other human face an equal metamorphosis from a similar cause. Instead of detail-oriented, say meticulous. Kindred words, fastidious. For example, you think that those chinovniks would be so accessible to lofty motives that they would cease thereafter to be venal and meticulous. Instead of city, say metropolis. Kindred words, megalopolis, the sprawl of. For example, the Sanhedrin met here last, and for 300 years Tiberias was the metropolis of the Jews in Palestine. Instead of appearance, say mien. Kindred words, facade, outward show, visage, a pretense. For example, he found him noble, handsome, distinguished, well-grown, a complete man, with a suitable mien and a charming air. Instead of travels, say migrations. For example, had time equally but differently obliterated the memory of these migrations in narrator and listener. Instead of atmosphere, say milieu. Kindred words, an air of, a note of, with distinct undertones, flavor. For example, the man who built it came from a milieu where all the dishes are put on the table at once. Instead of violent behavior, say militancy. Instead of copy, say mimic. Kindred words, emulate. Parrot. For example, I might mimic a passion that I do not feel, but I cannot mimic one that burns me like fire. Instead of cautious, say mindful. Kindred words: prudent, assiduous, prudential, studied. For example, Charles, being somewhat more mindful of the probabilities of the case, only nodded in reply, and walked away. Instead of way of seeing things, say mindset. Kindred words: perspective, predilection, slant, proclivity. Instead of tiny, say minuscule. Kindred words: Lilliputian. Instead of embassy, say ministry. Kindred words: consulate. For example, the public ministry of the day proved its indefatigable zeal in the defense of society, in this instance. Instead of very small, say minuscule. Instead of details, unimportant details, say minutiae. Kindred words: intricacies, niceties, particularities, nuances. For example, but Amory knew that nothing in the abstract, no theory or generality, ever moved Rahill until he stubbed his toe upon the concrete minutiae of it. Instead of stuck, say mired. Kindred words: entrenched. For example, when night hides her body's flaws calling under her brown shawl from an archway where dogs have mired. Instead of laughter, say mirth. Kindred words: cackling, hilarity. For example, if you find him sad, say I am dancing. If in mirth, report that I am sudden sick. Instead of hatred of people, say misanthropy. For example, I found him well educated, with unusual powers of mind, but infected with misanthropy, and subject to perverse moods of alternate enthusiasm and melancholy. Instead of steal, say misappropriate. Kindred words: make off with, pilfer, siphon, purloin. For example, it was the gentleman Clenham had seen on the night of his own accidental detention there, who had that impalpable grievance about the misappropriated fund on which the marshal was supposed to batten. Instead of badly conceived, foolish, say misbegotten. Kindred words: ill-conceived. For example, Richard, a whoreson crookback, misbegotten, makes love to a widow Dan. What's in a name? Woos and wins her, a whoreson merry widow. Instead of mistakes, say miscalculations. Kindred words: lapses in, miscues, improprieties of. For example, if I had my way, I'd have Captain Smollett work us back into the trades at least, then we'd have no blessed miscalculations and a spoonful of water a day. Instead of mixture, say miscellany. Kindred words: collage of, potpourri of, hodgepodge of, melange. For example, Pickwick, who had only heard of such things in shipwrecks or read of them in Constable's Miscellany. Instead of wrong opinion, say misconception. For example, to call Don Quixote a sad book, preaching a pessimist view of life, argues a total misconception of its drift. Instead of misinterpret, say misconstrue. For example, she leant back while the more earnest members of the club began to misconstrue her. Instead of mistakes, say miscues. Kindred words: lapses in, miscalculations, improprieties of. Instead of crime, say misdeed. Kindred words: vice, transgression. For example, but I was in a manner stupefied by this turning up of my old misdeed and old acquaintance, and could think of nothing else. Instead of bad acts, say misdeeds. Kindred words: indiscretions, transgressions, improprieties, wrongs. For example, in prison, whither fresh misdeeds had led him, he had become something in the nature of a turnkey. Instead of cheap, say miserly. Kindred words: frugal. For example, thou art always prating to me, Starbuck, about those miserly owners, as if the owners were my conscience. Instead of bad luck, say misfortune. For example, do you know I have fancied that he sometimes feels some particular disappointment or misfortune encountered in it. Instead of uneasy feeling, say misgiving. Kindred words: pang, qualm. For example, I was troubled with no misgiving that it was young in me to respond to her emotions. Instead of doubts, regrets, say misgivings. Kindred words, reservations, compunctions. For example, he listened to the excited vaporings of the motto without misgivings, without surprise, without any active sentiment whatever. Instead of accident, say mishap. For example, all night he ran, blundering in the darkness into mishaps and obstacles that delayed but did not daunt. Instead of wrong name for something, say misnomer. For example, the advertised title of the expedition, the Grand Holy Land Pleasure Excursion, was a misnomer. Instead of woman-hating, say misogynistic. Instead of hatred of women, say misogyny. For example, Jessie Ferrenby had brought her to a smaller game a few weeks before, and had pressed Byrne into service to the ruination of the latter's misogyny. Instead of make less severe, moderate, say mitigate. Kindred words, temper. For example, such a lady gave a neighborliness to both rank and religion, and mitigated the bitterness of uncommuted tithe. Instead of get going, say mobilize. Kindred words, swing into action, marshal. Instead of making fun of, say mocking. Kindred words, jesting banter at. For example, star crucified, by traitors sold, star panting o'er a land of death, heroic land, strange, passionate, mocking, frivolous land. Instead of method, say modality. Kindred words, mechanism, vehicle, mode, modus operandi. For example, ineluctable modality of the visible, at least that if no more, thought through my eyes. Instead of method, trend, say mode. Kindred words, mechanism, vehicle, modus operandi, modality. For example, there was something shameful, effeminate, Capon, as he called it to himself, in his present mode of life. Instead of shape, say modeling. Kindred words, contour, geometry. For example, the modeling of her face might be said to be too broad, and the lower jaw was set a trifle forward. Instead of simple, undecorated, say modest. Kindred words, provincial, Spartan, straightforward and unadorned, elemental. For example, too modest are you, more cruel to your good report than grateful to us that give you truly. Instead of change, say modifier. Kindred words, departure from, gradation of, metamorphosis, turning point. For example, we tore along at a good gait, and soon left the sounds far behind and modified to a murmur. Instead of faddish, say modish. For example, nor are you a modishly fashioned vehicle of the road, a thing of clamps and iron. Instead of powerful person, say mogul. Kindred words, a magnate. For example, it us de grand mogul, I us chambermaid on her for 8 seasons in de Cincinnati and Orleans trade. Instead of style, say mold. Kindred words, approach, convention, influence, treatment. For example, it may be observed, in passing, that this prodigious glass is said to have been molded at the glass house of Messieurs. Instead of appease, say mollifier. Kindred words, placate. For example, she turned her head a little, her blue eyes glided slowly towards him, slightly upwards, mollified and questioning. Instead of soon, say momentarily. Kindred words, at hand, in due course, in the days to come, by and by. For example, Isabel made no reply. The sense of Henrietta Stackpole's treachery, as she momentarily qualified it, was strong within her. Instead of brief, short, say momentary. Kindred words, cursory, fleeting, short-lived, ephemeral. For example, if it were damnable, he being so wise, why would he for the momentary trick be perdurably fined? Instead of wealthy, say moneyed. Kindred words, of considerable means, well-heeled. For example, the doctor is well-moneyed, and his friends potent at court. Instead of great, huge, say monumental. Kindred words: remarkable, glorious, beyond measure, immeasurable. For example, Marx is monumental. It is an imperishable remembrancer of the profound and simple piety of the Middle Ages. Instead of meaningless, say moot. Kindred words: academic, merely decorative, mere embellishment. For example, the question had been mooted between them before, and she was not unprepared to consider it. Instead of critical humor, sarcastic, say mordant. Kindred words: biting, caustic, wry, acrid. For example, he could also embellish his words by the simple expedient of half closing, half winking one eye, which trick communicated to some of his satirical utterances quite a mordant effect. Instead of also, and, say moreover. Kindred words: what's more, to say nothing of, it may be added that, also to be found. For example, she adds, moreover, that you should put your Lord into a desperate assurance she will none of him. Instead of customs, say mores. Kindred words: folklore. For example, after him I love more than I love these eyes, more than my life, more, by all mores, than e'er I shall love wife. Instead of stagnant, say moribund. For example, on one side the low brick houses had in their dusty windows the sightless, moribund look of incurable decay, empty shells awaiting demolition. Instead of bad-tempered, grouchy, say morose. Kindred words: ill-humored, ill-tempered, irascible, querulous. For example, when he came into tea, silent, morose, and with tear-stained face, everybody pretended not to notice anything. Instead of people, say mortals. Kindred words: inhabitants, distant figures, personages, persons. For example, but, perhaps, to be true philosophers, we mortals should not be conscious of so living or so striving. Instead of shocked, say mortified. Kindred words: blindsided, badly shaken. For example, revenges burn in them, for their dear causes would to the bleeding and the grim alarm excite the mortified man. Instead of walk, say mosey. Kindred words: stride, file into, amble, saunter. For example, and then mosey right down the lightning rod and come along. Instead of extremely, very, say most. Kindred words: fearfully, exceedingly, terribly, to an extreme. For example, who will believe my verse in time to come if it were filled with your most high deserts? Instead of decorative design, say motif. Kindred words: leitmotiv. For example, the highlights in this part of the work are cleverly managed, the motif is admirably subordinated to the ground tints, and the technique is very fine. Instead of reason, say motive. Kindred words: grounds for, rationale. For example, I don't think that among all our cases I have known one where the motives are more obscure. Instead of get on, grow, say mount. Kindred words: ferment, evolve, flourish, thrive. For example, that bucket down and full of tears am I, drinking my griefs, whilst you mount up on high. Instead of increasing, say mounting. Kindred words: swelling the ranks of. For example, they don't come down here now, they are all massed on the mountings for the fear of Benjamin Gunn. Instead of emotional, say moving. Kindred words: visceral, emotive. For example, she's dead, 'tis like she comes to speak of Cassio's death. The noise was high, ha, no more moving. Instead of nerve, say moxie. Kindred words: audacity, effrontery, mettle, pluck. Instead of very, say much. Kindred words: you are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, be not self-willed, for thou art much too fair, to be death's conquest and make worms thine heir. Instead of confused, say muddled. Kindred words: convoluted, in a condition of such mental confusion, drug-addled. For example, what had muddled him was precisely the small artist man's way, it was so complete, of being more American than anybody. Instead of boring, ordinary, say mundane. Kindred words: tedious, hackneyed, warmed over a treads of, fairly sleepy. For example, the distinction between the poor teachings of mundane science and our sacred all-embracing teaching is clear to me. Instead of vague, say murky. Kindred words, ill-defined, nebulous, amorphous, imprecise. For example, outside, away from the glow of the fire and the soft lamplight, the night was chill and murky. Instead of forceful, strong, say muscular. Kindred words, unwavering, robust, penetrating. For example, to the elegance of a nervous and slight form had succeeded the solidity of a rounded and muscular figure. Instead of muscles, say musculature. Instead of think out loud, say muse. For example, not physiognomy alone, nor brain alone, is worthy for the muse. I say the form complete is worthier far. Instead of wondered, say mused. For example, Levin, unobserved by the peasants, still lay on the haycock, and still looked on and listened and mused. Instead of grow, say mushroom. Kindred words, ferment, evolve, flourish, thrive. For example, Virenka, who had just crouched down to pick a mushroom, rose with a supple movement and looked round. Instead of come up with, say muster. For example, so they mustered out a party of some 6 or 7, with guns and dogs, for the hunt. Instead of constant changing, say mutability. For example, this outward mutability indicated, and did not more than fairly express, the various properties of her inner life. Instead of transform grotesquely, say mutate. Kindred words, transmogrifier. Instead of silent, say mute. Kindred words, taciturn, is heard no more, grows quiet. For example, the valet went out with a mute promptitude which showed him accustomed to obey blindly and without reply. Instead of story, writings, say narrative. Kindred words, account, saga, parable, reminiscence. For example, whether their narratives were true or false did not seriously affect the political or social life of Hellas. Instead of limited, say narrow. Kindred words, measured, only so much, to the extent that it does exist, sparing in the use of. For example, he slipped stealthily down the narrow stair, his hair rising and his pulses halting at the slightest creak. Instead of barely, say narrowly. Kindred words, scarcely, by a tiny margin. It was all they could do to her. For example, as soon as he was dressed he narrowly scanned the lawn through the 2 or 3 inches of shutter chink. Instead of birth, say nascence. Instead of beginning, early, say nascent. Kindred words, the inception, the onset, the emergence, formative. For example, the rooms wherein dozens of infants had wailed at their nursing now resounded with the tapping of nascent chicks. Instead of local, say native born. Kindred words, insular, indigenous, ambient, parochial. Instead of personality, say nature. Kindred words, persona. For example, indeed, there is fortune too hard for nature, when fortune makes nature's natural the cutter off of nature's wit. Instead of make your way through, say navigate. Kindred words, negotiate. For example, and when they come to look at that spare room they had to take soundings before they could navigate it. Instead of opponent, say naysayer. Kindred words, rival, counterpart, detractor, gainsayer. For example, free for death, and free in death, a holy naysayer, when there is no longer time for yea, thus understandeth he about death and life. Instead of forgotten, say near forgotten. Kindred words, long forgotten. Instead of getting closer to, say nearing. Kindred words, coming nearer. For example, I was asleep, but Luigi was awake, and he thought he detected a vague form nearing the bed. Instead of just about, say nearly. For example, a little further perseverance in patience and forced cheerfulness on Anne's side produced nearly a cure on Mary's. Instead of cloud, say nebula. Kindred words, islands on a dark blue sea. For example, a bit of mold is a pleiad of flowers, a nebula is an anthill of stars. Instead of cloudy, hazy, say nebulous. Kindred words: ill-defined, amorphous, imprecise, indistinct. For example, there actually rose the faint halo, a small dim nebulousness, hardly recognizable save by the eye of faith. Instead of exactly, say necessarily. Kindred words: as such. For example, but as so melancholy a subject must necessarily extremely distress you, I will no longer dwell on it. Instead of make necessary, say necessitate. For example, twice Petrushka, too, had fallen headlong, and this necessitated being tied to his perch with a piece of rope. Instead of criminal behavior, say nefarious. Kindred words: illicit, felonious. For example, he had been very successful in tracking and breaking up certain nefarious secret societies amongst the natives. Instead of hardly any, insignificant, say negligible. Kindred words: scant, next to no experience, next to nothing, of little significance. For example, the Catholic Church has had its wings clipped so often lately that its part was timidly negligible, and they haven't any good writers anymore. Instead of deal with, make your way through, say negotiate. Kindred words: contend with, attend to, address, endure this. For example, ask for something specific, and it may doubtless be negotiated for you, on your compliance with the conditions. Instead of bargaining, say negotiating. Kindred words: horse trading. For example, Sotillo had vaguely planned seizing not only the treasure but the town itself, and then negotiating at leisure. Instead of enemy, say nemesis. Kindred words: foe, detractors, no friend to. For example, and I pray nemesis not to visit upon me the words which I am going to utter. Instead of beginner, rookie, say neophyte. Kindred words: novice, newcomer. For example, that we, the neophytes, might have an excess of light shining upon us all at once, orders were given to let out 28. Instead of bold, say nervy. Kindred words: brazen, audacious, brassy. For example, death, that dark spirit, in's nervy arm doth lie, which, being advanced, declines, and then men die. Instead of annoying, say nettlesome. Kindred words: tiresome, vexing, displeasing, incessant. Instead of mental disorder, say neurosis. Kindred words: dementia, psychosis. Instead of never again, say nevermore. For example, now he would come and speak his farewell, or he would vanish mute, and be seen by us nevermore. Instead of anyhow, anyway, say nevertheless. Kindred words: be that as it may, nonetheless, notwithstanding, in any case. For example, you, sir, thought fit to withdraw your interests from that keeping nevertheless and to offer them to me. Instead of rookie, say newcomer. Kindred words: neophyte. For example, the exchange was merry, till one girl, a tall newcomer, refused my card, refused it peremptorily, with a glance. Instead of new, say newfangled. Kindred words: novel, fledgling, newly minted, recent. For example, yes, he said, they do certainly give very strange and newfangled names to diseases. Instead of connection, say nexus. Kindred words: liaison. Instead of details, trivia, say niceties. Kindred words: minutiae, intricacies, particularities, nuances. For example, evidently he was one of those who care little for the niceties of dress. Instead of harmful, say innocuous. Kindred words: adverse, injurious, pernicious, deleterious. Instead of smarts, say notic. Kindred words: sharp wit, cerebral, gifted, of sound intellect. Instead of traveling, say nomadic. Kindred words: itinerant, globetrotting, For example, the pilgrims lead nomadic life and keep themselves in a constant state of quixotic heroism. Instead of minimal, say nominal. For example, he says that there can be no high civilization without enslavement of the masses, either nominal or real. Instead of uncaring attitude, say nonchalance. Kindred words, insouciance. For example, with conspicuous nonchalance Verhovensky lounged in the chair at the upper end of the table, almost without greeting anyone. Instead of doesn't care, unconcerned, say nonchalant. Kindred words, apathetic, indifferent to, cavalier, unengaged. For example, the philosophical tall soldier measured a sandwich of cracker and pork and swallowed it in a nonchalant manner. Instead of on the fence, say noncommittal. For example, the girl held a geranium leaf up to her nose and said nothing, but looked knowing and noncommittal. Instead of average looking, bland, say nondescript. Kindred words, insipid, vapid, weary, flat, stale, and unprofitable, unobtrusive. For example, it was a stormy, windy night, such as raises whole squadrons of nondescript noises in rickety old houses. Instead of dumb, stupid, say none too bright. Kindred words, of questionable intellect, benighted, obtuse, inane. Instead of unimportant person, say non-entity. For example, Miss Millward was there, it is true, but she, of course, would be little better than a non-entity. Instead of unnecessary, say non-essential. Kindred words, superfluous. Instead of anyhow, anyway, say nonetheless. Kindred words, be that as it may, nevertheless, notwithstanding, in any case. For example, Javert committed all these blunders, and nonetheless was one of the cleverest and most correct spies that ever existed. Instead of best, say nonpareil. Kindred words, unparalleled, in a class by itself, unrivaled, unsurpassed. For example, oh, such love could be but recompensed though you were crowned the nonpareil of beauty. Instead of confused, say nonplussed. Kindred words, convoluted, in a condition of such mental confusion, muddled, drug-addled. For example, Stepan Arkadyevitch felt completely nonplussed by the strange talk which he was hearing for the first time. Instead of non-religious, say non-sectarian. Kindred words, profane. Instead of normality, say normalcy. Instead of smell, say nose. Kindred words, bouquet. For example, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie throat as deep as to the lungs. Instead of not at all, say not in the least. Kindred words, by no means, not even in the remotest degree. Instead of important, say notable. Kindred words, pressing, of the highest distinction, figure prominently in, worthy of note. For example, she was what people call a notable woman, and could manage matters in the world without my assistance. Instead of talk about, say note. Kindred words, speak of, point to, cite, feature. For example, oh, train me not, sweet mermaid, with thy note to drown me in thy sister's flood of tears. Instead of famous, say noted. Kindred words, famed for its, renowned, fabled, eminent. For example, more flowers I noted, yet I none could see, but sweet, or color it had stolen from thee. Instead of impressive, say noteworthy. Kindred words, striking, considerable, worthy of note, lofty. For example, he sometimes spoke of the friends of his youth, all names noteworthy in the history of Russian progress. Instead of belief, idea, say notion. Kindred words, conviction, sentiment, thoughts on the matter, faith. For example, I have really a curiosity to see the person who can give occasion to such directly opposite notions. Instead of theoretical, say notional. Kindred words, academic, ideological. Instead of famous, say notorious. Kindred words, famed for its, renowned, fabled, eminent. For example, I do lean upon justice, sir, and do bring in here before your good honor 2 notorious benefactors. Instead of anyhow, anyway, say notwithstanding. Kindred words, be that as it may, nonetheless, nevertheless, in any case. For example, but notwithstanding this request, notwithstanding the tone of anguish in which it was uttered, the door remained closed. Instead of modern, say nouveau. For example, stunned, Margaret did not move from the best parlor, over which the touch of Art Nouveau had fallen. Instead of new, say novel. Kindred words, fledgling, newly minted, newfangled, recent. For example, the present edition of this novel contains a few pages that have never appeared in any previous edition. Instead of beginner, say novice. Kindred words, neophyte. For example, triple-turned whore, 'tis thou hast sold me to this novice, and my heart makes only wars on thee. Instead of unhealthy, say noxious. Kindred words, baneful. For example, Brocklehurst's eye into an artful, noxious child, and what could I do to remedy the injury? Instead of details, say nuances. Kindred words, minutiae, intricacies, niceties, particularities. For example, some nuances of character you will have to take for granted in yourself, though you must be careful in confessing them to others. Instead of spiritual power of a place, say numen. Instead of spiritual, say numinous. Kindred words, transcendent, larger than life, ethereal, otherworldly. Instead of care for, say nurture. Kindred words, nurture and perpetuate, minister to. For example, presumptuous dame, ill-nurtured Eleanor, art thou not second woman in the realm, and the protector's wife, beloved of him? Instead of stubborn, say obdurate. Kindred words, steadfast, intransigent, immovable, intractable. For example, but at one part of the line there was a grim and obdurate group that made no movement. Instead of confuse, say obfuscate. Kindred words, bewilder, befuddle, perplex, discombobulate. For example, if Drayton were with us again to write a new edition of his incomparable poem, he would sing the nymphs of Hertfordshire as indeterminate of feature, with hair obfuscated by the London smoke. Instead of scold, say objurgate. Kindred words, chide, berate, chastise, rebuke. Instead of required, usual, say obligatory. Kindred words, compulsory, vital, essential, the lifeblood of. For example, as to acknowledging that human duties were more obligatory than those of a czar, he had not strength for that. Instead of encourage, say oblige. Kindred words, invite, welcome, embrace, embolden. For example, she began not to understand a word they said, and was obliged to plead indisposition and excuse herself. Instead of helpful, interdependent, say obliging. Kindred words, conducive to, effectual, salutary, helpful to your cause. For example, Daria Alexandrovna liked her neatness, her deferential and obliging manners, but she felt ill at ease with her. Instead of indirect, say oblique. Kindred words, roundabout, circuitous. For example, I recognized by the oblique feet that it was some extinct creature after the fashion of the megatherium. Instead of destroy, say obliterate. Kindred words, put an end to, eradicate, lay waste to, vanquish. For example, Mr. Bloom, without evincing surprise, unostentatiously turned over the card to peruse the partially obliterated address and postmark. Instead of hide, unclear, say obscure. Kindred words, ensconce, enshroud, belie, cloak. For example, I don't think that among all our cases I have known one where the motives are more obscure. Instead of eager to please, say obsequious. Kindred words, complaisant, not to be confused with, showing alacrity, servile. For example, the innkeeper bent down, looked intently, ran down the steps, and rushed up to the guest with obsequious delight. Instead of black, say obsidian. Kindred words, raven black, sable. Instead of stubborn, say obstinate. Kindred words, steadfast, intransigent, immovable, obdurate. For example, they all had the air of having lived a long time ago, and of obstinately resisting the sepulchre. Instead of dumb, stupid, say obtuse. Kindred words, of questionable intellect, benighted, inane, bovine. For example, Honeychurch had been civil, but obtuse in essentials, while as for Freddy he is only a boy, he reflected. Instead of prevent, remove, say obviate. Kindred words, foil, forestall, preclude, avert. For example, a useful and graciously austere half-light which dissipates puerile fears and obviates falls. Instead of ask for help, bring about, say occasion. Kindred words, appeal, solicit, enlist the help of, petition him in favor of. For example, look, here he comes, and brings the dire occasion in his arms of what we blame him for. Instead of has, say occupies. Kindred words, presents, displays, is endowed with, enjoys. For example, at the foot of this slant is the walled town of Gibraltar, or rather the town occupies part of the slant. Instead of exist, say occur. Kindred words, are widespread, are prevalent, are most in evidence, lie in. For example, I have a great idea that you do not design to be cruel, when the right moment occurs. Instead of dark yellow, say ochre. Instead of disgusting, hateful, say odious. Kindred words, abhorrent, repugnant, reprehensible, vile. For example, do you know, there are 2 odious young men who have been staring at me this half hour. Instead of body of work, say For example, finally, after some hors d'oeuvres of sturgeon's back, they sat down to table, the time being then nearly 5 o'clock. Instead of about, from, say of. Kindred words, some 10 million, there or thereabouts, to the tune of, circa. For example, but were some child of yours alive that time, you should live twice, in it, and in my rhyme. Instead of offer, incorrect usage, say off. For example, for thee watch I, whilst thou dost wake elsewhere, from me far off, with others all too near. Instead of politically incorrect, say off color. Instead of bossy, say officious. Kindred words, imperious, magisterial, high-handed. For example, in his absence she was a still personage, but with him the most officious, fidgety little body possible. Instead of unfriendly, say offish. Kindred words, remote, aloof, ill-disposed, distant. For example, he was standoffish with the other agents, and they on their side said he was the manager's spy upon them. Instead of regularly, say oftentimes. Kindred words, customarily, not infrequently. For example, but as abused prosperity is oftentimes made the very means of our greatest adversity, so it was with me. Instead of code of silence, say omerta. Instead of all-knowing, say omniscient. For example, it appeared to be omniscient and omnipotent, and yet was neither seen nor heard. Instead of approaching, coming soon, say oncoming. Kindred words, winter drawing on, impending. For example, he knew not how nor why, yet he got his feel of the oncoming event from the gods themselves. Instead of difficult, hard, say onerous. Kindred words, daunting, trying, strained, arduous. For example, a harmony established contrary to sense is often more onerous than a war. Instead of long, say ongoing. Kindred words, prolonged, protracted, long-standing, lengthy. For example, my master requested an account of our ongoings. Instead of observer, viewer, say onlooker. Kindred words, beholder, spectator. For example, in every misfortune of one's neighbor there is always something cheering for an onlooker, whoever he may be. Instead of crowd, spectators, say onlookers. Kindred words, throng, bystanders. For example, the onlookers laughed uproariously, and he felt ashamed. He knew not why, for it was his first snow. Instead of surging, say onrushing. Instead of attack, say onslaught. Kindred words: incursion, foray, barrage, salvo. For example, Grummer fall, then he made a terrific onslaught on a small boy who stood next to him, whereupon Mr. Instead of forward, say onward. For example, this black and solid mass was struggling painfully onward, through the slop, the darkness, and the deluge. Instead of difficult to understand, say opaque. Kindred words: abstruse, convoluted. For example, beyond. The opaqueness was massive. To penetrate thither seemed horrible. An entrance into it appeared like an engulfment. Instead of run, say operate. Kindred words: conduct, preside, oversee. For example, also, as I have said, the bubbles themselves within the ice operate as burning glasses to melt the ice beneath. Instead of give an opinion, say opine. Kindred words: sermonize. For example, Squares yawned fearfully, and opined that it was high time to go to bed, upon which signal, Mrs. Instead of perfect timing, well timed, say opportune. Kindred words: the stars are finally aligned in his favor, providential. For example, he tasted her in sips, he let her stand, with an opportuneness she herself could not have surpassed. Instead of hot, say oppressive. Kindred words: torrid, sultry. For example, she was recognizing how light was the touch of events the most oppressive upon Mrs. Durbeyfield's elastic spirit. Instead of disgraceful, say opprobrious. Kindred words: reprehensible. For example, think you, my lord, this little prating York was not incensed by his subtle mother to taunt and scorn you thus opprobriously. Instead of luxury, say opulence. For example, they were both well dressed, stout and complacent, and they brought a breath of opulence among the company. Instead of rich, say opulent. Kindred words: affluent, luxuriant, from a moneyed background. For example, he waved his whip in the direction of the Bellomont acres, which lay outspread before them in opulent undulations. Instead of speaking ability, say oracy. Instead of formal speech, say oratory. For example, in fact, Sam considered oratory as his vocation, and never let slip an opportunity of magnifying his office. Instead of turf, say orbit. Kindred words: circles. For example, his eyes were hollow, and so sunken in his head by sleeplessness that they nearly disappeared in their orbits. Instead of arrange, manipulate, say orchestrate. Kindred words: configure, array. Instead of dictate, say ordain. For example, this shoulder was ordained so thick to heave, and heave it shall some weight or break my back. Instead of task, say ordeal. For example, it was a genuine relief to the whole congregation when the ordeal was over and the benediction pronounced. Instead of organized, say ordered. Kindred words: ordered within a hierarchy of, in good order. For example, Holmes took a cab at the station and ordered the man to drive to the house of Dr. Instead of type, say orientation. Kindred words: variant of, species of what order, genre. For example, everybody who is not actually in the shadow of a bladder is as it were perpetually seeking after lost orientations. Instead of fancy, say ornate. Kindred words: more elaborate, extravagant, stately, pretentious. For example, the flats, their only outlook, hung like an ornate curtain between Margaret and the welter of London. Instead of way of thinking, say orthodoxy. Kindred words: turn of mind, particular school of interpretation, doctrine. For example, the great Bunce was not to be wiled away, and was upheld in his orthodoxy by two adherents. Instead of scraps of food, say oughts. Instead of back and forth, say oscillating. Kindred words: vacillating, passing from to, flitting between, moving to and fro, for example, and farther still, beyond those forests and fields, the bright, oscillating, limitless distance lured one to itself. Instead of apparently, say ostensibly. Kindred words, by all accounts, by all appearances, presumably, purportedly, for example, but she wrote anew to her mother, ostensibly to notify the wedding day, really to again implore her advice. Instead of showy, say ostentatious. Kindred words, pretentious, meretricious posturing, affected, contrived. For example, a part-grown puppy, somewhat larger and older than he, came toward him slowly, with ostentatious and belligerent importance. Instead of exclude, say ostracize. Instead of aside from, instead, say otherwise. Kindred words, in other respects, apart from that, among other, in the place of, for example, I will not have it so, lie down, good sirs, it may be I shall otherwise bethink me. Instead of heavenly, spiritual, say otherworldly. Kindred words, ethereal, transcendent, larger than life, numinous. Instead of drive out, say oust. Kindred words, expel, exorcise. For example, but what right had I to oust John Swart and the rest, and break up their ancient herb garden? Instead of thrown out of office, say ousted. For example, time has branded them and fettered, they are lodged in the room of the infinite possibilities they have ousted. Instead of far away, say outermost. Kindred words, out on the peripheries, in the hinterland, out on the farthermost, on the outskirts of, for example, the outermost had the rim broadest, and the inner worlds were smaller and smaller, and had their rims narrower. Instead of provide with equipment, say outfit. For example, his sister and brother-in-law seconded him, but they were frustrated by their heavy outfit and their own incompetence. Instead of outwit, say outflank. Kindred words, outfox. For example, at Smolensk too he judged correctly that the French might outflank us, as they had larger forces. Instead of outwit, say outfox. Kindred words, outflank. Instead of trip, say outing. Kindred words, excursion, jaunt. For example, Madame Lebrun might have enjoyed the outing, but for some reason Edna did not want her. Instead of bandits, say outlanders. Kindred words, marauders. Instead of foreign and dangerous, say outlandish. For example, I get dreadfully nervous sometimes, living in such an outlandish place, and Shirton is so far to send to. Instead of boondocks, say outlands. Kindred words, the hinterland, in some far corner. For example, they wondered little thereat, for they knew no cause why that land should not be builded, though it were in the far outlands. Instead of money spent, say outlays. Kindred words, expenditures. Instead of old-fashioned and outdated, say outmoded. Kindred words, fusty, antediluvian, old school. Instead of exceed, say outpace. Kindred words, go far beyond, surpass. For example, I am reckoned fleet of foot, but he outpaced me as much as I outpaced the little professional. Instead of opinionated, vocal, say outspoken. Kindred words, no shrinking violet. For example, it was all more vile, more base, more contemptible, and infinitely more manageable in the very outspoken cynicism of motives. Instead of publicly, say outwardly. Kindred words, on the surface. For example, Holmes was outwardly calm, but his whole body gave a wriggle of suppressed excitement as he spoke. Instead of exaggerated, say over the top. Instead of comprehensive, say overarching. For example, a blue-robed man, whose fittest roof is the overarching sky which reflects his serenity. Instead of beat, solve, say overcome. Kindred words, bludgeon, remedy. For example, he hoped that the weight of earth would not be so great that he could not overcome it. Instead of most important, say overriding. Kindred words. Foremost of these, above all, seminal, more so than anything else. For example, but don't go overriding the hounds, said Uncle sternly. Instead of direct a department, in charge of, say oversee. Kindred words. Preside over, reign, hold court, command over. For example, he is wearied, and I forgot. Being a grandmother, none but a grandmother should ever oversee a child. Instead of blatant, done openly, say overt. Kindred words. Patent. For example, I suppose I may say they idolized him, but I never caught them giving him an overt glance. Instead of overbearing, say overweening. For example, there remained only one thing he was certain of, and that was the overweening vanity of his companion. Instead of out of control, say overzealous. Kindred words. A little. For example, stealing backward glances as he ran. He was always ready to whirl around and down the overzealous pursuer that outran his fellows. Instead of boring and oversimplified writing, say pabulum. For example, even more, we have seen amongst us that he can even grow younger, that his vital faculties grow strenuous, and seem as though they refresh themselves when his special pabulum is plenty. Instead of leader, say pacesetter. Kindred words. Standard bearer. Instead of gentle, peaceful, say pacific. Kindred words. Serene, peaceable. For example, first, in the year 1820 the ship Essex, Captain Pollard, of Nantucket, was cruising in the Pacific Ocean. Instead of mafia boss, say padrone. For example, those who have read certain pages of mine will see at once what I mean when I say that Dominic, the padrone of the Tremolino, might under given circumstances have been a Nostromo. Instead of in pain, say pained. Kindred words. Hobbled by pain. For example, Fantine took the sister's hand in her moist hands, and the latter was pained to feel that perspiration. Instead of very, say painfully. Kindred words. You are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, a slight appearance of foam was visible around the mouth, and he breathed painfully, and with extreme difficulty. Instead of thorough, say painstaking. Kindred words. Exhaustive, intensive, rigorous, exacting. For example, she inspected it with painstaking care, while one eye, who had returned, stood in the entrance and patiently watched her. Instead of describe, say paint. Kindred words. Characterize. Draw a portrait. Tell of. Articulate. For example, so, as a painted tyrant, Pyrrhus stood, and like a neutral to his will and matter, did nothing. Instead of good enough but not great, say palatable. Kindred words. Admissible, such as it is. For example, her unsophisticated open-air existence required no varnish of conventionality to make it palatable to him. Instead of ancient, say palea. Kindred words. Archaic, primordial, primeval, antediluvian. Instead of right-wing conservative, say paleoconservative. Instead of cliff, say palisade. Kindred words. Precipice, bluff. For example, after reloading, we walked down the outside of the palisade to see to the fallen enemy. Instead of dull, say pallid. Kindred words. Pedestrian, trite, insipid, vapid. For example, Thesaurus, turning to the pallid trembling man, I must so far concur with what has fallen from Mr. Instead of obvious, real, say palpable. Kindred words. Conspicuous, goes without saying, axiomatic, explicit. For example, the recurrence of a vision is a reality. It was palpable. It was the writing restored in the mirror. Instead of uneasy feeling, say pang. Kindred words. Qualm, misgiving. For example, his wife's words, confirming his worst suspicions, had sent a cruel pang to the heart of Alexei Alexandrovich. Instead of story, say parable. Kindred words. Narrative, account, saga, reminiscence. For example, Thus do I speak unto you in parable, ye who make the soul giddy, ye preachers of equality. Instead of show, say parade. Kindred words: depict, portray, demonstrate, tell us. For example, the guards had made their whole march as if on a pleasure trip, parading their cleanliness and discipline. Instead of model, say paradigm. Kindred words: held her up as template for an exemplar. Instead of contradiction, mystery, say paradox. Kindred words: discrepancy in logic, inconsistency, enigma. For example, the second paradox leads up to some curious and interesting questions. How far can the mind control the body? Instead of similarities, say parallels. Kindred words: resemblances of things. For example, seamen say the Nautilus is only found in these waters between the 35th and 45th parallels of latitude. Instead of translate, say paraphrase. Kindred words: render. For example, she said it wouldn't do and she told me to learn the 19th paraphrase for next Sunday. Instead of lot of land, say parcel. For example, on Saturday evenings when my aunt went marketing I had to go to carry some of the parcels. Instead of dried out, thirsty, say parched. For example, what hath thy fiery heart so parched thine entrails that not a tear can fall for Rutland's death? Instead of excusable, say pardonable. Kindred words: venial. For example, you are in a hurry, no doubt, to exhibit your requirements, and I don't blame you, that's quite pardonable. Instead of reduce, say pare. Kindred words: curtail, draw down. For example, he'll undertake to torture any number of cats, if their teeth be drawn and their claws pared. Instead of family history, say parentage. Kindred words: descent, lineage. For example, and furthermore tell him, we desire to know of him, of whence he is, his name and parentage. Instead of also, incidentally, say parenthetically. Kindred words: what's more, to say nothing of, it may be added that, also to be found. For example, we may note, parenthetically, that Pyotr Ilyich was a rather good-looking young man, and well aware of the fact. Instead of black sheep, antiquated, say pariah. For example, but Kim had danced off ere the end of the sentence, dodging pariah dogs and hungry acquaintances. Instead of local, say parochial. Kindred words: insular, indigenous, native-born, ambient. For example, his voice was rather parochial, but he did not quite see his way to answering naturally. Instead of take off on, say parody. Kindred words: send up, pastiche, of a play or book. For example, for, as we may be allowed to say, a little parodying the words of Plato, they have seen bad imitations of the philosopher-statesman. Instead of copy, say parrot. Kindred words: mimic, emulate. For example, that ever this fellow should have fewer words than a parrot, and yet the son of a woman. Instead of answer evasively, say parry. Kindred words: equivocate. For example, the better class of man, even if caught by airy affectations of dodging and parrying, is not retained by them. Instead of analyze, say parse. Kindred words: assay, attempt some analysis of. Instead of stingy, say parsimonious. For example, if I wanted other authorities for Jarndyce and Jarndyce, I could rain them on these pages, to the shame of a parsimonious public. Instead of eat, say partake. Kindred words: dine, feast, break bread, dispatch. For example, all imitative art is subject to certain limitations, and therefore necessarily partakes of the nature of a compromise. Instead of left, say parted. Kindred words: parted from, departed. For example, if heaven had pleased to have given me longer life and able means, we had not parted thus. Instead of favoritism, say partiality. For example, she could not consider her partiality for Edward in so prosperous a state as Marianne had believed it. Instead of concern for one's own interests only, say particularism. Instead of details, say particularities. Kindred words, minutiae, intricacies, niceties, nuances. For example, now let the general trumpet blow his blast. Particularities and petty sounds to cease. Instead of especially, very, say particularly. Kindred words, most strikingly, not the least of which is, and above all, you are nothing if not. For example, the church was a long way off, and they were obliged to drive, particularly as it was winter. Instead of details, say particulars. Kindred words, minutiae, intricacies, niceties, particularities. For example, Lucian had found time, preparatory to the Count's arrival, to relate many particulars respecting him to Madame Danglars. Instead of biased, supporter, say partisan. Kindred words, predisposed, tendentious, adherent of, constituent. For example, I had as lief have a reed that will do me no service as a partisan I could not heave. Instead of people walking by, say passers-by. Instead of passionate, say passional. Kindred words, impassioned, vehement, emphatic, torrid. Instead of censored, say pasteurized. Kindred words, bowdlerized. Instead of country life, say pastoral. For example, then does she twirl and twine, a pastoral nymph of good family, through the mazes of the dance. Instead of blatant, obvious, say patent. Kindred words, overt, conspicuous, goes without saying, axiomatic. For example, the cause of this fair gift in me is wanting, and so my patent back again is swerving. Instead of absolutely, say patently. Kindred words, without question, without exception, without doubt, by any measure. Instead of fatherly, say paternal. For example, when I had reached my 18th year I was recalled by my parents to my paternal roof in Wales. Instead of mentally disturbed, say pathological. For example, there is also a philosophy, pathologically classified, which denies the sun. This philosophy is called blindness. Instead of emotional appeal, say pathos. For example, it is perhaps remarkable, considering her temperament, that Phoebe oftener chose a strain of pathos than of gaiety. Instead of appearance, say patina. Kindred words, facade, outward show, visage, a pretense. Instead of sponsor, say patron. For example, this is the first Italian town I have seen which does not appear to have a patron saint. Instead of customers, say patrons. Kindred words, clientele. For example, Melvilleson enter into affable conversation with their patrons, feeling that these unusual occurrences level the barriers between professionals and non-professionals. Instead of peaceful, say peaceable. Kindred words, pacific, serene. For example, Legree, in a fury, swore she should be put to field service, if she would not be peaceable. Instead of flaky, odd, say peculiar. Kindred words, idiosyncratic, eccentric, well-defined, curious. For example, not so much in point of amount as owing to the peculiar and pressing nature of liabilities Mr. Instead of odd things or habits, say peculiarities. For example, but he had these peculiarities, and at first they frightened me, though I soon got used to them. Instead of habit, say peculiarity. Kindred words, convention, bent, proclivity, idiosyncrasy. For example, you know that is the peculiarity of your heart, and all its suffering is due to it. Instead of excessively concerned with minor details, ostentatious in one's learning, say pedantic. Kindred words, turgid. For example, good Lord, supposing she wasn't beautiful, supposing she was 40 and pedantic, heavens. Instead of dull, ordinary, say pedestrian. Kindred words, trite, insipid, vapid, banal. For example, I said we were on a pedestrian tour to Heidelberg, and would like to take passage with him. Instead of irritable, say peevish. For example, besides, virginity is peevish, proud, idle, made of self-love, which is the most inhibited sin in the canon. Instead of contemptuous, critical, say pejorative. Kindred words, captious, insolent. Instead of self-punishment, say penance. For example, so, now you're fairly seated gentlemen, the penance lies on you if these fair ladies pass away frowning. Instead of preference, tendency, say penchant. Kindred words, proclivity, propensity, predisposition, bent. For example, they were going from end to end of the country in all manner of useful missionary capacities. Their penchant for wandering, and their experience in it, made them altogether the most effective spreaders of civilization we had. Instead of keen, strong, say penetrating. Kindred words, acute, incisive, unwavering, robust. For example, in every other respect, in looking around her, or penetrating forward, she saw more to distrust and to apprehend. Instead of sorry, say penitent. Kindred words, contrite, remorseful, repentant. For example, I could only feel very penitent, and greet Miss Jessie with double respect when I met her next. Instead of busy thinking, deep in thought, say pensive. Kindred words, flurried, on edge, ill at ease. For example, he remained motionless and pensive, his eyes fixed on the gloomy aperture that was open at his feet. Instead of next to the last, say penultimate. For example, the pistol snapped its penultimate shot and ripped a valuable Sidney Cooper. Instead of human resources, incorrect usage, say people. For example, he had, my lord, and when he ran in here these people saw the chain about his neck. Instead of staffed, say peopled. For example, they have peopled all that region with gnomes, and dwarfs, and all sorts of mysterious and uncanny creatures. Instead of people, say peoples. Kindred words, inhabitants, distant figures, personages, persons. For example, waging war at every summons and every time that utopia desires it, is not the thing for the peoples. Instead of hell, say perdition. Kindred words, inferno, netherworld. For example, I cannot give you up to perdition as a vessel of wrath. Repent, resolve, while there is yet time. Instead of endless, forever, say perennial. Kindred words, interminable, enduring, without end, unfailing. For example, his singleness of purpose and resolution, and his elevated piety, endowed him, without his knowledge, with perennial youth. Instead of treachery, say perfidy. Kindred words, duplicity. For example, it is painful to reflect upon the perfidy of our species, and we will not, therefore, pursue the thread of Mr. Instead of casual, indifferent, say perfunctory. Kindred words, haphazard, leisurely, impromptu, in passing. For example, we had a sort of perfunctory supper together, and I think it cheered us all up somewhat. Instead of dangerous, say perilous. Kindred words, not to be trifled with, looms as a threat, fraught with danger, treacherous. For example, these perilous things are built against the perpendicular face of a cliff 200 or 300 feet high. Instead of now and then, say periodically. Kindred words, now and again, off and on. For example, the patent logged on the taffrail periodically rang a single tinkling stroke for every mile traversed on an errand of faith. Instead of other, secondary, say peripheral. Kindred words, tangential. Instead of limits, say periphery. Kindred words, bounds, confines, verges. For example, he passes to and fro, at regular intervals, within a confined periphery, abounding in individuals who are led to observation of his person through interest in the kindred nature of his occupation with their own. Instead of allowable, allowed, say permissible. Kindred words, admissible, perfectly at liberty to, in order for example, Casaubon again and left off receiving favors from him, it would clearly be permissible to hate him the more. Instead of deadly, harmful, say pernicious. Kindred words: pestilent, virulent, adverse, injurious. For example, if he say so, may his pernicious soul rot half a grain a day he lies to the heart. Instead of commit a crime, say perpetrate. For example, woven into her being was the memory of countless crimes he and his had perpetrated against her ancestry. Instead of unchanging, say perpetual. For example, Snagsby is so perpetually on the alert that the house becomes ghostly with creaking boards and rustling garments. Instead of allow, continue, say perpetuate. Kindred words: enable, play host to, persist, stretch past. For example, nations are possessed with an insane ambition to perpetuate the memory of themselves by the amount of hammered stone they leave. Instead of confuse, say perplex. Kindred words: bewilder, befuddle, discombobulate, confound. For example, trivial as these two observations were, they perplexed her, and she had her doubts as to Madame Stahl. Instead of puzzling, say perplexing. Kindred words: inexplicable, ambiguous. For example, a person who has not studied German can form no idea of what a perplexing language it is. Instead of survive, say persevere. Kindred words: escape the ravages of, eke out. For example, they are persevering, ingenious, cunning, and thoroughly versed in the knowledge which their duties seem chiefly to demand. Instead of continue, say persist. Kindred words: perpetuate, stretch past, endure. For example, he had persisted for 3 years, expending in these explorations the little money which he had laid by. Instead of continues, say persists. Kindred words: endures. For example, he persists, too, in keeping all the provisions upstairs in his room, and serving them out. Instead of image, personality, say persona. Kindred words: posture, nature. Instead of friendly, say personable. Kindred words: affable, genial, kindly, amiable. For example, behind all these there came a man of 30, a very personable fellow, except that when he looked, his eyes turned in a little one towards the other. Instead of important person, say personage. Kindred words: a soul, creature, being, a living being. For example, I've a new bodyguard, Maria Vlasievna. This was the midwife, a new and important personage in Levin's domestic life. Instead of celebrities, people, say personages. Kindred words: luminaries, inhabitants, distant figures, persons. For example, she learned that great personages were displeased with him on this account, and she changed her opinion. Instead of embodiment, say personification. Kindred words: incarnation, avatar. For example, Dorothea was not only his wife, she was a personification of that shallow world which surrounds the appreciated or desponding author. Instead of, say personifies. Kindred words: constitutes, is by far, is, if nothing else, as is standard practice when. Instead of represent, say personify. Kindred words: reflect, are the personification of, are found, exemplify. For example, the lady was also in green, and so richly and splendidly dressed that splendor itself seemed personified in her. Instead of people, say persons. Kindred words: inhabitants, distant figures, personages, interested parties. For example, honored friend, to you I give the field. Pray order it fitting the persons that must use it. Instead of way of seeing things, say perspective. Kindred words: mindset, predilection, slant, proclivity. For example, vast nature, formerly so filled with forms, lights, voices, counsels, perspectives, horizons, teachings, now lay empty before him. Instead of relevant, say pertinent. Kindred words: germane to, applicable. For example, the hostess pertinently remarked that she, as eldest son, might surely rank among the millionaire's legatees. Instead of read, say peruse. Kindred words. Consult. For example, Mr. Bloom, without evincing surprise, unostentatiously turned over the card to peruse the partially obliterated address and postmark. Instead of saturate, say pervade. Kindred words. Imbue. For example, the passage was a long one, and seemed to pervade the whole square basement of the manor house. Instead of all over, everywhere, say pervasive. Kindred words. Widespread, systemic, prevailing, common to. For example, it seemed to hold the moonlight in suspension, rendering it more pervasive than in clear air. Instead of awful, bad, say perverse. Kindred words. Reprehensible, reproachful, deplorable, wretched. For example, there is no answer, except that we feel perverse, using the word with no comprehension of the principle. Instead of permeable, say pervious. Instead of deadly, say pestilent. Kindred words. Pernicious, virulent. For example, she brewed drinks, in some mysterious Asiatic equivalent to the still room drenches that smelled pestilently and tasted worse. Instead of request, say petition. Kindred words. Plea, implore, summon, at the behest of. For example, they hesitate, and they regret, and sometimes they petition, but they do nothing in earnest and with effect. Instead of scared, say petrified. Kindred words. It had shaken me, gave me a bit of a fright, gave me a severe start. For example, the name of Javert rooted them by its mere utterance, the face of Javert petrified them at sight. Instead of childish, say pettish. Kindred words. Infantile, puerile, petulant. For example, hell open to Christians they were having, Jimmy Henry said pettishly, about their damned Irish language. Instead of childish, say petulant. Kindred words. Infantile, puerile, pettish. For example, her speech had grown spirited, and almost petulant at his rebuke, and her eyes moist. Instead of ghost, say phantasm. Kindred words. Apparition, manifestation. For example, there were much glare and glitter and piquancy in phantasm, much of what has been since seen in Hernani. Instead of magical, say phantasmagoric. For example, all is grey shadow, a weak and irregular remembrance, an indistinct regathering of feeble pleasures and phantasmagoric pains. Instead of generous, say philanthropic. Kindred words. Altruistic, beneficent, benevolent, liberal. For example, and in prison he was immediately surrounded by pastors, members of Christian brotherhoods, philanthropic ladies, and the like. Instead of uncomplaining, unemotional, say philosophical. Kindred words. Stoic, stolid. For example, it is no longer philosophical to base, upon what has been, a vision of what is to be. Instead of visual, say pictorial. For example, no pictorial or sculptural combinations of points of human liveliness do more than approach the living and breathing beauty. Instead of steal, say pilfer. Kindred words. Make off with, siphon, misappropriate, purloin. For example, they of those marches, gracious sovereign, shall be a wall sufficient to defend our inland from the pilfering borderers. Instead of aviatrix, say pilot. For example, and the pilot, that is to say, the true pilot, is he a captain of sailors or a mere sailor? Instead of climax, highest point, say pinnacle. Kindred words. Height of, zenith, apex, culmination. For example, on the topmost pinnacle of Gibraltar we halted a good while, and no doubt the mules were tired. Instead of identify, say pinpoint. Kindred words. Establish, distinguish. For example, the storm had left the sky clear, and over the smoke of the burning land the little fading pinpoint of Mars was dropping into the west, when a soldier came into my garden. Instead of irritate, rile, say pique. Kindred words: vex, gall, royal. For example, Minchin shared fully in the new pique against Bulstrode, excited by his apparent determination to patronize Lidgett. Instead of annoyed, say piqued. Kindred words: displeased, vexed. For example, I could not count a single point, so had been piqued and repiqued, and capited to the devil. Instead of important, say pivotal. Kindred words: pressing, of the highest distinction, figure prominently in, worthy of note. Instead of sign, say placard. Kindred words: harbinger, foreshadowing, in what may be a telling sign of, precursor. For example, at the moment when one expects it the least, God placards a meteor on the wall of the firmament. Instead of appease, say placate. Kindred words: mollifier. For example, madness alone is truly terrifying, inasmuch as you cannot placate it either by threats, persuasion, or bribes. Instead of calm, say placid. Kindred words: serene, philosophical, in the face of disappointment. For example, Fairfax turned out to be what she appeared, a placid-tempered, kind-natured woman, of competent education and average intelligence. Instead of nag, say plague. Kindred words: chivy. For example, wherefore should I stand in the plague of custom, and permit the curiosity of nations to deprive me? Instead of obvious, say plain. Kindred words: conspicuous, goes without saying, axiomatic, explicit. For example, or rather do I not in plainest truth tell you I do not, nor I cannot love you. Instead of sad, sad sounding, say plaintive. Kindred words: poignant, despondent, doleful, heartrending. For example, he had just gone into the drawing room, when suddenly a plaintive moan sounded from the bedroom, smothered instantly. Instead of weave, say plait. For example, Lidgett had often fastened the plaits before, being among the deftest of men with his large finely formed fingers. Instead of cliché, say platitude. Kindred words: truism, bromide, vulgarism, as the cliché will have it. For example, if you think that I am going to return and talk platitudes to you, you are mistaken. Instead of believability, say plausibility. Kindred words: credence. For example, all such theories have a kind of plausibility from their partial agreement with experience. Instead of believable, say plausible. Kindred words: well-founded. For example, go you to Angelo, answer his requiring with a plausible obedience, agree with his demands to the point. Instead of request, say plea. Kindred words: implore, summon, petition, at the behest of. For example, so spake th' omnipotent, and with his words all seemed well pleased, all seemed, but were not all. Instead of beg, say plead. Kindred words: implore, supplicate. For example, no more, I say, if thou dost plead for him, thou wilt but add increase unto my wrath. Instead of nice, say pleasant. Kindred words: appealing. For example, why should I regret my incapacity for details and worldly affairs when it leads to such pleasant consequences? Instead of fat, say plethoric. Kindred words: stout, well-nourished, Rubenesque, corpulent. For example, on the other hand, like all these stout, little men who do themselves well, he is a plethoric sleeper. Instead of adaptable, say pliant. Kindred words: malleable. For example, Casaubon kept his hands behind him and allowed her pliant arm to cling with difficulty against his rigid arm. Instead of bad situation, suffering, say plight. Kindred words: predicament, scourge. For example, Corny Kelleher on the side seat sways his head to and fro in sign of mirth at Bloom's plight. Instead of courage, nerve, say pluck. Kindred words: valor, grace under pressure, audacity, effrontery. For example, but with these nails I'll pluck out these false eyes that would behold in me this shameful sport. Instead of brave, courageous, say plucky. Kindred words, undaunted, for example, and so now you have come into the town, and have taken this long journey in winter, that was plucky of you. Instead of examine, say plumb. Kindred words, take inventory of, probe, scrutinize. For example, we got her halfway, and then we was plumb played out, and most drowned with sweat. Instead of government of the wealthy, say plutocracy. For example, Peel's late conduct on the Catholic question, innocent of future gold fields, and of that gorgeous plutocracy which has so nobly exalted the necessities of genteel life. Instead of bad poet, say poetaster. For example, this is an example of a class of writing which may be passed over too lightly by those whom poetasters have made distrustful of poetry. Instead of poetic, say poetical. For example, heyday, madam, you are taking a poetical tone, and the comedy of yesterday turns to a tragedy this evening. Instead of sad, touching, say poignant. Kindred words, despondent, plaintive, doleful, heartrending. For example, in this phobog exists poignant distress hidden under attic roofs. There also exist rare and ardent minds. Instead of direct, say pointed. Kindred words, forthright, forthcoming. For example, the elderly man pointed to another corner of the room, whither Chichikov and Manilov next directed their steps. Instead of specifically, say pointedly. Kindred words, on closer inspection, namely that, most notably, that is to say, for example, for I thought he wanted something else to eat, and had pointedly alluded to that description of refreshment. Instead of behavior, say poise. Kindred words, decorum, conventions, composure, governance. For example, there was no mistaking the poise of the head, the squareness of the shoulders, the sharpness of the features. Instead of calm behavior, say poised. Kindred words, composed, unflappable, sang-froid, self-possessed. For example, it came to rest poised 20 inches above the front edge of the seat of the chair. Instead of controversial, divisive, say polarizing. Kindred words, contentious, provocative, divisive, volatile. Instead of verbal attack, say polemic. Kindred words, diatribe, tongue-lashing, verbal drive-by. For example, with reference to the military side, the plan of campaign, that work of genius of which Thiers remarks that, his genius never devised anything more profound, more skillful, or more admirable, and enters into a polemic with M. Instead of argumentative, controversial, say polemical. Kindred words, contentious, polarizing, provocative, divisive. For example, he must be acknowledged to be a strictly polemical or controversial writer who makes the best of everything on one side and the worst of everything on the other. Instead of art of controversy, say polemics. For example, the Abbé Gregoire, ex-bishop, ex-conventionary, ex-senator, had passed, in the royalist polemics, to the state of infamous Gregoire. Instead of practicing, say polishing. For example, she goes to Germany tomorrow with one of your nieces for a little polishing up in her education. Instead of politics, say polity. For example, Socrates proceeds, I have now to prove that this scheme is advantageous and also consistent with our entire polity. Instead of bad deeds, say pollutions. For example, fog up the river, where it flows among greeness and meadows. Fog down the river, where it rolls defiled among the tears of shipping and the waterside pollutions of a great and dirty city. Instead of colorful, say polychrome. Kindred words, in technicolor. For example, the attractive character of certain localities in Ireland and abroad, as represented in general geographical maps of polychrome design or in special ordnance survey charts by employment of scale numerals and hachures. Instead of fancy, say pompous. Kindred words, more elaborate, extravagant, stately, pretentious. For example, this familiar what do you want seemed to cut the ground from the feet of the pompous gentleman. Instead of heavy, huge, say ponderous. Kindred words: leaden, beyond measure, immeasurable, monumental. For example, these are life-size statues of old-time emperors, electors, and similar grandees, clad in mail and bearing ponderous swords. Instead of pretentious writer or speaker, say popinjay. For example, the captain of the Pelion was shifted into the Ossa, came aboard in Shanghai, a little popinjay, sir, in a grey check suit, with his hair parted in the middle, or, I am, or, your new captain, Mr., or, Jones. Instead of create, say popularize. Kindred words: fashion, render, give rise to, shape. For example, but vain to popularize profundities, and all truth is profound. Instead of made famous, say popularized. For example, yet all thought usually reached the public after 30 years in some such form. Benson and Chesterton had popularized Huysmans and Newman. Shaw had sugar-coated Nietzsche and Ibsen and Schopenhauer. Instead of pig-like, say porcine. For example, also, the local peasants bore an intelligent look on their faces, the cattle were of the best possible breed, and even the peasants' pigs belonged to the porcine aristocracy. Instead of predict, warn, say portend. Kindred words: foretell, bode, had the forethought to, venture to predict. For example, yet still it's strange what Cloten's being here to us portends, or what his death will bring us. Instead of omen, warning, say portent. Kindred words: premonition, caveat, cautionary tale, omen of grave portent. For example, there might indeed have been for Strether the portent of this in what she next said. Instead of foyer, say portico. Kindred words: vestibule. For example, the huge round pillars were intact, so to some extent was the stone flagging of hall and portico. Instead of picture, say portrait. Kindred words: tableau, depiction. For example, the sketch of Rosamond's portrait pleased him highly. He said, I must make a finished picture of it. Instead of description, pictures, say portraiture. Kindred words: characterization, tableau. For example, let us, before telling what we personally know of him, copy a graphic and highly finished portraiture, from the pen of Dr. Instead of describe, show, say portray. Kindred words: characterize, draw a portrait, tell of, articulate. For example, Samuel Weller had exhibited an expression of the most overwhelming and absorbing astonishment that the imagination can portray. Instead of performance, representation, say portrayal. Kindred words: rendering, rendition. Instead of assume, suggest, say posit. Kindred words: postulate, take as an indication that, proffer, submit. For example, positing what protasis would the contraction for such several schemes become a natural and necessary apodosis. Instead of job, say position. Kindred words: undertaking, pursuit, post. For example, so densely is the world with any shifting of positions, even the best warranted advance galls somebody's kibe. Instead of have, say possess. Kindred words: are endowed with, come equipped with, are in receipt of, carry with them. For example, dost thou think in time she will not quench, and let instructions enter where folly now possesses. Instead of after, job, say post. Kindred words: after having, afterward, after which, in the aftermath. For example, spur post, and get before him to the king, and beg thy pardon ere he do accuse thee. Instead of future generations, say posterity. For example, posterity will find a difficulty in understanding this character, which history explains only by facts and never by reason. Instead of delay, say postpone. For example, Strether felt in it the intention of homage, but, with a curiosity otherwise occupied, postponed taking it up. Instead of assume, assumption, say postulate. Kindred words: posit, take as an indication that, presumption, premise. For example, but to arrive at these laws, resulting from the sum of all those human wills. Man's mind postulates arbitrary and disconnected units. Instead of image, say posture. Kindred words. Persona. For example, the brigadier had put his eye to the keyhole, and had discovered Andrea in a posture of entreaty. Instead of bluffing, say posturing. For example, Tupman's frame underwent in his efforts to appear easy and graceful. Never was such ingenious posturing, as his fancy-dressed friends exhibited. Instead of drinkable, say potable. For example, other, less fine in carrot, is more precious, preserving life in medicine potable, but thou, most fine, most honored, most renowned, hast eat thy bearer up. Instead of effectiveness, say potency. Kindred words. The efficacy of, for example, at last, however, the narcotic began to manifest its potency, and she fell into a deep sleep. Instead of ruler, say potentate. For example, Legree, like some potentates we read of in history, governed his plantation by a sort of resolution of forces. Instead of bull, crap, say PR. For example, file, marquenauil, file sarcord or boro, qui siffle dans le préau, grève, aboy, grève, gruil. Instead of practical aspects, say practicalities. Instead of admirable, say praiseworthy. Kindred words. Laudable, deserving, commendable. For example, the remainder of the garden presented a well-selected assortment of esculent vegetables, in a praiseworthy state of advancement. Instead of talk foolishly, say prattle. For example, he passed hours in watching her dressing and undressing her doll, and in listening to her prattle. Instead of most important, say preeminent. Kindred words. Foremost of these, above all, seminal, more so than anything else. Instead of introduction, say preamble. Kindred words. Prelude, exordium. For example, and after his long preamble, the three words burst against Lucy like waves from the open sea. Instead of dangerous, uncertain, say precarious. Kindred words. Not to be trifled with, looms as a threat, fraught with danger, perilous. For example, it is a precarious kind of property. 2. A succession of total eclipses would probably ruin this tavern. Instead of come before, say precede. For example, involuntarily his eyes wandered towards the window of Noirtier's room, where he had seen him the preceding night. Instead of rank, say precedence. Kindred words. Station, hierarchy, echelon, stature. For example, no, page. It is an epilogue or discourse to make plain some obscure precedence that hath tofore been sane. Instead of early example of, rule, say precedent. Kindred words. Forerunner of, precept, warrant, convention. For example, a murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your precedent lord. Instead of mental concept, order, say precept. Kindred words. Edict, decree, dictate, warrant. For example, marry, sir. Thus, those precepts cannot be served, and again, sir, shall we sow the hayed land with wheat? Instead of over-refinement in word choice, say preciosity. Instead of over-refined and dainty, say precious. For example, our spoils he kicked at, and looked upon things precious as they were the common muck of the world. Instead of cliff, say precipice. Kindred words. Bluff, palisade. For example, we sat with our backs to the precipice, because what little wind there was came from that quarter. Instead of cause, say precipitant. Kindred words. Basis for. Instead of cause, say precipitate. Kindred words. Basis for. Precipitant. For example, hast never come to thee an hour, a sudden gleam divine, precipitating, bursting all these bubbles, fashions, wealth. Instead of rashly, say precipitately. Kindred words. Impetuously. For example, his wife and his mistress, until an hour ago secure and inviolate, were slipping precipitately from his control. Instead of steep, say precipitous. For example, together we made our way down the precipitous slope and approached the body, black and clear against the silvered stones. Instead of yes, say precisely. Kindred words. So it seems. To be sure, no doubt, it would seem so. For example, for he was not wholly a Russian, nor could he himself say precisely who his forefathers had been. Instead of make impossible, prevent, say preclude. Kindred words. Foil, forestall, avert, hinder. For example, the attachment he felt to Anna precluded in his heart every need of intimate relations with others. Instead of sign, stepping stone, say precursor. Kindred words. Harbinger, foreshadowing, in what may be a telling sign of way station. For example, again I saw that grim face look over the cliff, and I knew that it was the precursor of another stone. Instead of preceding, say precursory. Kindred words. Antecedent. For example, with a precursory sound of hurried breath and hurried feet, Mr. Panks rushed into Arthur Clennam's counting house. Instead of occurred before, say predated. Instead of earlier people, say predecessors. For example, I did not know how much to put in, but thought I would be guided by my predecessors. Instead of bad situation, say predicament. Kindred words. Plight. For example, Norris, and everybody else who is in the same predicament, glancing half fearfully, half slyly, beyond Fanny to Edmund. Instead of way of seeing things, say predilection. Kindred words. Perspective, mindset, slant, proclivity. For example, Marilla's astonishment could not have been greater if Matthew had expressed a predilection for standing on his head. Instead of biased, say predisposed. Kindred words. Partisan, tendentious. For example, they must have been predisposed to expect such actions from Nikolai Vsevolodovich, even when he was sane. Instead of attitude, tendency, say predisposition. Kindred words. Manner, disposition, penchant, propensity. For example, Old Mall's prophecy was probably founded on a knowledge of this physical predisposition in the Pinchen race. Instead of strongest, say predominant. For example, Trumbull having all those less frivolous airs and gestures which distinguish the predominant races of the North. Instead of for the most part, mainly, say predominantly. Kindred words. Effectively, in large measure, on the whole, by and large. For example, why, there is a mixture, I said, but one thing, and one thing only, is predominantly seen, the spirit of contention and ambition, and these are due to the prevalence of the passionate or spirited element. Instead of best, say preeminent. Kindred words. Unparalleled, in a class by itself, unrivaled, unsurpassed. For example, he was preeminently cunning, and could bide his time with a patience that was nothing less than primitive. Instead of take, say preempt. Kindred words. Appropriate, procure, commandeer, wrest from. Instead of already exist, say pre-exist. For example, how many previous encounters proved their pre-existing acquaintance? Instead of comes before, say pre-exists. Kindred words. Is prior to. Instead of better, say preferable. Kindred words. Better suited for, a more perfect, to be preferred. For example, indeed, when the time draws on, I shall decidedly recommend their bringing the barouche landau, it will be so very much preferable. Instead of predict, say prefigure. Kindred words. Foretell, bode, portend, had the forethought to. For example, she had really prefigured the possibility of a shock that would send him swinging back to Mrs. Instead of church leader, say prelate. For example, the plump shadowed face and sullen oval jowl recalled a prelate, patron of arts in the Middle Ages. Instead of small talk, say preliminaries. Kindred words. An exchange of pleasantries. For example, the dancing having commenced, the necessary introductions having been made, and all preliminaries arranged, Angelo Bantam rejoined Mr. Instead of early, say preliminary. Kindred words. Formative, nascent, early on. Premature, too early. For example, on arriving here and determining on a certain journey, I should like to make some necessary preliminary arrangements. Instead of introduction, led up, say prelude. Kindred words. Preamble, exordium. For example, little did I think that this would be the prelude to the most crushing misfortune of my life. Instead of too early, say premature. For example, it never did run out, however, but was brought to a premature end, as I proceed to relate. Instead of assumption, say premise. Kindred words. Presumption, postulate. For example, now that the first shock was over, she saw that there was every reason to premise a Mrs. Instead of forewarning, omen, say premonition. Kindred words. Foreboding, presentiment, portent. For example, and this premonition was disagreeable to him though he knew it could not be helped. Instead of obsession, say preoccupation. For example, John Dredd had allowed his pipe to go out, a serious sign of preoccupation, and had again seated himself. Instead of busy, engrossed in, say preoccupied. Kindred words. Engaged in, absorbed in, not a moment to spare, glued to. For example, he was a man about 50 years of age, who had a preoccupied air, and who was good. Instead of predict, say preordain. Kindred words. Foretell, bode, portend, had the forethought to. Instead of decided already, say preordained. For example, they may return and settle again to execute their preordained faculties, but they are now in a most extravagant vagary. Instead of readiness, say preparedness. For example, the tragedy of preparedness has scarcely been handled, save by the Greeks. Instead of mostly, say preponderantly. Kindred words. To a great extent, primarily, largely, principally. Instead of prior condition, requirement, say prerequisite. Kindred words. Requisite, exigency. Instead of right, say prerogative. Kindred words. License. For example, upon which impeachment of what to her was her most essential sex prerogative, she made their lives unendurable. Instead of warn, say presage. Kindred words. Caution, foretell, foreshadow, forewarn. For example, if I may trust the flattering eye of sleep, my dreams presage some joyful news at hand. Instead of rules, say prescriptions. Kindred words. Tenets, constraints, accepted conventions, safeguards. For example, take note too that an incurable invalid will not be cured whatever prescriptions are written for him on paper. Instead of manner, say presence. Kindred words. Air of, bearing, demeanor. For example, thou shalt be waking while I shed thy blood, if from this presence thou darst go with me. Instead of show, say present. Kindred words. Depict, portray, demonstrate, tell us. For example, I pray you, see him presently discharged, for he is bound to see, and stays but for it. Instead of forewarning, say presentiment. Kindred words. Premonition, foreboding. For example, never, till then, had I placed any confidence in presentiments, but now I cannot help believing them. Valentine. Instead of has, say presence. Kindred words. Displays, is endowed with, enjoys, suffers from. For example, therefore fasten your ear on my advisings, to the love I have in doing good, a remedy presents itself. Instead of kept, say preserved. Kindred words. Retained. For example, the old man, who had preserved all his usual coolness, made a sign to him to do so. Instead of run, say preside. Kindred words. conduct, operate, oversee, for example, and such a presiding genius will be always required in our state if the government is to last. Instead of pressure, urge, say press. Kindred words, bring to bear, enjoin. For example, when they were got a little farther, and ventured to press again for what he had to communicate. Instead of important, urgent, say pressing. Kindred words, of the highest distinction, figure prominently in, worthy of note, deserving special mention. For example, not so much in point of amount as owing to the peculiar and pressing nature of liabilities Mr. Instead of apparently, evidently, say presumably. Kindred words, ostensibly, by all accounts, by all appearances, purportedly. For example, Brooks Estate, presumably worth about $3,000 a year, a rental which seemed wealth to provincial families. Still discussing Mr. Instead of believe, conclude, say presume. Kindred words, accept, subscribe to, embrace the theory of, partial to the view that, for example, presume not on thy heart when mine is slain, thou gav'st treat me thine not to give back again. Instead of assumption, say presumption. Kindred words, premise, postulate. For example, one king, holding the curse in light estimation, made the attempt, but was stricken sorely for his presumption. Instead of voluntarily, say presumptuously. Kindred words, of one's own accord. For example, and woe to Boythorn or other daring wight who shall presumptuously contest an inch with him. Instead of artificial behavior, say pretense. Kindred words, affectation, in a highly mannered fashion. For example, I became in an instant as much of a pretense as the rest of the bewitched pilgrims. Instead of fancy, showy, say pretentious. Kindred words, more elaborate, extravagant, stately, pompous. For example, Bladesover illuminates England. It has become all that is spacious, dignified, pretentious, and truly conservative in English life. Instead of unusual, say preternatural. Kindred words, an aberration, an anomaly, out of keeping with, peculiar. For example, nevertheless, the old sea traditions, the immemorial credulities, popularly invested this old Manxman with preternatural powers of discernment. Instead of deception, say pretext. Kindred words, subterfuge, sleight of hand, artifice, ruse. For example, she might have invented a pretext for staying away. She might even invent a pretext now for going. Instead of exist, win, say prevail. Kindred words, occur, are widespread, are prevalent, are most in evidence. For example, if wishes would prevail with me, my purpose should not fail with me, but thither would I hie. Instead of all over, ever present, say prevailing. Kindred words, widespread, pervasive, systemic, enduring. For example, on the right a single deep report of a cannon resounded and died away in the prevailing silence. Instead of exists, say prevails. Kindred words, is in evidence in a number of, takes the form of, stands as a for example, and this constitution seems perfectly to harmonize with the system of government which prevails in the moral world. Instead of everywhere, occurring, say prevalent. Kindred words, common to, pervasive, near and far, ubiquitous. For example, oxen tread the wheat from the ear, after the fashion prevalent in the time of Methuselah. Instead of dodge the question, say prevaricate. For example, it was nevertheless no light matter that the very effect of his confusion should be to make him again prevaricate. Instead of defense, say preventative. Kindred words, deterrent. For example, the preventative did not work well in the cases of our tallest pilgrims, however. Instead of dominancy, supremacy, say primacy. For example, in dim ways he recognized in man the animal that had fought itself to primacy over the other animals of the wild. Instead of mainly, mostly, say primarily. Kindred words, largely, predominantly, in large measure, in the main. For example, The average size of Negro families has undoubtedly decreased since the war, primarily from economic stress. Instead of ancient, say primeval. Kindred words: archaic, palea, primordial, antediluvian, for example, but it may safely be said that primeval man did not go to the trouble of inventing torches. Instead of ancient, say primordial. Kindred words: archaic, palea, primeval, antediluvian, for example, he had been suddenly jerked from the heart of civilization and flung into the heart of things primordial. Instead of yellow, say primrose. Kindred words: saffron, flaxen, for example, the stateliness of ancient days lingered between the four high, smooth walls, tinted a delicate primrose color, and Mrs. Instead of main, say principal. Kindred words: dominant, leading, foremost, for example, he was fond of the country and of books, and from these tastes had arisen his principal enjoyments. Instead of territory, say principality. Kindred words: sphere of influence, domain, realm, province. For example, there are lordships and principalities which are bought and sold, and some other intermediate forms of government. Instead of mainly, mostly, say principally. Kindred words: primarily, largely, predominantly, in large measure, for example, but he now reclined on his settle, taking very little notice of me, and talking principally about turnips. Instead of honest, say principled. Kindred words: forthright, candid for example, they say he's so religious, so high principled, so upright, so clever, but they don't see what I've seen. Instead of untouched, say pristine, for example, but although the bodily powers of the great man were thus impaired, his mental energies retained their pristine vigor. Instead of hardships, say privations. Kindred words: travails, wants, for example, I would not now have exchanged Lowood with all its privations for Gateshead and its daily luxuries. Instead of value, say prize. Kindred words: he reserves his highest esteem for, hold dear, treasure, for example, that she beloved knows naught that knows not this, men prize the thing ungained more than it is. Instead of valued, say prized. Kindred words: highly sought after, widely accepted, a darling of, an object of much attention, for example, but you well know things of like value, differing in the owners, are prized by their masters. Instead of examine, say probe. Kindred words: plumb, take inventory of, scrutinize, for example, Celesta sits like a statue, gazing at the cruel finger that is probing the lifeblood of his heart. Instead of honesty, truthfulness, say probity. Kindred words: veracity, candor, rectitude, for example, the man of probity sacrifices himself, and out of his very love for this crowd, he combats it. Instead of activities, say proceedings. Kindred words: affairs, goings on, endeavors, pursuits. For example, in the divorce his contrary proceedings are all unfolded, wherein he appears as I would wish mine enemy. Instead of line, say procession. Kindred words: queue, for example, enter priests, and see, in procession, the corpse of Ophelia, Laertes and mourners following, king, queen, their trains, and see. Instead of state, say proclaim. Kindred words: assert, affirm, intone, enunciate. For example, what I have done that might your nature, honor, and exception roughly awake, I here proclaim was madness. Instead of reads, say proclaims. For example, why, the house you dwell in proclaims you to be a creature of sale. Instead of habit, preference, say proclivity. Kindred words: convention, bent, idiosyncrasy, second nature. For example, these shameful proclivities must be trod down. We are already a mark and an eyesore in the neighborhood. Instead of get, take, say procure. Kindred words: glean, acquire, elicit, derive. For example, any day he could knock you up a britchka such as you could not procure even in Moscow. Instead of wastefully extravagant, say prodigal. Kindred words. Profligate. For example, the earth this year had been prodigally bountiful, and now was the supreme moment of her bounty. Instead of huge, productive, say prodigious. Kindred words. Beyond measure, immeasurable, monumental, commanding. For example, man's furthest, profoundest, star-highest issues, his prodigious powers do not all these foam through one another in your vessel. Instead of achieve, write, say produce. Kindred words. Realize, make strides toward, carry off, commit something to paper. For example, Wilson had his eye on Tom when he hazarded this guess, to see what effect it would produce. Instead of made, say produced. Kindred words. Rendered, crafted. For example, this produced a vast sensation. Naturally, Roxana was astonished at this admirable guess, but not disturbed by it. Instead of non-religious, say profane. Kindred words. Non-sectarian. For example, oh, let no noble eye profane a tear for me, if I be gored with Mowbray's spear. Instead of declare, say profess. Kindred words. Avow, aver, maintain. For example, he tried to draw me into a discussion about alcohol, professing to have saved my life with it. Instead of so-called, say professed. For example, besides, upon the very siege of justice Lord Angelo hath to the public ear professed the contrary. Instead of offer, put forth, say proffer. Kindred words. Hold out to, extend, make available to, assert. For example, and again, for anything I knew, the proffered information might have some important bearing on the flight itself. Instead of benefits, say profits. Kindred words. Dividends, gifts. For example, only imagine me a captain at 20, with 100 louis pay, and a share in the profits. Instead of extremely wasteful, immoral, say profligate. Kindred words. Depraved, prodigal. For example, all this was a complete surprise to the old profligate, who had dropped all family ties. Instead of wasteful people, say profligates. For example, it is true, alas, it is true, that there are many sluggards, gluttons, profligates and insolent beggars among monks. Instead of definitely, very, say profoundly. Kindred words. You may be sure that, without doubt, categorically, undoubtedly. For example, Tulkinghorn, profoundly attentive, throws this off with a shrug of self-depreciation and contracts his eyebrows a little more. Instead of a lot of, many, say profuse. Kindred words. A wealth of, a host of, extensive, a goodly number of. For example, my lady signifies, without profuse expenditure of words, that she is as wearily well as she can hope to be. Instead of abundantly, say profusely. For example, we left for Turin at 10 the next morning by a railway which was profusely decorated with tunnels. Instead of descendants, say progeny. Kindred words. Lineage. For example, wert thou the Hector that was the whip of your bragged progeny, thou shouldst not scape me here. Instead of predict, say prognosticate. Kindred words. Foretell, bode, portend, had the forethought to. For example, on the third day my mother sickened, her fever was accompanied by the most alarming symptoms, and the looks of her medical attendants prognosticated the worst event. Instead of advancement, progress, say progression. Kindred words. Furtherance, make headway, make inroads. For example, the disappearance of wars, of street wars as well as of wars on the frontiers, such is the inevitable progression. Instead of too high in price, say prohibitive. For example, he told her frankly all his difficulty, that for several applicants the conditions had been prohibitive. Instead of show, say project. Kindred words. Depict, portray, demonstrate, tell us. For example, therefore this project should have a back or second, that might hold if this did blast in proof. Instead of grow, multiply, say proliferate. Kindred words: ferment, evolve, flourish, thrive. Instead of spread, say proliferated. Kindred words: widened, was exported to, diffused. Instead of productive, say prolific. Kindred words: prodigious, gainful. For example, sprouts take and accumulate, stand by the curb prolific and vital, landscapes projected masculine, full-sized and golden. Instead of long-winded, wordy, say prolix. Kindred words: garrulous, windy, loquacious, turgid. For example, had I not been thus prolix, you might either have misunderstood me altogether, or, with the rabble, have fancied me mad. Instead of extend, say prolong. Kindred words: protract. For example, he was absolutely convinced that nothing could be done to prolong his brother's life or to relieve his suffering. Instead of lasting a long time, lengthened, say prolonged. Kindred words: protracted, ongoing, long-standing, lengthy. For example, the standard of health may be raised and the lives of men prolonged by sanitary and medical knowledge. Instead of important, say prominent. Kindred words: pressing, of the highest distinction, figure prominently in, worthy of note. For example, Ryabanin was a tall, thinnish, middle-aged man, with mustache and a projecting clean-shaven chin, and prominent muddy-looking eyes. Instead of likelihood, say promise. For example, excellent, I faith, of the chameleon's dish, I eat the air, promise grand, you cannot feed cape and sow. Instead of cliff overlooking the sea, say promontory. Kindred words: headland. For example, we were now within the embrace of a broad bay flanked on either hand by a low promontory. Instead of cause, say prompt. Kindred words: basis for, precipitant. For example, by love, that first did prompt me to inquire, he lent me counsel, and I lent him eyes. Instead of scatter, say promulgate. Kindred words: intersperse, disseminate. For example, it put a stop to torture, promulgated the truth, expelled miasma, rendered the century healthy, crowned the populace. Instead of horizontal, say prone. Kindred words: supine, recumbent. For example, but youth is not prone to contemplate the darkest side of a picture, it can shift at will. Instead of noticeable, say pronounced. Kindred words: conspicuous, marked, salient. For example, I am not sure that in defense of your own life your action will not be pronounced legitimate. Instead of claim, say pronouncement. Kindred words: contention, assertion. For example, the surer its pronouncements on this point, the surer may we be that morality is not speaking. Instead of promote, say propagate. Kindred words: cultivate, foster, advocate, champion. For example, not only to propagate yourselves onwards but upwards, thereto, O my brethren, may the garden of marriage help you. Instead of push, say propel. For example, with this assistance Amory managed to get his legs in motion enough to propel him across 42nd Street. Instead of tendency, say propensity. Kindred words: penchant, predisposition, proclivity, bent. For example, the attention to dress, therefore, which has been thought a sexual propensity, I think natural to mankind. Instead of regain the favor of, say propitiate. For example, I have told you of her attempts to propitiate M. de Villefort, her devotion to the elder Dantes. Instead of favorable, good chance of success, say propitious. Kindred words: auspicious. For example, if so, be propitious to me till I can make you due sacrifice and offerings of wrought gold. Instead of advocate, supporter, say proponent. Kindred words: espouse, proselytize, countenance, adherent of. Instead of put forth, say propound. Kindred words: assert, present the case, suggest, adduce. For example, hold the world propounded the question to Christian and his fellow, and bid them to answer it if they could. Instead of rules, say proprieties, kindred words, tenets, constraints, accepted conventions, safeguards. For example, proprieties of place, and especially of time, are the bugbears which terrify mankind from the contemplation of the magnificent. Instead of owner, say proprietor, kindred words, keeper of, for example, but before leaving he wanted to see the proprietor of the establishment and made him a few compliments. Instead of conventional behavior, decency, say propriety, kindred words, within the pale of decency. For example, I was strongly tempted, but I could not go there with propriety, because one goes in a boat. Instead of commonplace, dull, say prosaic, kindred words, in an all-too-typical fashion, pedestrian, trite, insipid. For example, little by little Stepan Trofimovich began to call her a prosaic woman, or more jestingly, my prosaic friend. Instead of make illegal, prohibit, say proscribe, kindred words, disallow, forbid. For example, the waste of wonder might be proscribed, but Strether, characteristically, was even by this time in the immensity of space. Instead of limitations, say proscriptions, kindred words, constraints, strictures, bounds. For example, mine speak of 70 senators that died by their proscriptions, Cicero being one. Instead of language, writings, say prose, kindred words, in the parlance of dialect, in the vernacular, jargon. For example, the result of all this study was a beautiful and short Homeric epic in prose, called Taras Bulba. Instead of advocate, say proselytize, kindred words, espouse, countenance. Instead of search, say prospect, kindred words, forage, scour, scent out the truth, troll for example, I could not bear to return to the sordid village, where, besides, no prospect of aid was visible. Instead of opportunities, say prospects. For example, his colleagues looked at him, and doubtless pitied his prospects, blighted under the perfumed breath of a woman. Instead of grow, say prosper, kindred words, ferment, evolve, flourish, thrive. For example, prosper well in this, and thou shalt live as freely as thy Lord, to call his fortunes thine. Instead of lying face down, say prostrate. For example, with thy laughter wilt thou frighten and prostrate them, fainting and recovering will demonstrate thy power over them. Instead of dull language, say prosy. For example, her goodness was above the prosy morals of the husband seeker, apart from the dull literature of female virtue. Instead of main character, say protagonist. For example, some undefined sorrow was hidden in the hearts of the protagonists as they stood in silence beneath the leafless trees, and when the moment of farewell had come, the kiss, which had been withheld by one, was given by both. Instead of changeable, versatile, say protean. Instead of protector, say protectant. Instead of policy, say protocol, kindred words, course. For example, Nikolai Parfenovich was standing over him, suggesting that he should hear the protocol read aloud and sign it. Instead of procedures, say protocols. Instead of extend, say protract, kindred words, prolong. For example, doubtless he shrives this woman to her smock, else ne'er could he so long protract his speech. Instead of lasting a long time, lengthened, say protracted, kindred words, prolonged, ongoing, long-standing, lengthy. For example, we met at a late hour of the night, for our debaucheries were to be faithfully protracted until morning. Instead of stick out, say protrude. For example, from the pocket of his light summer overcoat protruded the bundle of endorsed papers which proclaimed his profession. Instead of birthplace, origin, say provenance, kindred words, spawning ground of, genesis of. Instead of saying, say proverb. Kindred words, maxim, adage, aphorism, saw. For example, what have Cascajo, and the brooches and the proverbs and the airs, to do with what I say? Instead of stereotypical, say proverbial. For example, indeed, these cloudy nights are proverbial with the seamen along the whole west coast of a great continent. Instead of give, say provide. Kindred words, render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, I'll provide you a chain, and I'll do what I can to get you a pair of horns. Instead of so long as, say provided. For example, on that day week, amply provided with all necessaries, I left it, inside the stagecoach, for Reading. Instead of care, fate, say providence. Kindred words, God's keeping, divine intervention. For example, this chance did, then, for him at once more than he would have dared to ask of Providence. Instead of perfect timing, say providential. Kindred words, the stars are finally aligned in his favor, opportune. For example, this would be such a benefit that we could only look upon it as a providential blessing. Instead of territory, say province. Kindred words, sphere of influence, domain, realm, principality. For example, to persons of limited spheres, miles are as geographical degrees, parishes as counties, counties as provinces and kingdoms. Instead of local, narrow-minded, say provincial. Kindred words, insular, indigenous, native-born, ambient. For example, Brooks Estate, presumably worth about $3,000 a year, a rental which seemed wealth to provincial families. Still discussing Mr. Instead of prejudice, say provincialism. Kindred words, xenophobia against foreigners, intolerance. For example, excepting a few provincialisms of slight consequence, you have no marks of the manners which I am habituated to consider as peculiar to your class. Instead of temporary, say provisional. Kindred words, ephemeral, fleeting, transitory, for a time. For example, the house loomed obscure and uninhabited, only an oblong gleam above the door spoke of provisional occupancy. Instead of groceries, supplies, say provisions. For example, Toussaint brought their provisions, and Jean Valjean went himself for water to a fountain nearby on the boulevard. Instead of troublemaker, undercover agent, say provocateur. For example, the proper business of an agent provocateur is to provoke. Instead of controversial, radical, say provocative. Kindred words, contentious, polarizing, divisive, volatile. For example, the next day Danglars was again hungry. Certainly the air of that dungeon was very provocative of appetite. Instead of cause, motivate, say provoke. Kindred words, basis for, precipitant, whet the appetite for, rally behind. For example, provoked by a complete refusal, she bit her lip and said, "Then shall I send Valentine to you?" Instead of abilities, say prowess. Kindred words, facility in, instincts. For example, for all my prowess I cannot break through the wall and open a way to the ship single-handed. Instead of closest, say proximate. Kindred words, nearmost, immediate. For example, it was of course impossible to accept a loan from Rossdale, but proximate possibilities hovered temptingly before her. Instead of closeness, say proximity. For example, the danger, if any, I expounded, was from our proximity to a great human passion let loose. Instead of representative, say proxy. Kindred words, voice for, envoy, emissary, spokesperson. For example, no aunt, no officers, no news could be sought after, the very shoe roses for Netherfield were got by proxy. Instead of cautious, wise, say prudent. Kindred words, assiduous, mindful, prudential, studied. For example, the overprudent, cats as they are, and because they are cats, sometimes incur more danger than the audacious. Instead of cautious, say prudential. Kindred words, prudent, assiduous, mindful, studied. For example, his dreams of the past night, mingled with Cassie's prudential suggestions, considerably affected his mind. Instead of uptight, say prudish. Kindred words. Puritanical. For example, at another time he might have been shocked, for he had depths of prudishness within him. Instead of sexually excessive, say prurient. Kindred words. Lascivious, lecherous, licentious. Instead of fake, imitation, say pseudo. Kindred words. To feign, ersatz, so-called, faux. For example, his pseudo-orders during the battle were also no worse than formerly, but much the same as usual. Instead of soul, say psyche. Kindred words. Being. For example, Amory was trying desperately to see Psyche, but the lightning refused to flash again, and he waited impatiently. Instead of insanity, mental disorder, say psychosis. Kindred words. Dementia, neurosis. Instead of in your mind, say psychosomatic. Instead of B-movies, say psychotronica. Kindred words. Psychotronic films. Instead of mischievous, say puckish. Kindred words. Impish, cheeky. Instead of childish, say puerile. Kindred words. Infantile, pettish, petulant. For example, puerile they may be, but these sublime puerilities were peculiar to Saint Francis de Assisi and of Marcus Aurelius. Instead of flattery, say puffery. Kindred words. Flummery. Instead of very exact, say punctilious. Kindred words. Scrupulous, exacting. For example, unluckily, Yulia Mihailovna was unable, for all her insight, to understand this honorable punctiliousness in an honorable character. Instead of get rid of, throw up, say purge. Kindred words. Divorce oneself of, divest, dispense with, dispose of. For example, and I will purge thy mortal grossness so that thou shalt like an airy spirit go, peace a blossom. Instead of traditionalist, say purist. Kindred words. Classicist, textualist. For example, he was learned, a purist, exact, a graduate of the Polytechnic, a close student, and at the same time, thoughtful even to chimerous, so his friend said. Instead of harsh and simple, strict moral behavior, say puritanical. Kindred words. Austere, Spartan, ascetic, utilitarian. For example, she is a heavy, solid person, very limited, intensely respectable, and inclined to be puritanical. Instead of rippling water sound, say purling. For example, Irish by name and Irish by nature, says Mr. Stephen, and he sent the ale purling about, an Irish bull in an English china shop. Instead of steal, say purloin. Kindred words. Make off with, pilfer, siphon, misappropriate. For example, the individual who purloined it is known, this beyond a doubt, he was seen to take it. Instead of imply, say purport. Kindred words. Intimate. Color the conversation with, for example, but I am anticipating now the purport of our conversation on the ride home instead of first marrying Caddy. Instead of apparently, evidently, say purportedly. Kindred words. Ostensibly, by all accounts, by all appearances, presumably. Instead of pucker, say purse. For example, for confirmation that I am much more than my outwall, open this purse, and take what it contains. Instead of follow, go after, say pursue. Kindred words. Trace. For example, pursue him to his house, and pluck him thence, lest his infection, being of catching nature, spread further. Instead of going after, say pursuing. Kindred words. Chasing. Giving chase to. For example, now, a not over-acute man, in pursuing such an object, would be nearly certain to overdo the matter. Instead of action, job, say pursuit. Kindred words. Agency, instrumentality, undertaking, post. For example, I do not know what we should have done without the returning carriages to draw off the pursuit. Instead of activities, say pursuits. Kindred words, affairs, proceedings, goings on, endeavors. For example, daylight, to the morbid sensibility of his mind, seemed to have an intrusiveness that interfered with his pursuits. Instead of range, say purview. Kindred words, gamut, extent, spectrum. For example, Hellas fled precipitately upstairs, and the rest of the chase is beyond his purview. Instead of apparent, reputed to be, say putative. Kindred words, much in evidence, semblant, reputed. Instead of bad smelling, say putrid. Kindred words, noisome odor, fetid. For example, why is it that a bucket of water soon becomes putrid, but frozen remains sweet forever? Instead of limit, say qualifier. Kindred words, curtail, frame it as narrowly as possible, confine ourselves to the study of, constrain. For example, that which ordinary men are fit for, I am qualified in, and the best of me is diligence. Instead of uneasy feeling, say qualm. Kindred words, pang, misgiving. For example, if you are sick at sea or stomach qualmed at land, a dram of this will drive away distemper. Instead of problem, say quandary. Kindred words, difficulty, complexity, sticking point. For example, it was his mate who relieved him from the quandary in which he found himself. Instead of argument, say quarrel. Kindred words, impasse, great divide, source of antagonism between. For example, I love the sport well, but I shall as soon quarrel at it as any man in England. Instead of prey, say quarry. For example, to relate the manner were, on the quarry of these murdered deer, to add the death of you. Instead of places, say quarters. For example, so we left the valley and took quarters at the Schloss Hotel, on the hill, above the castle. Instead of put down, say quash. Kindred words, quell. For example, let em quash every pocket borough tomorrow, and bring in every mushroom town in the kingdom, they'll only increase the expense of getting into parliament. Instead of kind of, sort of, say quasi. Kindred words, pseudo, of sorts, something of sorts. For example, such quasi-muscles abounded in the crab-like handling machine which, on my first peeping out of the slit, I watched unpacking the cylinder. Instead of conquer, put down, say quell. Kindred words, subdue, level, quash. For example, stimulants, the only mode of treatment hitherto attempted, cannot quell the disease, they do but heighten the delirium. Instead of satisfy, say quench. Kindred words, accommodate, suffice, sate, satiate. For example, that which hath made them drunk hath made me bold, what hath quenched them hath given me fire, hark, peace. Instead of bad-tempered, grouchy, say querulous. Kindred words, ill-humored, ill-tempered, irascible, morose. For example, Touchard let his phrase die away in a helpless but not quite querulous sigh and remained silent again. Instead of line, say queue. Kindred words, procession. For example, he had simply rejoined his company in garrison at Queue-en-Brie, in the Ile-de-France, a few stages from Paris. Instead of lined up, say queued. Instead of unpredictable, say quicksilver. Kindred words, vagrant, wayward. For example, I took out the plug and shook out the little dab of quicksilver, and set my teeth in. Instead of stop, say quiet. Kindred words, put a stop to, draw to a close, contain, put an end to. For example, confirm the crown to me, and to mine heirs, and thou shalt reign in quiet while thou live street. Instead of mysticism, say quietism. Instead of silence, say quietude. Kindred words, lucid stillness. For example, Bulstrode, in giving orders to the housekeeper for the accommodation of the guest, had a resolute air of quietude. Instead of perfect, say quintessential. Kindred words: idyllic, ideal, infallible, made to order. For example, in quintessential triviality for years in this flesh case a Shesal dwelt. Instead of leave, say quit. Kindred words: tear myself away, exit stage left, depart from, go forth from here. For example, sir, thou art so leaky that we must leave thee to thy sinking, for thy dearest quit thee. Instead of stopped, say quitted. For example, the vessel did touch at Elba, where he quitted it, and passed a whole day in the island. Instead of former, say quondam. Kindred words: erstwhile. For example, mock not that I affect the untraded oath, your quondam wife swears still by Venus' glove. Instead of everyday, say quotidian. Kindred words: workaday, prosaic. For example, poor heart, he is so shacked of a burning quotidian tertian, that it is most lamentable to behold. Instead of radical, say rabid. Kindred words: incendiary, provocative. For example, she was a more rabid and devoted Methodist than ever, and her piety was no sham, but was strong and sincere. Instead of display, say radiate. Kindred words: bear, exhibit, showcase, exude. For example, then one eye, creeping and crawling, every sense on the alert, every hair radiating infinite suspicion, joined her. Instead of bring about, say raise. Kindred words: engender, conjure up, summon, invite. For example, raise me this beggar, and denied that lord, the senator shall bear contempt hereditary, the beggar native honor. Instead of handsome, say rakish. For example, under this rakishly tilted hat was a pale, frightened little face with lips parted and eyes staring in terror. Instead of spreading, say rampant. Kindred words: in circulation. For example, the spring, long retarded by previous cold, had now begun in all its comeliness, and life was rampant. Instead of defensive barrier, say rampart. Kindred words: bulwark. For example, the entire garrison marched and counter-marched within the rampart, in full view, yet notwithstanding even this, we never flinched. Instead of bitterness, say rancor. For example, on the 18th of June, 1815, that rancor had the last word, and beneath Lodi, Montebello, Montagnat, Mantua, Arcola, it wrote, Waterloo. Instead of annoy, say rankle. Kindred words: exasperate, tire, displease. For example, look, when he fawns, he bites, and when he bites, his venom tooth will rankle to the death. Instead of upset, say rankled. Kindred words: troubled, unnerved, dismayed, distressed. For example, for even that first meeting has rankled in her heart as an insult. That's what her heart is like. Instead of greedy, say rapacious. Kindred words: covetous, acquisitive, avaricious, esurient. For example, among the ladies who were most distinguished for this rapacious benevolence, if I may use the expression, was a Mrs. Instead of reconciliation, say rapprochement. Kindred words: an olive branch, a gesture. Instead of completely absorbed, fascinated, say rapt. Kindred words: enraptured. For example, he passed into a rapt dream, from which escaped such fragments as 50% advance, sir, security, tomorrow. Instead of euphoria, say rapture. Kindred words: elation. For example, already did I stand prepared for the best dance, then didst thou slay my rapture with thy tones. Instead of rare, say rarefied. Kindred words: of a rare sort. For example, the rarefied air of the Academy and the arena produce the 6-shilling novel, The Musical Song. Instead of deep, esoteric, say rarefied. Kindred words: abstruse. For example, when we flatter ourselves that we have formed its conception, we have merely deceived our understanding by the consideration of infinitely rarefied matter. Instead of rare thing, say rarity. Kindred words: rara avish, endangered species. For example, instead of treasuring her image as a rarity, he would at most have played with it as a toy. Instead of somewhat, sort of, say rather. Kindred words, to some degree, in a measure, in some sense, of sorts. For example, no, good mother, I had rather be their servant in my way than sway with them in theirs. Instead of justification, reason, say rationale. Kindred words, grounds, under the banner of, done in the name of, on what basis. For example, I have said enough to convince you that ciphers of this nature are readily soluble, and to give you some insight into the rationale of their development. Instead of loud, say raucous. Kindred words, clamorous, vociferous, resounding. For example, his deep raucous voice had thrilled them as it uttered the word of belief and submission. Instead of hungry, say ravening. Kindred words, an appetite for, peckish, somewhat hungry, voracious. For example, the cloyed will, that satiate yet unsatisfied desire, that tub both filled and running ravening first the lamb, longs after for the garbage. Instead of tear down, say raise. For example, Stanley did dream the boar did raise his helm, and I did scorn it and disdain to fly. Instead of conservative extremist, radical rightist, say reactionary. Kindred words, troglodyte, intransigent, fascist. For example, the Negro cannot stand the present reactionary tendencies and unreasoning drawing of the color line indefinitely without discouragement and retrogression. Instead of study, say read. For example, O learn to read what silent love hath writ, to hear with eyes belongs to love's fine wit. Instead of easily, say readily. Kindred words, with little opposition, with ease, without difficulty, with facile movements. For example, Miss Darcy, though with a diffidence which marked her little in the habit of giving invitations, readily obeyed. Instead of reiterated, say reaffirmed. For example, the oddity, the originality, the poetry, he didn't know what to call it of Chad's connection reaffirmed for him its romantic side. Instead of teaching props, say realia. Instead of facts, say realities. Kindred words, considerations, circumstances, gleanings, credible information. For example, with this difference, that being realities and not phantoms, there is the greater danger of their breaking in. Instead of achieve, say realize. Kindred words, make strides toward, carry off, produce. For example, he had been lucky in his profession, but spending freely, what had come freely, had realized nothing. Instead of area, region, say realm. Kindred words, sphere, dominion, domain, sphere of influence. For example, a long, wild, and continuous shriek, or yell of agony, resounded through the realms of the subterranean night. Instead of practical politics, say realpolitik. Instead of take another look at, say reappraise. Kindred words, revisit. Instead of figure, say reason. Kindred words, surmise, infer, ascertain, assess. For example, even now we housed him in the abbey here, and now he's there. Past thought of human reason. Instead of disrespect, reject, say rebuff. Kindred words, belittle, spurn, discount, marginalize. For example, there is an impertinence in ornaments that rebuffs affection, because love always clings round the idea of home. Instead of criticize, reprimand, say rebuke. Kindred words, fault, chastise, be highly critical of, deliver a harsh critique of. For example, was there not the geography of Asia Minor, in which her slackness had often been rebuked by Mr. Instead of look like, make us think of, say recall. Kindred words, resemble, bear a resemblance to, have every appearance of, call to mind. For example, I don't know where my thoughts had wandered when they were recalled by a tap at the door. Instead of take back, say recant. Kindred words, withdraw, retract, countermand. For example, he shall do this, or else I do recant the pardon that I late pronounced here. Instead of go down, say recede. Kindred words, descend. For example, the figures poured out past the corner, and receded with their backs to the group in the lane. Instead of get, greet, say receive. Kindred words, glean, acquire, elicit, derive. For example, think, when we talk of horses, that you see them printing their proud hoofs receiving earth. Instead of new, say recent. Kindred words, novel, fledgling, newly minted, newfangled. For example, this panel was old and grey and feeble, and the light masonry had been loosened by recent rains. Instead of reply, say reciprocate. Kindred words, respond in like manner, retort. For example, he quite understood and reciprocated my good intentions, as I had reason to know thereafter. Instead of conclude, say reckon. Kindred words, come to fruition, culminate in. For example, son, on my life, I have seen her wear it, and she reckoned it at her life's rate. Instead of admit that, say recognize. Kindred words, will allow that, will grant you, come to terms with, by your own account. For example, she was recognizing how light was the touch of events the most oppressive upon Mrs. Durbeyfield's elastic spirit. Instead of boomerang, say recoil. For example, the man he addressed recoiled with terror, and only answered the few words of the musketeer by pointing. Instead of remember, say recollect. Kindred words, recall, register in his mind the, draw upon memory, no memory can reach. For example, at this Fernand recollected her threat of dying if Edmund died, and dropped again heavily on his seat. Instead of memory, say recollection. Kindred words, remembrance. For example, the recollection of them, he said, would go with him wherever he went and would be always treasured. Instead of hard to understand, say recondite. Kindred words, abstruse. For example, the time traveler, for so it will be convenient to speak of him, was expounding a recondite matter to us. Instead of redesign, say reconfigure. Instead of reconstruct, remake, say reconstitute. For example, from the cesspool, it reconstitutes the city. From mud, it reconstructs manners. From the potsherd, it infers the amphora or the jug. Instead of tell, say recount. Kindred words, I could judge. For example, when I shall, first asking your pardon thereunto, recount the occasions of my sudden and more strange return. Instead of telling stories, say recounting. Kindred words, yarning about his supposed encounter, regaling. For example, the men were whispering speculations and recounting the old rumors. Instead of counter-accusations, say recriminations. For example, she mingled her story with recriminations against Leroux, to which the notary replied from time to time with some insignificant word. Instead of correct, say rectify. Kindred words, remedy, redress, disabuse. Correct for the fact that, for example, this explanation will serve to rectify mistakes which may already have been made, and to prevent future errors. Instead of truthfulness, say rectitude. Kindred words, veracity, probity. For example, he refused to tamper with the open rectitude of Don Pepe's conduct, both from taste and from policy. Instead of horizontal, say recumbent. Kindred words, prone, supine. For example, he is not expected there, for he has been recumbent this quarter of a century in the churchyard of Street. Instead of repetition, say recurrence. Kindred words, iteration. For example, the recurrence of a vision is a reality. It was palpable. It was the writing restored in the mirror. Instead of repeated, say recurring. Kindred words, recursive, successive. For example, then, recurring to the future actually before her, she made a picture of more complete devotion to Mr. Instead of repeated, say recursive. Kindred words, recurring, successive. Instead of rebel, say recusant. Kindred words: rogue, young Turk, insurrecto. For example, Joshua Ran, who gave out his bass notes with unusual complacency and threw an extra ray of severity into the glances he sent over his spectacles at the recusant wool masquerie. Instead of saving, say redemption. For example, he had mental exercises, called himself naught, laid hold on redemption, and went on in his course of instrumentality. Instead of good for the soul, say redemptive. For example, the book, however, critically viewed, is touchingly full of these disguised and repaired losses, these insidious recoveries, these intensely redemptive consistencies. Instead of cancel, say redline. Kindred words: abrogate the contract, rescind. Instead of fortification, say redoubt. Kindred words: citadel. For example, the redoubt had been cleverly made over into a wall on the inside and a thicket on the outside. Instead of correct, set right, say redress. Kindred words: remedy, disabuse, rectify. Correct for the fact that, for example, be that you seem truly your country's friend, and temperately proceed to what you would thus violently redress. Instead of simplified form, say reductive. Kindred words: schematic. Instead of not needed, say redundant. Kindred words: unwarranted, superfluous. For example, Emmanuel entered with his vehement burst of latch and panel, and his deep, redundant bow, prophetic of collar. Instead of again, brought back, say redux. Kindred words: once again, here again, yet again. Instead of regroup, say re-establish. For example, nevertheless, when our poet beheld quiet re-established to some extent, he devised a stratagem which might have redeemed all. Instead of other symptoms of represent, say reflect. Kindred words: personify, are the personification of, are found, exemplify. For example, she repeated the words mechanically, till she reflected that this was a most inadequate thought for modern days. Instead of agrees with, goes with, say reflects. Kindred words: is in keeping with, comports with, is consistent with the views of, echoes. For example, such an eye was not born when the bird was, but is coeval with the sky it reflects. Instead of change, say reform. Kindred words: departure from, gradation of, metamorphosis, turning point. For example, in short, there is scarcely a crime that I have not committed, but I am now going to reform. Instead of saying, say refrain. Kindred words: maxim, adage, aphorism, saw. For example, who could refrain, that had a heart to love, and in that heart courage to makes love known. Instead of safe place, say refuge. Kindred words: sanctuary, place of refuge, haven, out of harm's way. For example, he had trusty fellows, accomplices, retreats in case of emergencies, in which he would, no doubt, take refuge. Instead of clothing, say regalia. Kindred words: attire, garb, finery, trappings. For example, Tom joined the new order of cadets of temperance, being attracted by the showy character of their regalia. Instead of telling stories, say regaling. Kindred words: yarning about his supposed encounter, recounting. For example, Solomon Pell in court, regaling himself, business being rather slack, with a cold collation of an Abernethy biscuit and a Savoy. Instead of think of, say regard. Kindred words: consider, deem, look upon as, reckon as. For example, for the mutable, rank scented many, let them regard me, as I do not flatter, and therein behold themselves. Instead of diet, program, say regimen. Kindred words: initiative. For example, I say nothing against Mr. Stelling's theory. If we are to have one regimen for all minds, his seems to me as good as any other. Instead of on a regular basis, incorrect usage, say regularly. Kindred words: habitually. For example, She took interest in the housework, went to church regularly, and looked after her servant with more severity. Instead of in charge of, say reign. Kindred words. Preside over, hold court, oversee, command over. For example, blessed pray you be, that, after this strange starting from your orbs, you may reign in them now. Instead of version, say reimagining. Kindred words. Adaptation, rendition. Instead of answer, say rejoinder. Kindred words. Retort. For example, and all the infant paupers might have chorused the rejoinder with great propriety, if they had heard it. Instead of tell, say relate. Kindred words. I could judge. For example, to relate the manner were, on the quarry of these murdered deer, to add the death of you. Instead of family member, say relation. For example, this is a thing which you might from relation likewise reap, being, as it is, much spoke of. Instead of demote, dismiss, say relegate. Kindred words. Consign. Attach no importance to, consign to, discount. For example, she thought not, time and change seemed so completely to have relegated him to his proper distance. Instead of stop, say relent. Kindred words. Put a stop to, draw to a close, contain, put an end to. For example, Davis, feeling that any man possessing a human heart would relent when that delicious perfume met his nose. Instead of persistent, unstopping, say relentless. Kindred words. Unrelenting, assiduous, unremitting, inexorable. For example, are you not afraid of the fierce Achaeans who are hard by you, so cruel and relentless? Instead of to the letter, say religiously. For example, a nun of winter's sisterhood kisses not more religiously, the very ice of chastity is in them. Instead of abandon, give up, say relinquish. Kindred words. Abandon the sanctuary of, consign, forsake, forswear. For example, Bucket, who cannot make up his mind to relinquish his friendly hold, replies, wait half a minute, George. Instead of enjoy, love, say relish. Kindred words. Indulge in, gobble up, enjoy the fruits of, enjoy the blessings of. For example, now, Ulysses, I begin to relish thy advice, and I will give a taste thereof forthwith to Agamemnon. Instead of unsure, say reluctant. Kindred words. Hesitant, curious. For example, then he pressed the hand the Baroness reluctantly gave him, and led her respectfully back to the door. Instead of are still, be, say remain. Kindred words. Hold true, linger. For example, then no more remains but that, to your sufficiency, as your worth is able, and let them work. Instead of great, say remarkable. Kindred words. Monumental, glorious. For example, Jellyby's biography is a lady of very remarkable strength of character who devotes herself entirely to the public. Instead of commented, said, say remarked. Kindred words. Spoke of, made mention of, expressed, indicated. For example, an hour after, her table was cleared, but Milady remarked that this time Felton did not accompany the soldiers. Instead of reversing environmental damage, say remediation. Instead of correct, fix, say remedy. Kindred words. Redress, disabuse, rectify. Correct for the fact that, for example, what I can do no hurt to try, since you set up your rest against remedy. Instead of memory, say remembrance. Kindred words. Recollection. For example, she is drowned already, sir, with salt water, though I seem to drown her remembrance again with more. Instead of story, say reminiscence. Kindred words. Narrative, account, saga, parable. For example, the sight of other people, their remarks, his own reminiscences, everything was for him a source of agony. Instead of negligent, say remiss. Kindred words. Derelict. For example, the prince must think me tardy and remiss, that swore to ride before him to the field. Instead of payment, say remittance. For example, when I asked him if the remittance had come, he pressed my hand and departed. Instead of piece, remainder, say remnant. Kindred words, fragment, residual. For example, she bit her bun extensively, and gesticulated with the remnant to indicate that she had more to say. Instead of pieces, traces, say remnants. Kindred words, elements, components, traces, fragments. For example, the reality, that which I know to be such, hangs like remnants of tattered scenery over the intolerably prominent illusion. Instead of sorry, say remorseful. Kindred words, contrite, penitent, repentant. For example, the minister well knew, subtle, but remorseful hypocrite that he was the light in which his vague confession would be viewed. Instead of slight, unfriendly, say remote. Kindred words, faint, aloof, ill-disposed, offish. For example, but with regard to critical occasions, it often happens that all moments seem comfortably remote until the last. Instead of at all, say remotely. Kindred words, by any means, in the least, in the slightest degree, whatsoever. For example, I looked once more at them and they looked back at me, remotely, possessed by intense life. Instead of revival, say renaissance. Kindred words, resurrection. For example, the architects of our day have too heavy a hand to touch these delicate works of the Renaissance. Instead of tear apart, say rend. Kindred words, rive. For example, yea, something invulnerable, unburyable is with me, something that would rend rocks asunder, it is called my will. Instead of create, depict, say render. Kindred words, fashion, give rise to, shape, draft. For example, I am sure, my dear Albert, whatever may be your career, you will soon render that name illustrious. Instead of made, say rendered. Kindred words, produced, crafted. For example, Danglars acquitted himself like a man placed between two dangerous positions, and who is rendered brave by fear. Instead of performance, representation, say rendering. Kindred words, rendition, portrayal. For example, this poor working man had constituted himself the tutor of justice, and she recompensed him by rendering him great. Instead of performance, presentation, say rendition. Kindred words, rendering, portrayal, version, adaptation. For example, so gradually the tone of the army chiefs changed. Congress forbade the rendition of fugitives, and Butler's contrabands were welcomed as military laborers. Instead of fame, reputation, say renown. Kindred words, celebrity, the stratosphere, standing, repute. For example, in the pride of his strength and the vanity of his renown, an arrogant enemy came against you. Instead of famous, say renowned. Kindred words, famed for its, fabled, eminent, noted. For example, battle AX engagement between the renowned Valerian with one hand tied behind him, and two gigantic savages from Britain. Instead of tear, tore, say rent. For example, the rent of our cottage is only 1 3/4 and it's like pullin' eye teeth to get it. Instead of went, say repaired. Kindred words, made her way to, pushed as far as, went forth, extended far beyond. For example, thither I repaired, glad at least to go downstairs, for that brought me, I imagined, nearer to Mr. Instead of conversation, debate, say repartee. Kindred words, discourse, vigorous discussion, verbal volley, little agreement among. For example, he was not an Italian, still less a Frenchman, in whose blood there runs the very spirit of persiflage and of gracious repartee. Instead of obnoxious, say repellent. Kindred words, invidious. For example, he is not, but here where he was is something unfamiliar and hostile, some dreadful, terrifying, and repellent mystery. Instead of sorry, say repentant. Kindred words, contrite, remorseful, penitent. For example, there is in London, I hope, some establishment like that of the Magdalens, or of the repentant daughters. Instead of effects, say repercussions. Kindred words, implications, reverberations, consequences. Instead of bag of tricks, say repertoire. For example, Booch would produce a favorite piece from her repertoire. Instead of refill, replace, say replenish. Kindred words, displace, supersede, restore, supplant. For example, the more she saw the blood his cheeks replenish, the more she thought he spied in her some blemish. Instead of evidently, say reportedly. Kindred words, presumably, it would seem so, seemingly, is said to be. Instead of place of storage, room, say repository. Kindred words, chamber, sanctum. For example, Emmanuel's feet, or confidingly put it into his hands, that he spurned the trust or repulsed the repository. Instead of scold, say reprehend. Kindred words, chide, berate, chastise, rebuke. For example, and this weak and idle theme, no more yielding but a dream, gentles, do not reprehend. Instead of awful, disgraceful, say reprehensible. Kindred words, reproachful, deplorable, wretched, grievous. For example, an English friend called my attention to this lapse, and cut out the reprehensible paragraph for me. Instead of show, say represent. Kindred words, depict, portray, demonstrate, tell us. For example, should I bring it to a successful conclusion, it will certainly represent the crowning glory of my career. Instead of scold, say reprimand. Kindred words, chide, berate, chastise, rebuke. For example, interrupting one another, they all gave, and transmitted, orders as to how to proceed, reprimanding and reproaching him. Instead of retaliations, revenge, say reprisals. For example, but White Fang's reprisals did not cease, even when the young dogs had learned thoroughly that they must stay together. Instead of reprimand, say reproach. Kindred words, chastise, chide, rebuke, upbraid. For example, she manages the money, reproaches the tax gatherers, appoints the times and places of devotion on Sundays, licenses Mr. Instead of awful, disapproving, say reproachful. Kindred words, reprehensible, deplorable, wretched, grievous. For example, and Giorgio, motionless on the chair by her side, would be provoked by these reproachful and distracted appeals. Instead of scold, say reprove. Kindred words, chide, berate, chastise, rebuke. For example, good heart, what grace hast thou thus to reprove these worms for loving, that art most in love? Instead of deny an accusation, reject, say repudiate. Kindred words, disavow any knowledge of, gainsay, disclaim, flatly reject. For example, can you suppose I should ever think of such a thing as repudiating you, or even reproaching you? Instead of disgusting, say repugnant. Kindred words, abhorrent, reprehensible, vile, odious. For example, and after that he would call me Alice, or some other name almost equally repugnant to my feelings. Instead of reputation, say repute. Kindred words, standing, renown, known far and wide as. For example, more authority, dear boy, name more, and, sweet my child, let them be men of good repute and carriage. Instead of supposed, say reputed. Kindred words, putative. For example, he excels his brother for a coward, yet his brother is reputed one of the best that is. Instead of lack, need, say require. Kindred words, are short of, want, in need of, in want of. For example, he will require them as if he did contemn what he requested should be in them to give. Instead of necessary, needed, say requisite. Kindred words, indispensable, integral to, of necessity, sine qua non. For example, 2 or 3 attempts, or, perchance, half a dozen are requisite before the board can be rearranged to his satisfaction. Instead of rewards, say requisitions. Kindred words, dividends, consideration, laurels, trophies. For example, the Count, if you remember, took some other precautions. He made some requisitions on others that misses. Instead of cancel, say rescind. Kindred words, abrogate the contract. Red line. For example, almost I believe my lord would have rescinded his decision, but the master was on the watch. Instead of look like, say resemble. Kindred words, recall, bear a resemblance to, have every appearance of. For example, all that Chichikov could discern through the thick veil of pouring rain was something which resembled a veranda. Instead of doubts, say reservations. Kindred words, misgivings. For example, service, however, with a few limited reservations, genteel but not profitable, they may not do, being of the deadlock dignity. Instead of save, say reserve. Kindred words, husband your resources, salt away. For example, come, Dromio, come, these jests are out of season, reserve them till a merrier hour than this. Instead of prim and proper, quiet, say reserved. Kindred words, staid, stoic, taciturn, hushed. For example, why this cause of sorrow, therefore, was thus reserved for my father and uncle, is undetermined by me. Instead of occupy, say reside. Kindred words, inhabit, abide. For example, further, it facilitates matters when the prince, having no other state, is compelled to reside there in person. Instead of built-in, say resident. Kindred words, inherent, deep-seated, innate. For example, I think that one who mixes much with Americans long resident abroad must arrive at this conclusion. Instead of leftover from, remainder, say residual. Kindred words, trace of, relic of, residue, remnant. For example, the volatile truth of our words should continually betray the inadequacy of the residual statement. Instead of leftover from, say residue. Kindred words, trace of, relic of, residual. For example, Breton, and she, on leaving England, had brought with her such residue furniture of the former street. Instead of determined to, say resolute. Kindred words, bent on, resolved to, intent upon its business. For example, one was to go resolutely to Jean Valjean, and restore to his cell the convict from the galleys. Instead of determination, determine, say resolve. Kindred words, grit, dogged style, establish, assess. For example, Jarndyce good-naturedly resolves to call in Cook's Court, the rather, as the cart seems to be breaking down. Instead of sure of, say resolved. Kindred words, have no doubt, we may be sure that, assured. For example, he resolved, therefore, to let things take their course without making any direct overture to the Count. Instead of loud, noisy, say resounding. Kindred words, clamorous, raucous, vociferous, deafening. For example, the shop was once more a parlor, the empty resounding rooms again furnished up to the very garrets. Instead of both, say respectively. Kindred words, both of which, either, the two, it is at once and. For example, it is customary to have two harpoons reposing in the crotch, respectively called the first and second irons. Instead of ways, say respects. Kindred words, traditions, ideals. For example, O powerful love, that in some respects, makes a beast a man, in some other a man a beast. Instead of gleaming, say resplendent. For example, the other was a large square epistle, resplendent with the terrible arms of His Eminence the Cardinal Duke. Instead of healing, say restorative. For example, as I came to myself with the aid of a heavy thump between the shoulders, and the restorative exclamation "Yah!" Instead of replace, say restore. Kindred words, displace, supersede, replenish, supplant. For example, were you not restored to all the Duke of Norfolk's seigneuries, your noble and right well remembered fathers? Instead of control, hold back. Say restrain. Kindred words: rein in, manage, harness, establish dominion over. For example, yet did you say go forth, and none of this, though strongly apprehended, could restrain the stiff-born action. Instead of self-control, say restraint. Kindred words: forbearance, temperance, abstinence. For example, as surfeit is the father of much fast, so every scope by the immoderate use turns to restraint. Instead of resulting, say resultant. Kindred words: consequential, subsequent. For example, to find component forces equal to the composite or resultant force, the sum of the components must equal the resultant. Instead of began again, started up again, say resumed. For example, then he resumed in his turn. Discipline, Monseigneur, has, I hope, in no way been forgotten by us. Instead of come back, reappear, say resurface. Instead of reviving, rising again, say resurgent. For example, night and day, while the resurgent threatening past was making a conscience within him, he was thinking by what means he could recover peace and trust, by what sacrifice he could stay the rod. Instead of revival, say resurrection. Kindred words: renaissance. For example, I lay there dismally calculating that 16 entire hours must elapse before I could hope for a resurrection. Instead of save, say resuscitate. Kindred words: reserve, husband your resources, salt away. For example, distant and dead resuscitate, they show as the dial or move as the hands of me, I am the clock myself. Instead of sell, say retail. Kindred words: tout. For example, through a cousin who works with Gelder, he found out the retail firms who had bought the busts. Instead of keep, say retain. Kindred words: hold in abeyance. For example, also because he is not sure of always retaining his situation, and wishes to provide for the future. Instead of kept, say retained. Kindred words: preserved. For example, he retained just enough sharpness to season his kindness. His mind was rough and his heart was soft. Instead of has, say retains. Kindred words: presents, displays, is endowed with, enjoys. For example, cincted thus: sometime Latona's daughter we behold, when the impregnate air retains the thread that weaves her zone. Instead of stiffness, say reticence. Kindred words: formality. For example, as to Athos, faithful to his system of reticence, he contented himself with interrogating D'Artagnan by a look. Instead of holding back feelings, reluctant, say reticent. Kindred words: disinclined to, loath to, averse to, hard-pressed to. For example, as his words are few and his manner reticent and tentative, so must the style of his interpreter be. Instead of assistants, groupies, say retinue. Kindred words: entourage, coterie, cortege, claque. For example, it was late in the evening when they entered the palace at Olmutz occupied by the emperors and their retinues. Instead of shy, submissive, say retiring. Kindred words: unassuming, demure, diffident, complacent. For example, Dimmersdale was left by the retiring wave of intellect and sensibility, stepped forward hastily to offer his support. Instead of answer, reply, say retort. Kindred words: rejoinder, respond in like manner, reciprocate, sally. For example, Guppy resents as a liberty, retorting, jobbling. There are chords in the human mind, jobbling begs pardon. Instead of take back, say retract. Kindred words: withdraw, recant, countermand. For example, the instant is solemn, there is still time to retract if you think you have been mistaken. Instead of safe place, say retreat. Kindred words: sanctuary, place of refuge, haven, out of harm's way. For example, in the passage she saw a retreating shadow. It was Julie, who, uneasy herself, had anticipated her mother. Instead of cutting back, say retrenchment. For example, she had reached a point where abrupt retrenchment was necessary, and the only cheat life was a dull life. Instead of pick up, say retrieve. For example, for a minute or two we were all on our knees retrieving stray cigarettes from impossible places. Instead of give away secrets, show, say reveal. Kindred words: betray, depict, portray, demonstrate. For example, why, he might have been going to reveal it the very morning when I examined the body. Instead of revealing, say revelatory. Kindred words: instructive. Instead of have an effect on, influence, say reverberate. Kindred words: take hold of, arouse a feeling in, impress upon, strike home. For example, everything was in blossom, the nightingales trilled, and their voices reverberated now near, now far away. Instead of having an effect, say reverberating. For example, the Greek was the one through which the main entrance passed, and which was hence noisy, or reverberating. Instead of effects, say reverberations. Kindred words: implications, repercussions, consequences. For example, new ideas had burst upon her like a thunderclap, and by them and by her reverberations she had been stunned. Instead of respected, say revered. Kindred words: exalted, illustrious, venerable, hold a high place in the public esteem. For example, good old Deacon Gookin had arrived, and waited at the skirts of that venerable saint, his revered pastor. Instead of respect, say reverence. Kindred words: in deference to, high regard, have regard for. For example, he had no opinion of the doxology and he did not make the suggestion with any particular reverence. Instead of daydreams, say reveries. Kindred words: waking dreams. For example, certainly, these powerful reveries have their moral utility, and by these arduous paths one approaches to ideal perfection. Instead of investigation, say review. Kindred words: inquest, inquiry. For example, such were my words, Mother, when I passed this in review before me. You have made your bed. Instead of take another look at, say revisit. Kindred words: reappraise. For example, I felt for my old self as the dead may feel if they ever revisit these scenes. Instead of taking a second look, say revisiting. Kindred words: paying renewed attention to. For example, his object in now revisiting his lodging is merely to put on the hat which seems so superfluous an article in his wardrobe. Instead of disgust, say revulsion. Kindred words: antipathy. For example, the revulsion was so strong and painful in Dorothea's mind that the tears welled up and flowed abundantly. Instead of punish, say reward. Kindred words: sanction, take to the woodshed, administer a drubbing, mete out the ultimate punishment. For example, I tell you plainly there's a reward out of 100 guineas, offered by Celesta Dedlock, Baronet. Instead of king, say rex. Instead of make fun of, say ridicule. Kindred words: poke fun at, make light of, caricature. For example, there is no character, howsoever good and fine, but it can be destroyed by ridicule, howsoever poor and witless. Instead of disagreement, say rift. Kindred words: fundamental divide, schism, discord, dissension. For example, the intellect is a cleaver, it discerns and rifts its way into the secret of things. Instead of correctly, say rightly. For example, next Sunday the preacher stepped softly to a back room door to see if the children were rightly employed. Instead of thorough, say rigorous. Kindred words: exhaustive, intensive, painstaking, exacting. For example, Javert is an estimable man, who does honor by his rigorous and strict probity to inferior but important functions. Instead of funny, say riotous. Kindred words: antic, jocular. For example, this hand of mine hath writ in thy behalf, and therefore shall it charm thy riotous tongue. Instead of compete, opponent, say rival. Kindred words: joust. V4. Counterpart, detractor. For example, but oh how inferior are the accomplishments of Sir James to those of his so greatly envied rival. Instead of equals, say rivals. For example, if you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste. Instead of tear apart, say rive. Kindred words, rend. For example, 10,000 French have ta'en the sacrament to rive their dangerous artillery upon no Christian soul but English Talbot. Instead of strong, say robust. Kindred words, unwavering, penetrating, muscular. For example, he was half out when 6 robust fists seized him and dragged him back energetically into the hovel. Instead of rebel, say rogue. Kindred words, young Turk, recusant, insurrecto. For example, I am a rogue if I were not at half sword with a dozen of them 2 hours together. Instead of shady, say roguish. Kindred words, unprincipled. For example, a bright questioning light shone in her eyes, and on her face was a friendly and strangely roguish expression. Instead of rile, say royal. Kindred words, pique, vex. For example, I had dug out the spring and made a well of clear grey water, where I could dip up a pailful without roiling it, and thither I went for this purpose almost every day in midsummer, when the pond was warmest. Instead of got up, say rose. Kindred words, drew himself up. For example, see, my women, against the blown rose may they stop their nose that kneeled unto the buds. Instead of indirect, say roundabout. Kindred words, circuitous, oblique. For example, Ivan Osipovich approached the subject in a roundabout way, almost in a whisper, but kept getting a little muddled. Instead of cause, encourage, say rouse. Kindred words, basis for, precipitant, invite, welcome. For example, good things of day begin to droop and drowse, whiles night's black agents to their praise do rouse. Instead of exciting, say rousing. Kindred words, intoxicating, stirring, an excitement. For example, after a time, he began, by slow degrees, as a man rousing himself from heavy slumber, to relax. Instead of beaten badly, say rooted. Kindred words, schooled. For example, the name of Javert rooted them by its mere utterance, the face of Javert petrified them at sight. Instead of fat, say Rubenesque. Kindred words, stout, plethoric, well-nourished, corpulent. Instead of disastrous, say ruinous. Kindred words, fateful, dreadful. For example, presently we came to a ruinous old town on a hill, the same being the ancient Jezreel. Instead of think about it, think to oneself, say ruminate. Kindred words, take into consideration, consult and consider, entertain the idea, deliberate. For example, furthest, to be sure, have those kind carried it, they have devised ruminating and lying in the sun. Instead of break apart, say rupture. Kindred words, disband, splinter. For example, and he related to his guest the whole history of his acquaintanceship and subsequent rupture with the general. Instead of deception, say ruse. Kindred words, subterfuge, sleight of hand, artifice, pretext. For example, this posing at the piano and over the album was only a little ruse adopted by way of precaution. Instead of black, say sable. Kindred words, raven black, obsidian. For example, as to his blood, I suppose the family quarterings are 3 cuttlefish sable, and a commentator rampant. Instead of sentimental, too sweet, say saccharine. Kindred words, maudlin, mawkish, an embarrassment of sugar. Instead of put on a pedestal, say sacralize. Kindred words, enshrine. Instead of sacred, too important to be interfered with, say sacrosanct. Kindred words, hallowed, Ark of the Covenant. Instead of protect, say safeguard. Kindred words, harbor. For example, to be short, she was the land's increase, and the city's safeguard, and the bliss of the folk. Instead of rules, say safeguards. Kindred words, tenets, constraints, accepted conventions, formalities. For example, I could not get away from men. Their voices came through windows. Locked doors were flimsy safeguards. Instead of yellow, say saffron. Kindred words, primrose, flaxen. For example, she wore a gown of pale saffron trimmed with 3 bouquets of pompon roses mixed with green. Instead of story, say saga. Kindred words, narrative, account, parable, reminiscence. Instead of weak, say sagging. Kindred words, tenuous, precarious, feckless, inert. For example, he scrambled up by the stones, water glistening on his pate and on its garland of grey hair, water rilling over his chest and paunch and spilling jets out of his black sagging loincloth. Instead of most important, noticeable, say salient. Kindred words, foremost of these, above all, seminal, more so than anything else. For example, one of the salient points of his character was the search for adventures and a love of romance. Instead of salty, say saline. For example, his were the shin bones of the saline beef, his would have been the drumsticks. Instead of pale from poor health, yellowish complexion, say sallow. Kindred words, having a pallor about her, a deathly hue, jaundice. For example, Casaubon's moles and sallowness had escaped to the vicarage to play with the curate's ill-shod but merry children. Instead of clamor, witty remark, say sally. Kindred words, alarums and excursions clear, incisive, with clarity, coherent, well-defined, explicit, lucid, unequivocal, unambiguous, doubly plain, clear and present, clear, logical, and convincing, abundantly clear, clear thinking, incisive, clearly, there can be little doubt without question, markedly, in no uncertain terms, decidedly, manifestly, patently without doubt, assuredly, acutely, incontrovertibly, clever remark, bon mot, retort, jeu d'esprit. For example, the laughter which followed this sally was supplemented only by a sorry smile, for form's sake, from Tess. Instead of scathing, say salty. Kindred words, trenchant, vitriolic, acerbic, caustic. For example, the chicken was tough, the tongue too salty, and the chocolate wouldn't froth properly. Instead of beneficial, helpful, say salutary. Kindred words, obliging, conducive to, effectual, helpful to your cause. For example, in which truth resides surely much of the interest of that admirable mixture for salutary application which we know as art. Instead of save, say salvage. Kindred words, reserve, husband your resources, salt away. For example, he changed his manner, became very cold, and suddenly began to talk about a hippopotamus, wondered whether sleeping on board the steamer, I stuck to my salvage night and day, I wasn't disturbed. Instead of sample of, say sampling. Instead of declare sacred, say sanctify. Kindred words, consecrate. For example, they are with propriety handled only when the severity and majesty of truth sanctify and sustain them. Instead of moralizing, self-righteous, say sanctimonious. Kindred words, edifying, sententious, unctuous, smug. For example, thou can clod street like the sanctimonious pirate that went to sea with the 10 commandments, but scraped one out of the table. Instead of punish, say sanction. Kindred words, take to the woodshed, administer a drubbing, mete out the ultimate punishment, reward. For example, upon his seeming decease, his friends were requested to sanction a post-mortem examination, but declined to permit it. Instead of rules, say sanctions. Kindred words, tenets, constraints, accepted conventions, safeguards. For example, they submitted to the severe sanctions of a morality familiar to Chief Inspector Heat with a certain resignation. Instead of holiness, say sanctity. For example, what to him the sanctity of the star which the Son of God has hallowed as his own emblem. Instead of safe place, say sanctuary. Kindred words. Place of refuge, haven, out of harm's way, refuge. For example, Celesta has magnificently disengaged himself from the subject and retired into the sanctuary of his blue coat. Instead of room, sacred place, say sanctum. Kindred words. Repository, chamber. For example, in this sanctum were some massive armchairs, a table laden with 2 or 3 fat books, and a large looking glass. Instead of calm behavior, composure under pressure, say sang-froid. Kindred words. Composed, unflappable, poised, self-possessed. Instead of cheerful, happy, say sanguine. Kindred words. Blithe, elated, scarcely able to contain his joy, to strike an optimistic tone. For example, I know that had I been a sanguine, brilliant, careless, exacting, handsome, romping child, though equally dependent and friendless MRS. Instead of without, say son. Kindred words. Empty of, in default of, devoid of, independent of. For example, a crabbed dialogue terminated in my being called un petit moqueux et son cœur, and in Monsieur's temporary departure. Instead of flavorful, strong flavor, say sapid. Instead of skin, say sarcoma. Instead of cynical, sarcastic, say sardonic. Kindred words. Hardboiled, caustic, mordant, wry. For example, the sergeant, taking note of this, gave pause to his elaborate history while he administered a sardonic comment. Instead of satisfy, say sate. Kindred words. Accommodate, suffice, satiate, quench. For example, by his side sate Augusta, and on the same seat with me were your mother and Lady Dorothea. Instead of satisfy, say satiate. Kindred words. Accommodate, suffice, sate, quench. For example, the child, with his brioche, which he had bitten into but had not finished eating, seemed satiated. Instead of meet, say satisfy. For example, it is almost morning, and yet I am sure you are not satisfied of these events at full. Instead of walk, say saunter. Kindred words. Stride, file into, amble, mosey. For example, Manhattan's streets I sauntered pondering, on time, space, reality, on such as these, and abreast with them prudence. Instead of attack, say savage. Kindred words. Incursion, foray, onslaught, barrage. For example, the murmurs against the guide had been growing steadily, and at last they were become loud and savage. Instead of appreciate, say savor. For example, though the certainty of this criterion is far from demonstrable, yet it has the savor of analogical probability. Instead of saying, say saw. Kindred words. Maxim, adage, aphorism, proverb. For example, my lord, the first time that I ever saw him methought he was a brother to your daughter. Instead of degree, say scale. Kindred words. The extent to which, to the extent that we have, the degree to which, a measure of. For example, oh, I would thou didst, so half my Egypt were submerged and made a cistern for scaled snakes. Instead of worst, say scaliest. Instead of hardly any, not many, say scant. Kindred words. Next to no experience, next to nothing, negligible. For example, I threw myself upon my face, and clung to the scant herbage in an excess of nervous agitation. Instead of barely, hardly, say scarcely. Kindred words. Narrowly, by a tiny margin, it was all they could do to little. For example, best draw my sword, and if mine enemy but fear the sword, like me, he'll scarcely look on't. Instead of dark red, say scarlet. Kindred words. Crimson, vermilion. For example, he looked at the plump little scarlet waistcoated bird as if he were both proud and fond of him. Instead of yell at, say scathe. Kindred words. Chastise, voice disdain. For example, no doubt you're right logically, and are entitled to say a great many scathing things about Henry. Instead of simplified form, say schematic. Kindred words, reductive. Instead of plan, plot, say scheme. Kindred words, agenda, intent, stratagem, contrivance. For example, the scheme had received its first impulse by Captain Harville's wanting to come to Bath on business. Instead of strategies, say schemes. Kindred words, initiatives, stratagems. For example, something was happening to the great schemes of my uncle's affairs. People were beginning to doubt, to question. Instead of disagreement, say schism. Kindred words, fundamental divide, rift, discord, dissension. For example, before the invention of printing, reform would have been merely a schism. Printing converted it into a revolution. Instead of trash, say schlock. Instead of sentimental art, say schmaltz. Instead of teach, say school. Kindred words, instill, develop in her those qualities which awaken you to all the. For example, she was a vixen when she went to school, and though she be but little, she is fierce. Instead of beaten badly, say schooled. Kindred words, rooted. For example, he had schooled himself to be respectful to the judge, and then blundered into his front door. Instead of tiny bit, say scintilla. Kindred words, hint, trace. Instead of heir to a prominent family, say scion. For example, Cosette was the only scion of an extinct family. Cosette was not his own daughter, but the daughter of the other Fauchelevent. Instead of search, say scour. Kindred words, forage, prospect, scent out the truth, troll for. For example, it was then she mended and washed her handful of clothes, scoured her house, and did her baking. Instead of suffering, say scourge. Kindred words, plight. For example, but the rod and the scourge we have always with us and they cannot be taken from us. Instead of cloth backdrop, say scrim. Instead of handwriting, say script. Kindred words, in the most beautiful hand, in the hand of. For example, I looked over his shoulder at the yellow paper and the faded script. Instead of exact, very exact, say scrupulous. Kindred words, punctilious, exacting. For example, he addressed me precisely in his ordinary manner, or what had, of late, been his ordinary manner, one scrupulously polite. Instead of examine, look over, say scrutinize. Kindred words, plumb, take inventory of, probe. For example, while they were walking away, Thénardier scrutinized his huge shoulders, which were a little rounded, and his great fists. Instead of I could be wrong, say scrutiny. For example, Peniston again paused, but this time her scrutiny addressed itself, not to the furniture, but to her niece. Instead of trained, say seasoned. Kindred words, trained in the tradition of, groomed, well schooled in, practiced in. For example, Bonnet-Sous was one of profound selfishness mixed with sordid avarice, the whole seasoned with extreme cowardice. Instead of not spiritual, worldly, say secular. Kindred words, temporal, terrestrial. For example, secular and religious education had effaced the throat-grappling instinct, or else firm finance held in check the passions. Instead of gain, get, say secure. Kindred words, glean, acquire, elicit, derive. For example, there is scarce truth enough alive to make societies secure, but security enough to make fellowships accursed. Instead of inactive, say sedentary. Kindred words, hibernating, standing idly by, torpid. For example, it seemed that both had lately had a touch of that pain under the waistband which comes of a sedentary life. Instead of temptations, say seductions. For example, D'Artagnan reassured her as well as he could, and promised to remain insensible to the seductions of Milady. Instead of apparently, evidently, say seemingly. kindred words, ostensibly, by all accounts, by all appearances, presumably. For example, there on the bed, seemingly in a swoon, lay poor Lucy, more horribly white and wan-looking than ever. Instead of angry, say seething, kindred words, heated, acrimonious, indignant, incensed. For example, lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies, that apprehend more than cool reason ever comprehends. Instead of transition from, say segue. Instead of never, not often, say seldom, kindred words, on no occasion, having never, never anything of the sort, hardly. For example, though woe be heavy, yet it seldom sleeps, and they that watch see time how slow it creeps. Instead of special, say select. For example, Hinchliffe Summer Months Among the Alps, published 1857, and selected his account of his ascent of Monte Rosa. Instead of selfish, say self-absorbed, kindred words, not overlooking himself. Instead of confident, say self-assured, kindred words, in no doubt. Instead of humble, modest, say self-effacing, kindred words, unassuming, inglorious, innocuous, deferential. Instead of luxury-loving, say self-indulgent, kindred words, Epicurean. Instead of calm behavior, say self-possessed, kindred words, composed, unflappable, poised, sang-froid. Instead of appearance, say semblance, kindred words, facade, outward show, visage, a pretense. For example, let there be no honor where there is beauty, truth where semblance, love where there's another man. Instead of apparent, seeming, say semblant, kindred words, much in evidence, putative. Instead of most important, original and highly influential, say seminal, kindred words, foremost of these, above all, more so than anything else, central to both. Instead of take off on, say send up, kindred words, parody, pastiche, of a play or book. Instead of sense, style, say sensibility, kindred words, approach, convention, influence, treatment. For example, but never shall I be able so far to conquer my tender sensibility as to inquire after him. Instead of moralizing, say sententious, kindred words, edifying, sanctimonious. For example, no master, said the professor sententiously as he rose to get off the bus. Instead of conscious, say sentient. For example, like sentient things, even like the lords and ladies of creation sometimes, might have done much, but did nothing. Instead of belief, emotion, say sentiment, kindred words, notion, conviction, thoughts on the matter, faith. For example, this was always how Claire settled practical questions, by a sentiment which had nothing to do with them. Instead of feelings, opinions, say sentiments, kindred words, give free play to your feelings, surmises, assumptions. For example, how, in all the peculiar disadvantages of their respective situations, would he ever learn of her real sentiments? Instead of divisive, say separative, kindred words, polarizing. Instead of brown, say sepia, kindred words, chestnut, tawny. For example, her best tile got a splash of water, which left a sepia tear on the cupid's cheek. Instead of hide, hide from, say sequester, kindred words, obscure, ensconce, enshroud, belie. For example, the sequestered situation of this church seems always to have made it a favorite haunt of troubled spirits. Instead of by chance, destiny, say serendipity, kindred words, happenstance. Instead of calm, peaceful, say serene, kindred words, placid, philosophical, in the face of disappointment, pacific. peaceable. For example, when she came close, the girl turned serenely and recognized her, the young man walking off in embarrassment. Instead of slave, say serf. Kindred words. Captive, helot. For example, with millions of fellow serfs, he had learned to look upon Russia as the great deliverer from the north. Instead of one after another, say seriatim. Kindred words. In rapid-fire succession, in turn. For example, Kenwigs replied, by thanking every lady and gentleman, seriatim, for the favor of their company, and hoping they might have enjoyed themselves only half as well as they said they had. Instead of serious and comical, say serio-comic. For example, Mrs. Breen, you were the lion of the night with your serio-comic recitation and you looked the part. Instead of give an opinion, say sermonize. Kindred words. Opine. For example, they will dance a good deal, sing a good deal, make love, but sermonize very little. Instead of winding, say serpentine. Kindred words. Sinuous. For example, it was a limbless thing, with a horrible face, that writhed along the ground in a serpentine fashion. Instead of eager to please, say servile. Kindred words. Complacent, not to be confused with, showing alacrity, obsequious. For example, a breath thou art, servile to all the skyey influences that dust this habitation where thou keep saint hourly afflict. Instead of slavery, say servitude. For example, but I did not love my servitude, I wished, many a time, he had continued to neglect me. Instead of extreme, say severe. Kindred words. The boggier reaches of, ungodly. For example, he might drown her if he would, it would be better than parting tomorrow to lead severed lives. Instead of intensity, say severity. For example, when he was recaptured, the fresh severities inflicted on him only served to render him still more wild. Instead of should, will, say shall. Kindred words. Might well consider, it would behove you to, be well advised, are advised to. For example, yet do thy worst, old time, despite thy wrong, my love shall in my verse ever live young. Instead of create, influence, say shape. Kindred words. Fashion, render, give rise to, draft. For example, he hath fought today as if a god, in hate of mankind, had destroyed in such a shape. Instead of get undressed, say shed. Kindred words. Doff. For example, thou shalt be waking while I shed thy blood, if from this presence thou darst go with me. Instead of absolute, say sheer. Kindred words. Unmitigated, uncompromising, stark, unqualified. For example, on that side a ridge of rocks ended in a sheer cliff which overlooked a stone-strewn slope. Instead of beating, say shellacking. Kindred words. Drubbing. Instead of guide, say shepherd. Kindred words. Mentor, herd, usher. For example, there is a shepherd, youth, a friend of mine, who transmutes them into something highly fascinating to my simplicity. Instead of talking points, say shibboleths. Instead of school of fish, say shoal. For example, a few minutes later Tom was in the shoal water of the bar, wading toward the Illinois shore. Instead of rude, say short. Kindred words. Impertinent, insolent, brash, ill-mannered. For example, as it ebbs, the seedsman upon the slime and ooze scatters his grain, and shortly comes to harvest. Instead of brief, say short-lived. Kindred words. Cursory, momentary, fleeting, ephemeral. Instead of weakness, say shortcoming. Kindred words. Failing, defect, foible, drawback. For example, in that quarter of the town, however, scarcely any shortcoming in dress would have created surprise. Instead of faults, flaws, say shortcomings. Kindred words. Human frailties, failings, deficiencies. For example, their languid opinion seemed to be that, in addition to his other shortcomings, he was a sulky brute. Instead of could, if, say should. kindred words, whether, if presumably, were it, for example, but were some child of yours alive that time, you should live twice, in it, and in my rhyme. Instead of show off, say showboat, kindred words, one with a penchant for self-aggrandizement. Instead of display, show, say showcase, kindred words, bear, exhibit, radiate, exude. Instead of screechy, say shrill, kindred words, strident, for example, howls the shrill wind round Chesney Wold, the sharp rain beats, the windows rattle, and the chimneys growl. Instead of comedy routine, say shtick. Instead of avoid, say shun, kindred words, circumvent, avert, steer clear, give a wide berth. For example, to shun this blot, she would not blot the letter with words, till action might become them better. Instead of close down, say shutter, kindred words, disband, dissolve. For example, closed doors, windows, and shutters were to be seen everywhere, in the most distant and most disinterested quarters. Instead of hint at, say signal, kindred words, allude to, make intimations of. For example, at this signal 4 soldiers of the Seraskier Korchid suddenly appeared, and Selim fell, pierced by 5 blows. Instead of signer of a contract, say signatory. Instead of compatible, on the same page, say simpatico, kindred words, working from the same script. Instead of just, say simply. For example, and I had but a belly of any indifferency, I was simply the most active fellow in Europe. Instead of individual, unique, say singular, kindred words, stands apart from, inimitable, sui generis. For example, here also I find an account of the Addleton tragedy, and the singular contents of the ancient British barrow. Instead of winding, say sinuous, kindred words, serpentine. For example, even the ape-man lacked that inward sinuous curve of the back which makes the human figure so graceful. Instead of steal, say siphon, kindred words, make off with, pilfer, misappropriate, purloin. For example, the lamps were lit, and an open Dutch silver spirit case stood, with some siphons of soda water and large cut glass tumblers, on a little marquetry table. Instead of seductress, say siren, kindred words, femme fatale. For example, so the sailors of Ulysses voyaged past the sirens, having first stopped one another's ears with wool. Instead of stingray, say skate. For example, Myra, a little bundle of clothes, with strands of yellow hair curling out from under her skating cap. Instead of skinny, say skeletal, kindred words, emaciated, of slight figure. Instead of lurk, say skulk. For example, since then he had been skulking along towards Maybury, in the hope of getting out of danger Londonward. Instead of up, say skywards, kindred words, upwards, heavenward. Instead of satisfy, say slake, kindred words, accommodate, suffice, sate, satiate. For example, what an unspeakable luxury it was to slake that thirst with the pure and limpid ice water of the glacier. Instead of way of seeing things, say slant, kindred words, perspective, mindset, predilection, proclivity. For example, the sun was beginning to set and sending deep gold-colored rays slanting under the trees when they parted. Instead of kill, say slay, kindred words, dispatch. For example, if he slay me, he does fair justice. If he give me way, I'll do his country service. Instead of disrespect, insult, say slight, kindred words, belittle, spurn, rebuff, discount. For example, he slipped stealthily down the narrow stair, his hair rising and his pulses halting at the slightest creak. Instead of sleep, say slumber. For example, confused sights and sounds seemed to float before me, and gradually I fell into a deep, heavy slumber. Instead of flattering, say smarmy, kindred words, unctuous. Instead of strike, say smite. For example, oh, I wish her to smite me on the other cheek. It's a joy to wish it. Instead of pieces, say smithereens. Kindred words, elements, remnants, components, traces. For example, what would it matter if you smashed to smithereens at the end of the run, after a bust like that? Instead of hidden, say smoldering. Kindred words, cloaked, harbored, ensconced, latent. For example, at the edge of the table stood a smoldering tallow candle in an iron candlestick. Instead of self-righteous, self-satisfied, say smug. Kindred words, unctuous, sanctimonious, no modest violet. For example, I'll have the current in this place dammed up, and here the smug and silver trent shall run in a new channel, fair and evenly. Instead of catch, say snare. Kindred words, ensnare. For example, observe how Giotto in these frescoes, now, unhappily, ruined by restoration, is untroubled by the snares of anatomy and perspective. Instead of bad-tempered, grouchy, say snarky. Kindred words, ill-humored, ill-tempered, irascible, morose. Instead of fake, imitation, say so-called. Kindred words, to feign, ersatz, pseudo, faux. Instead of serious, shocking, say sobering. Kindred words, grievous, grave, arresting. For example, they were of sobering tendency, they allayed agitation, they composed, and consequently must make her happier. Instead of seriousness, say sobriety. Kindred words, gravity, enormity, gravitas, earnestness. For example, they are blaming you, Arthur, for your temperance and sobriety, and I'm come to thank you for it. Instead of nickname, say sobriquet. For example, he had fled, discharging at them a sobriquet, like a Parthian dart. Instead of doughy, soggy, say sodden. For example, can sodden water, a drench for Sir Rain jades, their barley broth, decoct their cold blood to such valiant heat. Instead of journey, say sojourn. For example, bold, spend thou that in the town, report what a sojourner we have, you'll lose nothing by custom. Instead of one, say soul. Kindred words, one such, the singular notion that, for example, from the sole of thy foot to the crown of thy head, there is nothing interesting about thee. Instead of ask for help, say solicit. Kindred words, appeal, enlist the help of, petition him in favor of, make inquiries. For example, if you bethink yourself of any crime unreconciled as yet to heaven and grace, solicit for it straight. Instead of cautious, say solicitous. Kindred words, prudent, assiduous, mindful, prudential. For example, contemptible seem to it the ever solicitous, the sighing, the complaining, and whoever pick up the most trifling advantage. Instead of self-involved, say solipsistic. Instead of single, say solitary. For example, it was very solitary and very dull, and I did not doubt that I might safely steal upstairs. Instead of privacy, say solitude. For example, the presence of the two victims alarmed him. He could not bear solitude shared only by two corpses. Instead of gloomy, say somber. Kindred words, dour, sullen, Stygian, hellish, leaden. For example, whichever way his thoughts turned, they were followed by the somber phantom of the desertion in the fields. Instead of a bit, pretty, say somewhat. Kindred words, in part, to some degree, to some extent, fairly. For example, Charles, being somewhat more mindful of the probabilities of the case, only nodded in reply, and walked away. Instead of wine steward, say sommelier. Instead of quickly, say soon. Kindred words, with deliberate speed, with all deliberate speed, in relatively short order, hurriedly. For example, for you, posthumous, so soon as I can win th' offended king, I will be known your advocate. Instead of attack, say sortie. Kindred words: incursion, foray, onslaught, barrage. Instead of legitimate, say sound. Kindred words: well established. For example, so is the unfirm king in three divided, and his coffers sound with hollow poverty and emptiness. Instead of absolutely, say soundly. Kindred words: without question, without exception, without doubt, by any measure. For example, the child was sleeping soundly, she had got warm under the blanket, and her pale cheeks were flushed. Instead of book, say source. Kindred words: work, tome, large and scholarly. For example, I did not speculate upon the source from which it came or wonder whose humanity was so considerate. Instead of independent, supreme, say sovereign. Kindred words: autonomous, transcendent. For example, the purest spring is not so free from mud as I am clear from treason to my sovereign. Instead of cause, say so. Kindred words: basis for, precipitant. For example, marry, sir, thus, those precepts cannot be served, and again, sir, shall we sow the hayed land with wheat? Instead of length, say span. Kindred words: measure. For example, the kitchen was spick and span. The cook said you could see yourself in the big copper boilers. Instead of bare, harsh and simple, say Spartan. Kindred words: unembellished, austere, ascetic, puritanical. For example, Enjolras, as the reader knows, had something of the Spartan and of the Puritan in his composition. Instead of cause, say spawn. Kindred words: basis for, precipitant. For example, this Tryphon is buried at the Abbey of St. George's de Botcherville, near Rouen, and toads spawn on his grave. Instead of lead, say spearhead. Instead of category, say species. Kindred words: of its kind, genre. For example, suppose I ask you to look through my drawers and agree with me about all my new species. Instead of kind, say specimen. Kindred words: of that nature, of the persuasion, of a certain bent, a form of. For example, by all the codes which I am acquainted with, I am a devilishly wicked specimen of the sex. Instead of scene, say spectacle. For example, when Chichikov opened the door in question, the spectacle of the untidiness within struck him almost with amazement. Instead of viewer, say spectator. Kindred words: onlooker, beholder. For example, his sufferings were hailed with the greatest joy by a knot of spectators, and I felt utterly confounded. Instead of range, say spectrum. Kindred words: gamut, purview, extent. For example, but the three zones mingle and amalgamate along the edges, like the colors in the solar spectrum. Instead of guess, say speculate. Kindred words: conjecture. For example, I did not speculate upon the source from which it came or wonder whose humanity was so considerate. Instead of mesmerized, say spellbound. Kindred words: enthralled, transfixed. For example, as though spellbound, Chichikov sat in an aureate world of ever-growing dreams and fantasies. Instead of exhausted, tired, say spent. Kindred words: haggard, anemic, listless. For example, and, by the glorious worth of my descent, this arm shall do it, or this life be spent. Instead of area, region, say sphere. Kindred words: dominion, domain, sphere of influence, theater of war. For example, to persons of limited spheres, miles are as geographical degrees, parishes as counties, counties as provinces and kingdoms. Instead of enthusiastic, say spirited. Kindred words: ardent, fervent. For example, Wopsel's great-aunt's sitting room and bedchamber, being but faintly illuminated through the agency of one low-spirited dip candle and no snuffers. Instead of liquor, say spirits. For example, my lord, cheer up your spirits, our foes are nigh, and this soft courage makes your followers faint. Instead of break apart, say splinter. Kindred words: disband, rupture. For example, he was well slashed up on this occasion, and 27 splinters were extracted from his left arm alone. Instead of stolen goods, treasure, say spoils. Kindred words, loot, booty, bounty, a trove of. For example, if the spoils were great, the slaughter was infinitely greater, as might be expected in such a battle. Instead of representative, say spokesperson. Kindred words, voice for, proxy, envoy, emissary. Instead of promote, say sponsor. Kindred words, cultivate, foster, advocate, champion. For example, the 3 nymphs, whom at the right wheel thou beheldst advancing, were sponsors for him more than 1,000 years before baptizing. Instead of wearing, say sporting. Kindred words, clad in. For example, not that he will value it as he ought, he observed, Charles is too cool about sporting. Instead of false, made up, say spurious. Kindred words, dubious, suspect, fallacious, groundless. For example, yet who, knowing him only on the surface, would have expected chivalry, and of the true sort, too, not the spurious from Mr. Instead of disrespect, reject, say spurn. Kindred words, belittle, rebuff, discount, marginalize. For example, I am as like to call thee so again, to spet on thee again, to spurn thee too. Instead of filthy, say squalid. For example, after early nightfall the yellow lamps would light up, here and there, the squalid quarter of the brothels. Instead of filth, say squalor. For example, squalor and tragedy can beckon to all that is great in us, and strengthen the wings of love. Instead of waste, say squander. Kindred words, fritter away. For example, he had squandered a substantial fortune, he had been deplorably convivial, he was known to have gambled freely. Instead of directly, say squarely. For example, George he says to the trooper, squarely standing faced about towards him with his broadsword in his hand. Instead of presented, say staged. Kindred words, laid before, put forth. For example, yes, like enough high-battled Caesar will unstate his happiness, and be staged to show against a sworder. Instead of amazing, say staggering. Kindred words, astonishing. For example, an elderly man with a red face and shaking limbs came staggering out at a side door. Instead of pretentious, say stagey. Kindred words, fustian. Instead of conservative and unadventurous, prim and proper, say staid. Kindred words, reserved. For example, perhaps by the time you return to Paris, I shall be quite a sober, staid father of a family. Instead of loyal, say stalwart. For example, some stalwart constables, who did not seem particularly impressed by the duty of watching the august spot, saluted him. Instead of symbol, say standard. Kindred words, icon, totem, token, hallmark. For example, there were numbers of standard roses which had so spread their branches that they were like little trees. Instead of authority, reputation, say standing. Kindred words, renown, repute, known far and wide as. For example, George he says to the trooper, squarely standing faced about towards him with his broadsword in his hand. Instead of battle, say standoff. Kindred words, take the fight to, have at, join the fray. For example, Joe understood why Laurie primmed up his mouth when speaking of Kate, for that young lady had a standoff don't touch me air, which contrasted strongly with the free and easy demeanor of the other girls. Instead of absolute, say stark. Kindred words, unmitigated, sheer, uncompromising, unqualified. For example, many a nobleman lies stark and stiff under the hoofs of vaunting enemies, whose deaths are yet unrevenged. Instead of very, say startlingly. Kindred words, you are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, he was intensely ritualistic, startlingly dramatic, loved the idea of God enough to be a celibate, and rather liked his neighbor. Instead of dignified, fancy, say stately. Kindred words: venerable, more elaborate, extravagant, pretentious. For example, everything appeared very stately and imposing to me, but then I was so little accustomed to grandeur. Instead of put in place, rank, say station. Kindred words: install, instate, institute, impose. For example, Holmes took a cab at the station and ordered the man to drive to the house of Dr. Instead of height, rank, say stature. Kindred words: station, hierarchy, echelon, distinctions of rank. For example, he was a man of small stature, with hair blanched rather by suffering and sorrow than by age. Instead of stubborn, say steadfast. Kindred words: intransigent, immovable, obdurate, intractable. For example, at least I could maintain a household, for I am frugal and active and intelligent and steadfast. Instead of firmly, say steadfastly. Kindred words: rooted fast in, doggedly. For example, terrible old man, thought Starbuck with a shudder, sleeping in this gale, still thou steadfastly eyest thy purpose. Instead of excellent, say stellar. Kindred words: brilliant, superb. For example, they were at stellar distances from her present world. Instead of an inspiring, say sterile. For example, they give us, now and then, some of those luxurious sterile emotions that have a certain charm for the weak. Instead of get mad, say stew. For example, I have got a stewed steak, which is of home preparation, and a cold roast fowl, which is from the cook's shop. Instead of assignment, say stint. For example, thou wilt fall backward when thou comest to age, wilt thou not? Juliet stinted, and said I. Instead of racket, say stir. Kindred words: commotion, kerfuffle. For example, what you shall know meantime of stirs abroad, I shall beseech you, sir, to let me be partaker. Instead of exciting, movement, say stirring. Kindred words: intoxicating, rousing, an excitement, animation. For example, he was agreeably surprised to see us stirring so soon and said he would gladly share our walk. Instead of usual, say stock. Kindred words: customary, obligatory, wonted, conventional. For example, and now declare, sweet stem from York's great stock, why didst thou say of late thou wert despised? Instead of emotionless, forgiving, say stoic. Kindred words: impassive, forbearing, indulgent to, taciturn. For example, Cato, called of Utica, a Stoic who died by his own hand after the Battle of Thapsus, 46 BC. Instead of encourage, say stoke. Kindred words: invite, welcome, embrace, embolden. For example, from his 8th to his 13th year he attended the Manor House School, at Stoke Newington, a suburb of London. Instead of unemotional, say stolid. Kindred words: stoic, philosophical. For example, intelligence and spirit are not often combined with steadiness. The stolid, fearless nature is averse to intellectual toil. Instead of fat, say stout. Kindred words: plethoric, well-nourished, Rubenesque, corpulent. For example, oh, let me have no subject enemies when adverse foreigners affright my towns with dreadful pomp of stout invasion. Instead of difficult, say strained. Kindred words: daunting, trying, arduous, onerous. For example, this solicitor did, it seemed, everything possible, and strained every nerve to get him out of his difficulties. Instead of plan, say stratagem. Kindred words: agenda, intent, scheme. For example, oh, for the love of laughter, let him fetch his drum. He says he has a stratagem fort. Instead of strategies, say stratagems. Kindred words: initiatives, schemes. For example, they want me to marry again at once, and I have to invent stratagems in order to deceive them. Instead of limitations, say strictures. Kindred words, constraints, proscriptions, bounds. For example, hereupon I was made the object of a string of strictures rather piquant than polite. Instead of walk, say stride. Kindred words, file into, amble, mosey, saunter. For example, one might say that they stride through life, in order to get through with it the more speedily. Instead of harsh sounding, say strident. Kindred words, discordant, unforgiving, acidulous, enough to set the teeth on edge. For example, at the sound of his strident, angry cries there was movement in the huddled bundle upon the deck. Instead of fighting, violence between groups, say strife. Kindred words, discord, bloodletting, sectarian violence, convulsions. For example, O Lorenzo, if thou keep promise, I shall end this strife, become a Christian and thy loving wife. Instead of beautiful, impressive, say striking. Kindred words, breathtaking, exquisite, stunning, handsome. For example, the difference between his present air and what it had been in the octagon room was strikingly great. Instead of strict, say stringent. Kindred words, austere. For example, among these men there was a stringent code of honor, any infringement of which was punished by death. Instead of cautious, say studied. Kindred words, prudent, assiduous, mindful, prudential. For example, I have heard it, Pompey, and am well studied for a liberal thanks which I do owe you. Instead of watch, say study. Kindred words, survey. For example, I only swore to study with your grace and stay here in your court for 3 years' space. Instead of beautiful, say stunning. Kindred words, breathtaking, exquisite, striking, handsome. For example, the effect of the present revelation was stunning. He trembled and was on the verge of apoplexy. Instead of block, say stymie. Kindred words, thwart, frustrate, check. Instead of privately, say sub rosa. Instead of conquer, say subdue. Kindred words, quell, level. For example, but, O Jove, your actions, soon as they move, as ospreys do the fish, subdue before they touch. Instead of enslave, say subjugate. For example, I should neither have subjugated the Pistoians, nor outraged the Florentines with so many injuries. Instead of suggest, say submit. Kindred words, posit, postulate, proffer. For example, I won't be a slave all my life, and I won't submit to be proposed to by Mr. Instead of assistant, say subordinate. Kindred words, adjunct, underling, understudy, attaché. For example, now, with the subordinate phantoms, what wonder remained soon waned away, for in a whaler wonders soon wane. Instead of resulting, say subsequent. Kindred words, consequential, resultant. For example, and he related to his guest the whole history of his acquaintanceship and subsequent rupture with the general. Instead of then, say subsequently. Kindred words, at this, after which, whereupon, thereafter. For example, subsequently, however, he submitted to Monsieur G. affidavits, accounting satisfactorily for every hour of the day in question. Instead of inferior, obedient, say subservient. Kindred words, lesser, compliant, obsequious, excessively so. For example, it will be subservient to the law of literature, which formerly received the law from it. Instead of decrease, say subside. Kindred words, scale back, draw down. For example, half-dressed, he subsided into a chair, threw back his head, and guffawed until he came near to choking. Instead of important, say substantial. Kindred words, pressing, of the highest distinction, figure prominently in, worthy of note. For example, I am afeard, being in night, all this is but a dream, too flattering sweet to be substantial. Instead of confirm, say substantiate. Kindred words: attest to, bear witness to, corroborate. For example, some were perusing the article, others making comments and recalling circumstances which substantiated the charges still more. Instead of actual, important, say substantive. Kindred words: tangible, pressing, of the highest distinction, figure prominently in. For example, if we cannot understand him in his objective creatures, how then in his substantive moods and phases of creation? Instead of deceit, deception, say subterfuge. Kindred words: duplicity, guile, sleight of hand, artifice. For example, he cared little that he was in mortal sin, that his life had grown to be a tissue of subterfuge and falsehood. Instead of repeated, say successive. Kindred words: recurring, recursive. For example, the fits grow successively more and more distinctive, and endure each for a longer term than the preceding. Instead of concise, to the point, say succinct. Kindred words: terse. For example, with this preface, Sam related, as succinctly as he could, the last memorable conversation he had had with Mr. Instead of delicious, say succulent. For example, among the trees they were continually cutting with their scythes the so-called birch mushrooms, swollen fat in the succulent grass. Instead of these, this, say such. For example, he hath fought today as if a god, in hate of mankind, had destroyed in such a shape. Instead of tolerate, say suffer. For example, over and above that you have suffered, I think to repay that money will be a biting affliction. Instead of satisfy, say suffice. Kindred words: accommodate, satiate, quench. For example, these sufficing, however, to inform the visitor that Miss Flight and her birds are domiciled with a Mrs. Instead of enough, good enough, say sufficient. Kindred words: sufficiency of, to your liking, should suffice. For example, look, you bring me in the names of some 6 or 7, the most sufficient of your parish. Instead of distort the truth, say sugarcoat. Instead of put forth, show, say suggest. Kindred words: assert, present the case, adduce, advance. For example, it was a curious way of managing it, but, really, it would be difficult to suggest a better. Instead of gave the impression that, say suggested. Kindred words: gave a sense of. For example, Dolly had just been in the study and had suggested to the doctor that he should lie down. Instead of gives the impression, tells us that, say suggests. Kindred words: gives a sense of, points to, demonstrates, indicates. For example, B suggests a dislocation, but this is a dangerous doctrine, pushed rather far by that eminent scholar. Instead of well, say suitably. For example, they had wit, they had silence, their political dogma was suitably impregnated with arrogance, they should have succeeded. Instead of gloomy, say sullen. Kindred words: dour, somber, Stygian, hellish, leaden. For example, why are thine eyes fixed to the sullen earth, gazing on that which seems to dim thy sight? Instead of dirty, say sully. Kindred words: defile. For example, why, then, your brown bastard is your only drink, for look you, Francis, your white canvas doublet will sully. Instead of hot, say sultry. Kindred words: torrid, oppressive. For example, it was a sultry, close day, the next day, as the steamer drew near to New Orleans. Instead of conference, say summit. Kindred words: colloquy, symposium, forum. For example, Girdlestone himself, the famous Englishman who hunts his way to the most formidable alpine summits without a guide. Instead of bring about, call on, say summon. Kindred words: engender, raise, conjure up, invite. For example, I summon your grace to His Majesty's Parliament, holden at Bury the 1st of this next month. Instead of varied, say sundry. Kindred words: diverse, manifold. For example, to all and sundry Chichikov responded with a bow, and felt extraordinarily at his ease as he did so. Instead of conscience, say superego. Instead of excellent, say superb. Kindred words: brilliant, stellar. For example, I think I can see him now, mounted upon his superb animal and seated in his handsome saddle. Instead of shallow, say superficial. For example, to superficial observers his chin had too vanishing an aspect, looking as if it were being gradually reabsorbed. Instead of not needed, unnecessary, say superfluous. Kindred words: unwarranted, redundant, non-essential. For example, it were superfluous, for his apparel is built upon his back, and the whole frame stands upon pins. Instead of watch over, say superintend. Kindred words: keep vigil over. For example, these were the two men who were to conduct Milady to Fort La Pointe, and superintend her embarkation. Instead of right at the top of the page, say superscribe. For example, the photograph was of Irene Adler herself in evening dress. The letter was superscribed to Sherlock Holmes, ESQ. Instead of replace, take the place of, say supersede. Kindred words: displace, restore, replenish, supplant. For example, this, however, has been done by the last named biographer to such good purpose that he has superseded all predecessors. Instead of take over, say supervene. Kindred words: commandeer, arrogate to themselves. For example, passion had supervened and had finished the work of precipitating him into chimeras without object or bottom. Instead of horizontal, say supine. Kindred words: prone, recumbent. For example, virtue is not to be acquired even by speculation, much less by the negative supineness that wealth naturally generates. Instead of replace, say supplant. Kindred words: displace, supersede, restore, replenish. For example, Knightley would be forgotten, that is, supplanted, but this could not be expected to happen very early. Instead of limber, say supple. Kindred words: live. For example, Virenka, who had just crouched down to pick a mushroom, rose with a supple movement and looked round. Instead of add to, addition, say supplement. Kindred words: inject a dose of, augment, infuse, leaven with. For example, the laughter which followed this sally was supplemented only by a sorry smile, for form's sake, from Tess. Instead of beg, say supplicate. Kindred words: plead, implore. For example, he had fallen to the supplicating note, and that immediately, for our friend, made a difference and reinstated him. Instead of believe, conclude, say suppose. Kindred words: accept, subscribe to, embrace the theory of, partial to the view that, for example, and I say the earth was not of my mind, if you suppose as fearing you it shook. Instead of thought, say supposed. Kindred words: sentiment, conception, the whole tenor of his thoughts. It figured in his mind as, for example, of all women she is still the last who might be supposed to have any dread of him. Instead of dampen, say suppress. Kindred words: cast a pall over. For example, at the same time, a low whistle is wafted through the inn and a suppressed voice cries, hit. Instead of appear, show up, say surface. Kindred words: present oneself, shows itself in, make an appearance, emerge. For example, this then is life. Here is what has come to the surface after so many throes and convulsions. Instead of excessive amount, say surfeit. For example, as surfeit is the father of much fast, so every scope by the immoderate use turns to restraint. Instead of figure, guess, say surmise. Kindred words: infer, ascertain, assess, appraise. For example, therefore that praise which Collatine doth owe enchanted Tarquin answers with surmise, in silent wonder of still gazing eyes. Instead of opinions, say surmises. Kindred words, sentiments, assumptions. For example, his reappearance with the very boat would raise suspicions, would cause surmises, would absolutely put Sotillo on the track. Instead of exceed, say surpass. Kindred words, go far beyond, outpace. For example, nothing can surpass in beauty the form, or the glossy, vivid green of the leaves of the tulip tree. Instead of beaten, say surpassed. Kindred words, equaled. For example, the swell surpassed anything I had imagined possible, and that we were not instantly buried is a miracle. Instead of dream-like, say surreal. Instead of give into, say surrender. Kindred words, cede a little ground, capitulate, acquiesce, accede to. For example, they are in my ear still, his supreme surrender of the name and his tribute to my devotion. Instead of secret, sneaky, say surreptitious. Kindred words, discreet, covert, behind a web of, posing as. For example, we would contrive semi-surreptitious walks on Sunday, and part speechless with the anger of indefinable offenses. Instead of secretly, say surreptitiously. Kindred words, in pector. For example, if the fire wanted stirring in the night, it was surreptitiously done lest his rest should be broken. Instead of replacement, say surrogate. For example, the surrogate knows me, when I go down to be sworn, and disposes of me easily, as if there were a Masonic understanding between us. Instead of watch, say survey. Kindred words, study. For example, so was the black horned thing seated aloof on a rock, surveying a distant crowd surrounding a gallows. Instead of, say survives. Kindred words, constitutes, is by far, is, if nothing else, as is standard practice when, for example, say that she be, yet Valentine thy friend survives, to whom, thyself art witness, I am betrothed. Instead of false, questionable, say suspect. Kindred words, dubious, fallacious, groundless, patently false. For example, O Father Abram, what these Christians are, whose own hard dealings teaches them suspect the thoughts of others. Instead of experience, say sustain. Kindred words, an ordeal. For example, even the fearful shock which their nerves had sustained was not sufficient to overcome their coolness and courage. Instead of food, say sustenance. Kindred words, fare, cuisine. For example, may the Lord increase the sustenance that is so precious to them, for their complaint is just, too. Instead of swampland, say swale. Kindred words, glade. For example, swales would have told me that it was because I didn't want to wake up Geordie. Instead of area, say swath. Kindred words, sphere, dominion, domain, sphere of influence. For example, out of the black cave of time, terrible and swathed in scarlet, rose the image of his sin. Instead of mocking of society, say swiftion. Instead of swell, say swimmingly. For example, affairs went swimmingly, and I believed the balloon to be going upward with a speed increasing momently, although I had no longer any means of ascertaining the progression of the increase. Instead of faint, say swoon. For example, there on the bed, seemingly in a swoon, lay poor Lucy, more horribly white and wan-looking than ever. Instead of askisser, brown-noser, say sycophant. Kindred words, lackey, obsequious person, toady, unctuous person. For example, but the sweetness of mercy brewed bitter destruction, and the frightened monarchs come back, each comes in state with his train, hangman, priest, tax gatherer, soldier, lawyer, lord, jailer, and sycophant. Instead of give and take, say symbiosis. Instead of interdependent, say symbiotic. Kindred words, obliging. Instead of artistic, say symmetric. Kindred words, aesthetic, geometric. Instead of in the best light possible, say sympathetically. For example, as I cleared, Joe cleared, and it seemed as though he had sympathetically arrived at a resolution too. Instead of conference, say symposium. Kindred words. Colloquy, forum, summit. For example, she took them with her one night to a select symposium, held in honor of several celebrities. Instead of combination, say synthesis. Kindred words. Mix of, tapestry of, ultimate marriage of, composite. For example, but Plato erroneously imagines that the synthesis is separable from the analysis, and that the method of science can anticipate science. Instead of all over, widespread, say systemic. Kindred words. Widespread, pervasive, prevailing, far-reaching. Instead of picture, say tableau. Kindred words. Depiction, portrait. For example, Tommy Sloan let his team of crickets escape him altogether while he stared open-mouthed at the tableau. Instead of pictures, say tableau. Kindred words. Portraiture. For example, it was the Reynolds dress she had worn in the Bry tableau. Instead of unspoken, say tacit. Kindred words. Implicit, unsounded. For example, do you pay no regard to the wishes of his friends, to his tacit engagement with Miss de Bourgh? Instead of quiet, silent, say taciturn. Kindred words. Stoic, reserved, hushed, mute. For example, Maria Dmitrievna came back to dinner taciturn and serious, having evidently suffered a defeat at the Old Prince's. Instead of adjust, say tailor. Kindred words. Calibrate. For example, I would thou wert a man's tailor, that thou mightst mend him and make him fit to go. Instead of ruined, say tainted. Kindred words. Marred, tarnished. For example, he seemed to sniff the tainted air of social cruelty, to strain his ear for its atrocious sounds. Instead of charm, say talisman. Kindred words. Amulet. For example, dress was the one unfailing talisman and charm used for keeping all things in their places. Instead of technical, say Talmudic. Kindred words. Arcane, cryptic. Instead of unimpressive, say tame. Kindred words. Unimposing. For example, the fox and the crow were with him again, and this time he had brought 2 tame squirrels. Instead of secondary, say tangential. Kindred words. Peripheral. Instead of actual, real, say tangible. Kindred words. Substantive, bona fide, genuine, appreciable. For example, then, veering back into warmth, it dwelt on ruddy bricks, flowering plum trees, and all the tangible joys of spring. Instead of tease, say tantalize. For example, and yet, when the tarts were divided among 10 girls, you just got enough to tantalize you. Instead of tax on imports, say tariff. Kindred words. Excise. For example, then he went and got his tariff card and showed me that he had taken only the right sum. Instead of ruined, say tarnished. Kindred words. Marred, tainted. For example, his mere presence seemed to recall to them the memory of the innocence that they had tarnished. Instead of stay too long, say tarry. For example, I'll take it up for pity, yet I'll tarry till my son come, he hallowed but even now. Instead of virtually destroyed, say tattered. Kindred words. Decimated. For example, seeing a light, we went down, and found only an old rigger there, wrapped in a tattered pea jacket. Instead of concise and expressive, say taut. For example, the hawser was as taut as a bowstring, and the current so strong she pulled upon her anchor. Instead of redundancy, say tautology. Instead of flashy, say tawdry. Kindred words. Meretricious. For example, they talked to each other across the theater and shared their oranges with the tawdry girls who sat beside them. Instead of brown, say tawny. Kindred words. Chestnut, sepia. For example, this tuft of tawny hair, too, is identical in character with that of the beast of Cuvier. Instead of knick-knack, say tchotchke. Kindred words. Brick a acute brack. Bauble. Instead of boring, say tedious. Kindred words. Mundane. Hackneyed. Warmed over a treadzo. Fairly sleepy. For example, 20 minutes. 20 tedious minutes. Passed thus, then 10 more, and at last the clock struck the half hour. Instead of boredom, say tedium. Kindred words. Ennui. For example, the daring venture, the prolonged distrust, the cruel nay, the tedium, the cutting into the quick. How seldom do these come together? Instead of boldness, gall, say temerity. Kindred words. Bravado, audacity, effrontery, moxie. For example, I got through quite a number of books before my sacrilegious temerity was discovered by Anne, the old head housemaid. Instead of moderate, mood, say temper. Kindred words. Mitigate, frame of mind, bolster, shore up. For example, I have him already tempering between my finger and my thumb, and shortly will I seal with him. Instead of moderation, self-control, say temperance. Kindred words. Forbearance, restraint, abstinence. For example, for I am sure, though you can guess what temperance should be, you know not what it is. Instead of mild, self-denying, say temperate. Kindred words. Ascetic, austere, abstemious. For example, in the next place our youth must be temperate, and temperance consists in self-control and obedience to authority. Instead of stormy, say tempestuous. For example, for what have I not suffered in my time, I, a drifting bark amid the tempestuous billows of life. Instead of not spiritual, time-related, say temporal. Kindred words. Secular, terrestrial. For example, suffering, brewed in temporal or calculable measure, and mixed for mortal lips, tastes not as this suffering tasted. Instead of defensible, say tenable. For example, not a very substantial authority indeed, unless on the ground of sudden inspiration, which was hardly tenable. Instead of persistence, say tenacity. Kindred words. Doggedness. For example, Lydgate could only say, poor, poor darling, but he secretly wondered over the terrible tenacity of this mild creature. Instead of biased, say tendentious. Kindred words. Partisan, predisposed. Instead of present to you, say tender. Kindred words. Bestow, confer, serve up, bring forth. For example, thought by no means valiant, for thou dost fear the soft and tender fork of a poor worm. Instead of rules, say tenets. Kindred words. Constraints, accepted conventions, safeguards, formalities. Instead of belief, say tenet. Kindred words. Notion, conviction, sentiment, thoughts on the matter. For example, with Epicureanism we have nothing to do now, but it will be worthwhile to sketch the history and tenets of the Stoic sect. Instead of weak, say tenuous. Kindred words. Precarious, feckless, inert, sagging. For example, the air of the late March evening made clear their flight, their dark darting quivering bodies flying clearly against the sky as against a limp hung cloth of smoky tenuous blue. Instead of lukewarm, say tepid. For example, no hands him, ye gods hands him a cup of tepid ginger and water. Instead of land, say terrain. Kindred words. Landscape. For example, they directed their steps towards the door which opened from this court upon the terrain. Instead of worldly, say terrestrial. Kindred words. Secular, temporal. For example, only that known popularly as the red weed, however, gained any footing in competition with terrestrial forms. Instead of extremely, very, say terribly. Kindred words. Fearfully, exceedingly, most, to an extreme. For example, he had twice experienced that terribly tormenting fear of death, the end, but now he no longer understood that fear. Instead of to the point, say terse. Kindred words. Succinct. For example, Bagnet's health, always given by himself on these occasions in a speech of exemplary terseness. Instead of traditionalist, say textualist. Kindred words, classicist, purist. Instead of head of hair, say thatch. For example, Jeff Thatcher immediately went forward, to be familiar with the great man and be envied by the school. Instead of setting, say theater. Kindred words, within the confines of backdrop. For example, the celebrated singer was singing for the second time, and all the fashionable world was in the theater. Instead of theory, say theorem. Kindred words, theory now being pursued by. For example, at the age of 21 he wrote a treatise upon the binomial theorem, which has had a European vogue. Instead of hypothesize, say theorize. For example, she was thoroughly charming to him, but of course he theorized a little about his attachment. Instead of after, then, say thereafter. Kindred words, after having, afterward, after which, in the aftermath. For example, on the other hand, I demand of him thereafter more than is demanded of a peasant anywhere else. Instead of shortly after, say thereupon. For example, thereupon the youth arose disconcerted, and said, I hear Zarathustra, and just now was I thinking of him. Instead of paper, say thesis. Kindred words, tract, treatise, manuscript. For example, we may observe how nearly Plato approaches Aristotle's famous thesis, that good actions produce good habits. Instead of people, say things. Kindred words, inhabitants, distant figures, personages, persons. For example, for I am shamed by that which I bring forth, and so should you, to love things nothing worth. Instead of completely, say thoroughly. Kindred words, wholly, entirely, altogether, well and truly. For example, Harding's evidence, and I could see that he was thoroughly satisfied by the turn which affairs were taking. Instead of grow, say thrive. Kindred words, ferment, evolve, flourish, prosper. For example, then if he thrive and I be cast away, the worst was this, my love was my decay. Instead of crowd, group, say throng. Kindred words, onlookers, bystanders, entourage, camp. For example, he saw this woman, the first to whom he had given his young adoration, amid the throng of stupid criminals. Instead of during, through, say throughout. Kindred words, over the course of, in the span of, in the midst of, in the space of. For example, the daring attempt to rob the Count was the topic of conversation throughout Paris for the next fortnight. Instead of as a result, so, say thus. Kindred words, consequently, hence, as a consequence, in consequence. For example, as thus, mine eye's due is thy outward part, and my heart's right, thy inward love of heart. Instead of block, prevent, say thwart. Kindred words, stymie, frustrate, check, thwall. For example, Edna's desire to see Mademoiselle Rice had increased tenfold since these unlooked for obstacles had arisen to thwart it. Instead of forever, say timeless. Kindred words, lasting, enduring, perennial, eternal. For example, so timeless seemed the grey warm air, so fluid and impersonal his own mood, that all ages were as one to him. Instead of old, say time-worn. Kindred words, dates from BCE, dates from times of the century. For example, a woman's arm touched the soul of a great sculptor 2,000 years ago, so that he wrought an image of it for the Parthenon which moves us still as it clasps lovingly the time-worn marble of a headless trunk. Instead of volatile situation, say tinderbox. For example, he put it back in his side pocket and took from his waistcoat pocket a nickel tinderbox, sprang it open too, and, having lit his cigarette, held the flaming spunk towards Stephen in the shell of his hands. Instead of annoy, say tire. Kindred words, exasperate, rankle, displease. For example, nevertheless this was a lie, as Chichikov well knew, though he was too tired to contest the point. Instead of annoying, say tiresome. Kindred words: vexing, displeasing, incessant, irksome. For example, she had felt her a tiresome charge and had indeed seen as little of her as she dared. Instead of excite, say titillate. Kindred words: work them up. Instead of brown noser, say toady. Kindred words: sycophant, lackey, obsequious person, unctuous person. For example, a petty knave, a toady and buffoon, of fairly good, though undeveloped, intelligence. He was, above all, a moneylender, who grew bolder with growing prosperity. Instead of work to do, say toil. Kindred words: undertake, endeavor to do, labor to do. For example, I am the drudge, and toil in your delight, but you shall bear the burden soon at night. Instead of symbol, say token. Kindred words: icon, totem, hallmark, standard. For example, faith, nothing, but has left me here behind to expound the meaning or moral of his signs and tokens. Instead of put up with, suffer, say tolerate. Kindred words: countenance, endure, abide, a bitter pill to swallow. For example, composed half of light and half of shadow, Napoleon thought himself protected in good and tolerated in evil. Instead of bell ringing, say tolling. Kindred words: bell tolling. For example, the first thing I was saluted with in the morning was the tolling of the great bell at street. Instead of behavior, say tone. Kindred words: decorum, conventions, composure, governance. For example, Phil, by the by, said as much in a tone of surprise as he scrambled out of bed. Instead of not really meaning it, say tongue-in-cheek. Instead of subject, say topic. Kindred words: focus, subject matter, line of inquiry. For example, the daring attempt to rob the Count was the topic of conversation throughout Paris for the next fortnight. Instead of current, local, say topical. Kindred words: insular, indigenous, native-born, ambient. For example, what had prevented him from completing a topical song, Music by R. Instead of defeat, say topple. Kindred words: vanquish, dispatch. For example, I hear the ruin of all space, shattered glass and toppling masonry, and time one livid final flame. Instead of bully, say tormentor. Kindred words: tyrant. For example, there could be no doubt of the design of my tormentors, O most unrelenting, O most demoniac of men. Instead of inactive, lazy, say torpid. Kindred words: hibernating, standing idly by, sedentary, indolent. For example, he said every nerve had been overstrained in some way, and the whole system must sleep torpid a while. Instead of apathy, say torpor. For example, at the sight of another human being my torpor passed, and I leaned out of the window eagerly. Instead of hot, passionate, say torrid. Kindred words: sultry, oppressive, impassioned, passional. For example, the ashes under the grate were lit by the fire vertically, like a torrid waste. Instead of symbol, say totem. Kindred words: icon, token, hallmark, standard. For example, Kim, with slightly raised head, was still staring at his totem on the table, when the chaplain stepped on his right shoulder blade. Instead of feels good, say touching. Kindred words: heartwarming, uplifting. For example, she drops a piece of money in his hand without touching it, and shuddering as their hands approach. Instead of standard, say touchstone. Kindred words: caliber, criterion, ideal. For example, touchstone truly, young gentleman, though there was no great matter in the ditty, yet the note was very untunable. Instead of sell, say tout. Kindred words: retail. For example, behind them, inconspicuous as a cat, ambled a small fat person who looked like a lawyer's tout. Instead of follow, see, say trace. Kindred words: pursue, behold, discern, take a gander at. For example, either I am the forehorse in the team, or I am none that draw I sequent trace. Instead of pieces, say traces. Kindred words, elements, remnants, components, fragments. For example, roses have this advantage or disadvantage over women, that the traces left upon them by caterpillars are visible. Instead of paper, say tract. Kindred words, thesis, treatise, manuscript. For example, consciousness of place came ebbing back to him slowly over a vast tract of time unlit, unfelt, unlived. Instead of ways, say traditions. Kindred words, ideals, respects. For example, the passerby cannot refrain from recalling the innumerable traditions of the place which are connected with the gibbet. Instead of bad mouth, say traduce. Kindred words, speak harshly of, throw aspersions on, deride, refer to derisively. For example, he is already traduced for levity, and 'tis said in Rome that Photinus, an eunuch, and your maids manage this war. Instead of direction, say trajectory. Kindred words, precise course of. For example, other eyewitnesses depose that they observed an incandescent object of enormous proportions hurtling through the atmosphere at a terrifying velocity in a trajectory directed southwest by west. Instead of restriction, say trammel. Kindred words, encumbrance, constraint. For example, around the table reigned that noisy hilarity which usually prevails at such a time among people sufficiently free from the demands of social position not to feel the trammels of etiquette. Instead of calmness, say tranquility. Kindred words, equanimity, presence of mind. For example, satisfied on these great points and with tranquility everywhere, I too should have had my Congress and my Holy Alliance. Instead of something for something, say transactional. Kindred words, quid pro quo. Instead of go beyond, say transcend. For example, great and strange ideas transcending experience often have less effect upon men and women than smaller, more tangible considerations. Instead of best, extraordinary, say transcendent. Kindred words, unparalleled, in a class by itself, unrivaled, unsurpassed. For example, as for the sun, that weighs our vision down, and veils his form in light transcendent, thus my virtue failed unequal. Instead of goes beyond, say transcends. Kindred words, escapes, extends far beyond. For example, in the matter of roominess it transcends anything that was ever dreamed of before, I fancy. Instead of change, transform, say transfigure. Kindred words, departure from, gradation of, metamorphosis, turning point. For example, he would fade into something impalpable under her eyes and then in a moment, he would be transfigured. Instead of mesmerized, say transfixed. Kindred words, enthralled, spellbound. For example, he stood transfixed for a moment, then, leaping from the window into the garden, called loudly for help. Instead of turn into, say transform. Kindred words, resolve itself into a, evaporate into. For example, but with her father's coming all the world in which she had been living was transformed for Kitty. Instead of crime, say transgression. Kindred words, vice, misdeed. For example, a transgression, a crime, entering a man's existence, eats it up like a malignant growth, consumes it like a fever. Instead of bad acts, say transgressions. Kindred words, indiscretions, misdeeds, improprieties, wrongs. For example, in patient endurance of evil, she forgets it is our duty to admonish our neighbors of their transgressions. Instead of short-lived, temporary, say transient. Kindred words, ephemeral, evanescent, fleeting, transitory. For example, already I had had a transient impression of these, and the first nausea no longer obscured my observation. Instead of drifters, say transients. Instead of change, say transition. Kindred words, departure from, gradation of, metamorphosis, turning point. For example, the second engineer was coming by easy transitions to the consideration of his finances and of his courage. Instead of temporary, say transitory. Kindred words, ephemeral, fleeting, for a time, in the interim. For example, our affections, however laudable, in this transitory world, should never master us. We should guide them. Instead of transparent, say translucent. Kindred words, limpid. For example, the fog had by this time become more translucent, and the position of the sun could be seen through it. Instead of transform grotesquely, say transmogrify. Kindred words, mutate. Instead of change, say transmutation. Kindred words, departure from, gradation of, metamorphosis, turning point. For example, but the complexion even of external things seemed to suffer transmutation as her announcement progressed. Instead of transform, say transmute. Kindred words, metamorphose, transfigure. For example, there is a shepherd, youth, a friend of mine, who transmutes them into something highly fascinating to my simplicity. Instead of accessories, clothing, say trappings. Kindred words, embellishments, accoutrements, attire, garb. For example, the trappings of the mare were of the field and Janita fashion, and of mulberry color and green. Instead of hardships, say travails. Kindred words, wants, privations. For example, divinest patroness, and midwife gentle to those that cry by night. Convey thy deity aboard our dancing boat, make swift the pangs of my queen's travails. Instead of cross, travel, say traverse. For example, the shadow of the passions of the moment traversed this grand and gentle spirit occupied with eternal things. Instead of dangerous, say treacherous. Kindred words, not to be trifled with, looms as a threat, fraught with danger, perilous. For example, one bullet, however, better aimed or more treacherous than the rest, finally struck the will-o'-the-wisp of a child. Instead of love, value, say treasure. Kindred words, relish, he reserves his highest esteem for, hold dear, prize. For example, yet fear her O thou minion of her pleasure, she may detain, but not still keep her treasure. Instead of tend to, say treat. Kindred words, minister to. For example, I have never interfered in your affairs excepting for your good, treat me in the same way. Instead of paper, say treatise. Kindred words, thesis, tract, manuscript. For example, no profound treatise of ethics, no philosophic history, no novel even, that could stand unsupported on its edges. Instead of style, say treatment. Kindred words, approach, convention, influence, genre. For example, tell me, do you submit to such treatment tamely, or has some god set your people against you? Instead of vibrato, say tremolo. For example, when the man approached, the sound approached. When the man retreated, the sound retreated. If he made any hasty gesture, a tremolo accompanied the gesture. When he halted, the sound ceased. Instead of scathing, say trenchant. Kindred words, vitriolic, acerbic, caustic, salty. For example, my sister had a trenchant way of cutting our bread and butter for us, that never varied. Instead of fear, say trepidation. Kindred words, angst, worry, foreboding, dread. For example, Pierre went into that gloomy study which he had entered with such trepidation in his benefactor's lifetime. Instead of group, say tribe. Kindred words, entourage, camp, inner circle, coterie. For example, I would my son were in Arabia and thy tribe before him, his good sword in his hand. Instead of court, say tribunal. For example, it was curious what an awful tribunal the mild Caleb's was to her, whenever he set it up. Instead of unimportant, say trifling. Kindred words, inconsequential, immaterial, negligible, of no consequence. For example, but this is trifling, and all the more it seeks to hide itself, the bigger bulk it shows. Instead of threesome, say trio. Kindred words, troika. For example, Miss Pole was always the person, in the trio of Cranford ladies now assembled, to have had adventures. Instead of dull, overused, say trite. Kindred words: pedestrian, insipid, vapid, banal. For example, Amory was becoming trite from where he perched in the center of the dining room table one 6 o'clock. Instead of three-person rule, say triumvirate. For example, lastly, he frets that Lepidus of the triumvirate should be deposed and, being, that we detain all his revenue. Instead of conservative extremist, idiot, say troglodyte. Kindred words: reactionary. Instead of threesome, say troika. Kindred words: trio. For example, not a runaway troika, but the stately chariot of Russia will move calmly and majestically to its goal. Instead of metaphor, say trope. Kindred words: conceit. For example, as if only the savage dwelt near enough to nature and truth to borrow a trope from them. Instead of rewards, say trophies. Kindred words: requisitions, dividends, consideration, laurels. For example, native mats covered the clay walls, a collection of spears, assegais, shields, knives was hung up in trophies. Instead of ask, say trouble. Kindred words: raise the question, pose the question, pursue that line of inquiry, inquire. For example, it is but foolery, but it is such a kind of gain-giving as would perhaps trouble a woman. Instead of upset, say troubled. Kindred words: unnerved, dismayed, distressed, rankled. For example, not so sick, my lord, as she is troubled with thick-coming fancies, that keep her from her rest. Instead of bothers, say troubles. Kindred words: it weighs on me, it grieves me. For example, the evening had that serenity which overwhelms the troubles of man beneath an indescribably mournful and eternal joy. Instead of cliché, obvious remark, say truism. Kindred words: platitude, bromide, vulgarism, as the cliché will have it. For example, though, indeed, the vendor of a certain nostrum has vulgarized the truism to the very point of contempt. Instead of boast, say trumpet. Kindred words: lord it over. For example, the trumpets, sackbuts, psalteries, and fifes, tabors and cymbals, and the shouting Romans make the sun dance. Instead of advertised, say trumpeted. For example, trumpeted by Captain Mitchell, grown in repetition, and fixed in general assent, Nostromo's faithfulness had never been questioned by Dr. Instead of screaming, say trumpeting. Kindred words: in full cry. For example, its voice was not the trumpeting of the disreputable goddess we all know, not blatant, not brazen. Instead of shorten, say truncate. Kindred words: abridge, abbreviate, contract. For example, the truncated conical crater summit of the diminutive volcano emitted a vertical and serpentine fume redolent of aromatic oriental incense. Instead of roll, say trundle. For example, Uncle Venner, trundling a wheelbarrow, was the earliest person stirring in the neighborhood the day after the storm. Instead of difficult, say trying. Kindred words: daunting, strained, arduous, onerous. For example, Tess was trying to lead a repressed life, but she little divined the strength of her own vitality. Instead of coughing all the time, say tubercular. Instead of swollen, say tumid. Kindred words: distended. For example, first he walked up and down with the open volume in his hand, rolling his eyes, choking, tumid, apoplectic. Instead of conflict, say tumult. Kindred words: dissension, factious infighting, amid a vortex of clamor. For example, he could barely hear the formidable tumult in the wine shop, taken by assault, like a vague murmur overhead. Instead of ostentatious in one's learning, wordy, say turgid. Kindred words: pedantic, garrulous, windy, loquacious. For example, just before sinking within the turgid sea, its central fires suddenly went out, as if hurriedly extinguished by some unaccountable power. Instead of guardianship, instruction, say tutelage. Kindred words, wardship. For example, well, it will not be very long before you are of age and free from the restraints of tutelage. Instead of bully, say tyrant. Kindred words, tormentor. For example, so, as a painted tyrant, Pyrrhus stood, and like a neutral to his will and matter, did nothing. Instead of everywhere, existing everywhere, say ubiquitous. Kindred words, common to all, pervasive, near and far, in all quarters. For example, down out of the blue it would rush, as it dropped upon him, changing itself into the ubiquitous electric car. Instead of at the end of the day, eventually, say ultimately. Kindred words, in the final analysis, in due course, by and by. For example, the single tax thus created would ultimately overthrow the present civilization, which is chiefly built up on wage slavery. Instead of formless, say unfashioned. Instead of impatient, say unforbearing. Kindred words, does not suffer fools gladly, could not endure inaction, chafing at. Instead of awful, bad, say unredeeming. Kindred words, reprehensible, reproachful, deplorable, wretched. Instead of not ashamed, say unabashed. For example, frank rude health glowed in her face, on her fat red cheeks and in her unabashed blue eyes. Instead of unashamedly, say unabashedly. Instead of continuously, say unabated. Kindred words, without pause. For example, his medicines had failed, the fever was unabated, and Marianne, only more quiet, not more herself, remained in a heavy stupor. Instead of unusual, say unaccustomed. Kindred words, an aberration, an anomaly, out of keeping with, peculiar. For example, my face, neck, and hands, from unaccustomed exposure to the air and sun, were burnt to a berry brown. Instead of pure, say unadulterated. Kindred words, intacta. For example, there he stood, with a border of grizzled locks beneath his skull cap, while his grey eyes, accustomed to the shaded light of his study, were winking, like those of Hester's infant, in the unadulterated sunshine. Instead of sincere, say unaffected. Kindred words, heartfelt, artless, unpretending. For example, but except for a short shudder, Mrs. Verloc remained apparently unaffected by the force of that terrible truism. Instead of indestructible, say unassailable. Kindred words, impregnable, impervious, invulnerable. For example, while Jean Valjean was building up for Cosette a normal situation in society and an unassailable status, M. Instead of humble, modest, say unassuming. Kindred words, inglorious, innocuous, self-effacing, deferential. For example, Father Mapple rose, and in a mild voice of unassuming authority ordered the scattered people to condense. Instead of ineffective, say unavailing. Kindred words, feckless. For example, Arthur Clenham had made his unavailing expedition to Calais in the midst of a great pressure of business. Instead of not appropriate, say unbecoming. Kindred words, inopportune. For example, if he had been forgotten, it had been as a gap in our great feast, and all thing unbecoming. Instead of limitless, unlimited, say unbounded. Kindred words, knows no bounds, knows few equals and few bounds, boundless. For example, but incomparably more striking was the impression, a matter for unbounded surprise, which he produced upon the ladies. Instead of not giving in, say unbowed. For example, but meet him now, and be it in the morn when every one will give the time of day, he knits his brow and shows an angry eye and passeth by with stiff unbowed knee, disdaining duty that to us belongs. Instead of release, say unbridle. Kindred words, unfetter, unleash. Instead of uncontrolled, unrestrained, say unbridled. Kindred words, abandoned, wayward, unstinted, unsparing. For example, he was not to blame for having been born with his unbridled temperament and his somehow limited intelligence. Instead of rude, say unceremonious. Kindred words: impertinent, insolent, brash, ill-mannered. For example, these extensive arrangements occasioned us to be cut off unceremoniously in respect of breakfast, for I ain't, said Mrs. Instead of unkind, say uncharitable. For example, Wilcox, there was not even criticism, she was lovable, and no ungracious or uncharitable word had passed her lips. Instead of absolute, stubborn, say uncompromising. Kindred words: unmitigated, sheer, stark, unqualified. For example, feeling sideways they encountered another tower-like pillar, square and uncompromising as the first, beyond it another and another. Instead of indisputable, say uncontroversial. Kindred words: incontrovertible. Instead of discover, say uncover. Kindred words: excavate, unearth, exhume, happen upon. For example, that which predominated on the uncovered brows of the majority of those present was enthusiasm mingled with dejection. Instead of flattering, self-righteous, say unctuous. Kindred words: smarmy, smug, sanctimonious. For example, but Marcus Aurelius is neither vulgar nor unctuous. He extenuates nothing, but nothing sets down in malice. Instead of brave, committed, say undaunted. Kindred words: plucky, devout. For example, Rachel undauntedly, head up, eyes blazing, hands clenched, passionate indignation exhaling from her like an atmosphere. Instead of experience, say undergo. Kindred words: an ordeal. For example, if any in Vienna be of worth to undergo such ample grace and honor, it is Lord Angelo. Instead of secret, say underground. Kindred words: discreet, covert, behind a web of, posing as. For example, great public assassinations, political and religious butcheries, traverse this underground passage of civilization, and thrust their corpses there. Instead of is the basis of, say underlies. For example, such is the system which underlies the meditations of Marcus Aurelius. Instead of assistant, say underling. Kindred words: adjunct, subordinate, understudy, attaché. For example, his underlings, two gnomes with square faces, leather aprons, and linen breeches, were moving the iron instruments on the coals. Instead of basic, say underlying. Kindred words: framework upon which, basic to our understanding of. For example, in both words the underlying idea is that of a body of men united by an oath. Instead of weakened, say undermined. Kindred words: compromised, enervated, enfeebled, abated. For example, one can perish from being undermined as well as from being struck by lightning. Instead of emphasize, say underscore. Kindred words: accentuate, drive home. For example, these things were in no manner to be accounted for, and my eyes at length dropped to the open pages of a book, and to a sentence underscored therein. Instead of demonstrates, say underscores. Kindred words: highlights. For example, in edition 11, underscores are used to denote words and phrases italicized for emphasis. Instead of assistant, say understudy. Kindred words: adjunct, underling, subordinate, attaché. For example, a momentary hush, the orchestra leader varies his rhythm obligingly for her, and there is a burst of chatter as the erroneous news goes around that she is Gilda Gray's understudy from the Follies. Instead of execute, work to, say undertake. Kindred words: carry out, endeavor to, labor to, toil. For example, none better than to let him fetch off his drum, which you hear him so confidently undertake to do. Instead of done, say undertaken. For example, you have but one end to keep in view, how the work you have undertaken can best be done. Instead of action, job, say undertaking. Kindred words: agency, instrumentality, pursuit, post. For example, my uncle engaged afterwards in more prosperous undertakings. It appears he realized a fortune of £20,000. Instead of unimpressed, say underwhelmed. Kindred words, jaded. Instead of promote, say underwrite. Kindred words, cultivate, foster, advocate, champion. Instead of rude, say undiplomatic. Kindred words, impertinent, insolent, brash, ill-mannered. Instead of uncritical, say undiscerning. For example, I was too much shocked to be able to pass myself off as insensible even to the undiscerning Sir John. Instead of little known, say undistinguished. For example, to the outward and uninitiated eye, Mount Olympus is a somewhat humble spot, undistinguished, unadorned, nay, almost mean. Instead of open, say undo. Kindred words, lay open. For example, he who had wrought her undoing was now on the side of the spirit, while she remained unregenerate. Instead of absolutely, definitely, say undoubtedly. Kindred words, without question, without exception, without doubt, by any measure. For example, undoubtedly by the garden path and the back door, from which there is direct access to the study. Instead of rolling, say undulating. For example, its fantastic colors are more brilliant and beautiful than the sun on the undulating waters. Instead of excessively, say unduly. For example, Ralph leaned over his father's pillows and gently smoothed them. He was aware their talk had been unduly prolonged. Instead of forever, say undying. Kindred words, lasting, enduring, perennial, eternal. For example, Rosalind had drawn out what was more than passionate admiration. He had a deep, undying affection for Rosalind. Instead of dig, discover, say unearth. Kindred words, excavate, uncover, exhume, happen upon. For example, I think that parson who unearthed your pedigree would have done better if he had held his tongue. Instead of bare, undecorated, say unembellished. Kindred words, Spartan, austere, modest. For example, unembellished by any violence of gesticulation. This might have seemed no very high compliment to the lady's charms, but, as Mr. Instead of unconcerned, say unengaged. Kindred words, cavalier, nonchalant. For example, Crawford grievously, and Julia, unengaged and unemployed, felt all the right of missing him much more. Instead of dumb, ignorant, say unenlightened. Kindred words, of questionable intellect, benighted, obtuse, inane. For example, the mulatto woman was a member of the Methodist Church, and had an unenlightened but very sincere spirit of piety. Instead of difficult, say unenviable. Kindred words, daunting, trying, strained, arduous. For example, left to himself on Nozdrev's departure, Chichikov felt in a most unenviable frame of mind. Instead of completely dependable, endless, say unfailing. Kindred words, interminable, enduring, perennial, without end. For example, the correspondence flourished famously, and letters flew to and fro with unfailing regularity all through the early spring. Instead of year in and year out, say unfailingly. For example, if he braved the matter out, death would unfailingly come upon him, and usually in some strange and unforeseen manner. Instead of release, say unfetter. Kindred words, unbridle, unleash. For example, in fact, so far as our powers extend, they are unfettered, and we are free to use them. Instead of calm behavior, say unflappable. Kindred words, composed, poised, sang-froid, self-possessed. Instead of ugly, say unflattering. Kindred words, homely. For example, one lives on them better than on unflattering ones. Instead of inexperienced, say unfledged. For example, aren't they beauties, said the proud papa, beaming upon the little red squirmers as if they were unfledged angels. Instead of reveal, say unfold. Kindred words, disclose, bring to light, lay bare, betray. For example, in the divorce his contrary proceedings are all unfolded, wherein he appears as I would wish mine enemy. Instead of occurring, say unfolding. Kindred words. Prevalent. Arising. In the making. For example, I said Friday and here it is, ready, said Platon, smiling and unfolding the shirt he had sewn. Instead of harsh, say unforgiving. Kindred words. Discordant. Acidulous. Strident. For example, all that guilty sorrow, hidden from the world, whose great heart would have pitied and forgiven, to be revealed to him, the pitiless to him, the unforgiving. Instead of untrue story, say unfounded. Kindred words. Of dubious authenticity. Apocryphal. A canard. Spurious. For example, finding my apprehensions unfounded, however, and calmed by the deep silence that reigned as evening declined at nightfall, I took confidence. Instead of extreme, say ungodly. Kindred words. The boggier reaches of severe. For example, that took place when the ungodliest utterance came from a god himself. The utterance, there is but one God. Instead of evil, say unhallowed. Kindred words. Unholy, depraved, heinous. For example, there is a dread, unhallowed necromancy of evil, that turns things sweetest and holiest to phantoms of horror and affright. Instead of evil, say unholy. Kindred words. Unhallowed, depraved, heinous. For example, as she looked, her eyes blazed with unholy light, and the face became wreathed with a voluptuous smile. Instead of unimpressive, say unimposing. Kindred words. Tame. Instead of ignorant, say uninitiated. Kindred words. Unenlightened. Poorly informed. Unacquainted with affairs of the world. Uninstructed in. For example, to the outward and uninitiated eye, Mount Olympus is a somewhat humble spot, undistinguished, unadorned, nay, almost mean. Instead of very unique, incorrect usage, say unique. For example, granted that he is a monster, yet I dare not say in these days that he is unique. Instead of bum-looking, slog, say unkempt. Kindred words. Bedraggled, harried. For example, collar and shirt bore the grime of a long journey, and the hair bristled unkempt from the well-shaped head. Instead of release, send, say unleash. Kindred words. Unbridle, unfetter, dispatch, forward. Instead of absolutely, definitely, say unmistakably. Kindred words. Without question, without exception, without doubt, by any measure. For example, the post he filled had been unmistakably very good 5 years ago, but it was so no longer. Instead of absolute, out and out, say unmitigated. Kindred words. Sheer, uncompromising, stark, unqualified. For example, O setting sun, though the time has come, I still warble under you, if none else does. Unmitigated adoration. Instead of scare, say unnerve. Kindred words. Send chills through, arouse the concerns of, set off concern, put the fear of God into. For example, these things, in conjunction with the wild work we have in hand, help to unnerve a man. Instead of upset, say unnerved. Kindred words. Troubled, dismayed, distressed, rankled. For example, the unnerved brain edged away from all the outside, as a raw horse, once roweled, sidles from the spur. Instead of inconspicuous, not noticeable, say unobtrusive. Kindred words. Nondescript, inconspicuous. For example, gentle and unobtrusive as the river is, yet the tranquil would seem hardly satisfied to allow it passage. Instead of unconventional, unusual, say unorthodox. Kindred words. Willing to zig while others zag. Bohemian, an aberration, an anomaly. For example, he had to seal his mouth on the subject, however, for to express an unorthodox opinion was a dangerous matter in those days in the land of the saints. Instead of not edible, say unpalatable. Kindred words. Inedible. For example, but the reward itself seemed unpalatable just then. She could get no zest from the thought of victory. Instead of best, say unparalleled. kindred words, in a class by itself, unrevealed, unsurpassed, of the first order. For example, would you, and began dancing backwards and forwards in a manner quite unparalleled within my limited experience. Instead of private, say unpeopled, kindred words, interior. For example, the cold light of the dawn lay over the country, over the unpeopled fields and the closed cottages. Instead of plain, say unprepossessing, kindred words, nondescript. For example, he was a sailor, evidently, a tall, stout, and muscular-looking person, with a certain daredevil expression of countenance, not altogether unprepossessing. Instead of sincere, say unpretending, kindred words, heartfelt, artless, unaffected. For example, I know no one more entitled, by unpretending merit, or better prepared by habitual suffering, to receive and enjoy felicity. Instead of shady, say unprincipled, kindred words, roguish. For example, at length, returning day enabled me to behold the unprincipled scoundrel who had so violently disturbed my feelings. Instead of absolute, say unqualified, kindred words, unmitigated, sheer, uncompromising, stark. For example, as a navigable balloon, and before I contracted it, the Lord Robert's Greek letter alpha was an unqualified success. Instead of not taken into account, say unrecombed. Instead of not good, say unredeeming, kindred words, perverse, wayward, wretched, deplorable. Instead of persistent, say unrelenting, kindred words, relentless, assiduous, unremitting. For example, there could be no doubt of the design of my tormentors, O most unrelenting, O most demoniac of men. Instead of continual, never-ending, say unremitting, kindred words, inexhaustible, incessant, abiding, imperishable. For example, but, with severe labor and unremitting perseverance, I at length met with entire success in all my preparations. Instead of not shy, say unretiring. Instead of best, say unrevealed, kindred words, unparalleled, in a class by itself, unsurpassed, of the first order. Instead of unharmed, unhurt, say unscathed. For example, and then he told him to go away and not to provoke him, if he intended to get home unscathed. Instead of take down, say unseat. For example, I must be careful of such dreams, for they would unseat one's reason if there were too much of them. Instead of improper, inappropriate, say unseemly, kindred words, untoward, in poor form, out of keeping with. For example, he foresaw with distress that something very unseemly was beginning and that there were positive signs of disobedience. Instead of disturbing, say unsettling, kindred words, disquieting. For example, they arose from the unsettling of the minds of the masses, and the consequent weakening of all authority. Instead of crazy, say unsound, kindred words, certifiable, out of one's senses. For example, reared on a false hypothesis, his arguments in favor of a state of nature are plausible, but unsound. Instead of unspoken, say unsounded, kindred words, tacit, implicit. For example, no, no, my sovereign, Gloucester is a man unsounded yet and full of deep deceit. Instead of unrestrained, say unsparing, kindred words, abandoned, wayward, unstinted, unbridled. For example, with what endless care, with what unsparing labor, do we not strive to get together for our great national council the men most fitting to compose it? Instead of unrestrained, say unstinted, kindred words, abandoned, wayward, unsparing, unbridled. For example, I was particularly glad to see her beautiful black hair, unstinted still, and unconcealed in its glossy luxuriance. Instead of best, say unsurpassed, kindred words, unparalleled, in a class by itself, unrevealed, of the first order. For example, Van Osberg, with unsurpassed astuteness, had placed one by one in enviable niches of existence. Instead of steady, say unswerving. For example, she looked at us all as if her life had depended upon the unswerving steadiness of her glance. Instead of impossible, say untenable. Kindred words, out of the question. For example, Billiken put it very feelingly, as if Rosa had shown a headstrong determination to hold the untenable position. Instead of disconnected, say untethered. Kindred words, divorced from reality. Instead of bad timing, say untimely. For example, not impossibly the world has lost more than it dreams of by the untimely death of this Mr. Instead of hardworking, say untiring. Kindred words, assiduous, laborious. For example, Clem, on the morning in which she heard of the death of this object of her untiring care. Instead of improper, inappropriate, say untoward. Kindred words, unseemly, in poor form, out of keeping with. For example, have to my widow, and if she be froward, then hast thou taught Hortensio to be untoward. Instead of unsophisticated, say untraveled. Kindred words, homespun, provincial. For example, we wish to excite the envy of our untraveled friends with our strange foreign fashions which we can't shake off. Instead of introduce, say unveil. For example, he preferred to elaborate his masterpieces in the dark and to unveil them suddenly at the last. Instead of not needed, unfair, say unwarranted. Kindred words, redundant, superfluous, invidious, discriminatory. For example, the testy manner in which the hearty old gentleman uttered this last sentence was not wholly unwarranted, for Mr. Instead of strong, say unwavering. Kindred words, robust, penetrating, muscular. For example, and he looked with unwavering eyes at the rows of books, as if, at what cost he had won a victory over them. Instead of hard to use, say unwieldy. For example, the overloaded and unwieldy sled forged ahead, Buck and his mates struggling frantically under the rain of blows. Instead of unusual, say unwonted. Kindred words, an aberration, an anomaly, out of keeping with, peculiar. For example, it was as Hester said, in regard to the unwonted jollity that brightened the faces of the people. Instead of reprimand, scold, say upbraid. Kindred words, chastise, chide, rebuke, admonish. For example, on this Helen, daughter of Aegis-bearing Jove, sat down, and with eyes askance began to upbraid her husband. Instead of conflict, say upheaval. Kindred words, dissension, factious infighting, amid a vortex of clamor. For example, first of all we'll make an upheaval, Verhovensky went on in desperate haste, continually clutching at Stavrogin's left sleeve. Instead of feels good, say uplifting. Kindred words, heartwarming, touching. For example, it was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the depths of the recess. Instead of on top of, say upon. Kindred words, atop. For example, or mine eyes seeing this, say this is not to put fair truth upon so foul a face. Instead of noise, say uproar. Kindred words, din, hue and cry. For example, uproar in the hive. The vocal mothers were all in a flutter. Madame de Genlis had made romances. Instead of up, say upwards. Kindred words, skywards, heavenward. For example, he did not raise his head, but simply turned his eyes upwards, without their reaching his brother's face. Instead of city folks, say urbanites. Instead of bear-like, say ursine. For example, one perhaps was ursine chiefly, another feline chiefly, another bovine chiefly, but each was tainted with other creatures, a kind of generalized animalism appearing through the specific dispositions. Instead of too late, say useless. For example, the coachman whipped up his steeds afresh, but nothing came of it, and Uncle Mitte had proved useless. Instead of guide, say usher. Kindred words, shepherd, mentor, herd. For example, with all the state which a butler and footboy could give, Mr. Elliot was ushered into the room. instead of Frank Lloyd Wright, in the style of, say, Usonian. Instead of harsh and simple, hospital-like, say, utilitarian. Kindred words, austere, Spartan, ascetic, puritanical. For example, under the utilitarian motive of Rossdale's wooing she had felt, clearly enough, the heat of personal inclination. Instead of most, say utmost. Kindred words, most of which, the bulk of, the lion's share, the better part of. For example, he denied it, however, with the utmost earnestness, and I am convinced that he was speaking the truth. Instead of absolutely, say utterly. Kindred words, without question, without exception, without doubt, by any measure. For example, Gaetano reminded him that he had come for the purpose of shooting goats, which he had utterly forgotten. Instead of nothingness, say vacancy. For example, there was a considerable vacancy between the boat and the ship, and down between this was the sea. Instead of empty, say vacant. For example, when the higher natures are corrupted by politics, the lower take possession of the vacant place of philosophy. Instead of back and forth, say vacillating. Kindred words, oscillating, passing from to, flitting between, moving to and fro. For example, I am not to blame that the minister is vacillating, a coward, dense, dilatory, and has all bad qualities. Instead of mindless, say vacuous. For example, again a startled look came over the somewhat vacuous face of Miss Mary Sutherland. Instead of changes, ups and downs, say vagaries. Kindred words, vicissitudes. For example, in religion he could be, as long as it suited him, the facile echo of Dorothea's vagaries. Instead of unpredictable, say vagrant. Kindred words, wayward, quicksilver. For example, poor Rosamond's vagrant fancy had come back terribly scourged, meek enough to nestle under the old despised shelter. Instead of courage, say valor. Kindred words, pluck, grace under pressure. For example, in encounters with guards and patrols he displayed the keenness of a detective and the valor of a gamin. Instead of cutting edge, say vanguard. Kindred words, avant-garde. For example, all that Grimaud gained by this momentary pantomime was to pass from the rear guard to the vanguard. Instead of defeat, destroy, say vanquish. Kindred words, topple, dispatch, put an end to, eradicate. For example, do you not find sometimes, as if those things were vanquished, which at other times are your perplexity? Instead of bland, dull, say vapid. Kindred words, insipid, nondescript, weary, flat, stale, and unprofitable, pedestrian. For example, Rosalind is seated on the lounge and on her left is Howard Gillespie, a vapid youth of about 24. Instead of invisible, say vaporous. Kindred words, ethereal, veiled. For example, my fear fell from me as if it had been a vaporous garment which dissolved in the warmth. Instead of multicolored, say varicolored. Instead of extensive, say vast. Kindred words, wholesale, wide range of, whole range of. For example, this produced a vast sensation. Naturally, Roxana was astonished at this admirable guess, but not disturbed by it. Instead of destruction, say vastation. Kindred words, demise. Instead of brag, praise, say vaunt. Kindred words, boast, sing her praises. Kudos, hail. For example, such persons vaunt about not lying, but an ability to lie is still far from being love to truth. Instead of boastful, say vaunting. For example, many a nobleman lies stark and stiff under the hoofs of vaunting enemies, whose deaths are yet unrevenged. Instead of Spanish field or plain, say vega. For example, a star precipitated with great apparent velocity across the firmament from Vega in the Lyre above the zenith beyond the star group of the Tress of Berenice towards the zodiacal sign of Leo. Instead of passionate, say vehement. Kindred words, impassioned, passional, emphatic, torrid. For example, though not for me, yet for your vehement oaths, you should have been respective and have kept it. Instead of method, tool, say vehicle. Kindred words, mechanism, mode, modus operandi, modality. For example, also, as he sat sideways in his drozhki, his bulk was such that he completely filled the vehicle. Instead of covered, hidden, say veiled. Kindred words, cloaked, harbored, ensconced, latent. For example, a female figure, closely veiled, stands in the middle of the room, where the light falls upon it. Instead of inclination, say velleity. Instead of corrupt, say venal. Kindred words, undermine the legitimacy of, led someone astray, bastardize, adulterate. For example, any other than yourself would have considered the disclosure of M. de Villefort insignificant, or else dictated by venal ambition. Instead of blood feud, say vendetta. For example, and so terribly did he live this vendetta that Grey Beaver, fierce savage himself, could not but marvel at White Fang's ferocity. Instead of appearance, say veneer. Kindred words, facade, outward show, visage, a pretense. For example, damn, you couldn't treat me with less respect if I was veneered. Instead of dignified, respected, say venerable. Kindred words, stately, revered, exalted, illustrious. For example, the sense of the oldness of the cathedral vanished away under the influence of this truly venerable presence. Instead of excusable, say venial. Kindred words, pardonable. For example, yet it appeared to me that we were all, at Bly, sufficiently sacrificed to make that venial. Instead of fat, say vent. Kindred words, stout, plethoric, well-nourished, Rubenesque. For example, Fitzpiers had latterly developed an irritable discontent which vented itself in monologues when Grace was present to hear them. Instead of action, attempt, say venture. Kindred words, agency, instrumentality, a bid to do, endeavor to do. For example, the theft raid which he had made upon the village turned out better than he had ventured to hope. Instead of place, say venue. Kindred words, forum, arena. For example, now, by the salt wave of the Mediterranean, a sweet touch, a quick venue of wit. Instead of upfront, say veracious. Kindred words, candid, forthright, frank. For example, I doubt not the captain had this veracious picture taken for the benefit of his marines. Instead of honesty, truthfulness, say veracity. Kindred words, candor, probity, rectitude. For example, he looked again, and was under the painful necessity of admitting the veracity of his optics, Mrs. Instead of exact words, say verbatim. Kindred words, ipsissima verba, word for word. For example, I rang the bell and called for the weekly county paper, which contained a verbatim account of the inquest. Instead of phrases, say verbiage. Kindred words, expressions. For example, then the love thoughts of the heart clothed themselves simply and naturally as the heart conceived them, nor sought to commend themselves by forced and rambling verbiage. Instead of forbidden, say verboten. Instead of green, say verdant. For example, on all sides, save to the west, where the sun was about sinking, arose the verdant walls of the forest. Instead of limits, say verges. Kindred words, bounds, confines, periphery. For example, well said, I faith, neighbor verges. Well, God's a good man, and two men ride of a horse, one must ride behind. Instead of truly, say verily. For example, verily, they took it not, they found it not, it came not unto them as a voice from heaven. Instead of facts, truths, say verities. Kindred words, considerations, circumstances, gleanings, credible information. For example, if there come truth from them, as upon thee, Macbeth, their speeches shine. Why, by the verities on thee made good, may they not be my oracles as well, and set me up in hope? Instead of dark red, say vermilion. Kindred words: crimson, scarlet. For example, at the same time the fever, which for an instant abandoned her, returned to give luster to her eyes, color to her cheeks, and vermilion to her lips. Instead of jargon, local language, say vernacular. Kindred words: dialect. For example, this time Kim thought in the vernacular as he waxed down the oilskin edges of the packets. Instead of multi-talented, say versatile. For example, I would never give way to that, I was always versatile. Instead of presentation, say version. Kindred words: rendition. For example, Erwin had heard a version of it in every parishioner's house, with the one exception of the chase. Instead of energy, enthusiasm, say verve. Kindred words: vigor, gusto, elan, infectious enthusiasm. For example, Emmanuel made it a vessel for an outpouring, and filled it with his native verve and passion like a cup with a vital brewage. Instead of evening prayers, say vespers. For example, I was at vespers, I was washing, I was starching, I was scouring, I was quilting, God help me. Instead of entrance, foyer, say vestibule. Kindred words: portico. For example, Lydia's voice was heard in the vestibule, the door was thrown open, and she ran into the room. Instead of traces, say vestiges. Kindred words: remnants. For example, Gould, hotel keeper of the Sulaco harbor, had descended into the open abyss of desolation amongst the shattered vestiges of his past. Instead of hidden, say vestigial. Kindred words: cloaked, harbored, ensconced, latent. Instead of irritate, rile, say vex. Kindred words: pique, gall, royal. For example, not all these lords do vex me half so much as that proud dame, the Lord Protector's wife. Instead of annoyed, say vexed. Kindred words: displeased, piqued. For example, she felt positively vexed with her for getting better from the very moment her letter was sent off. Instead of annoying, distressing, say vexing. Kindred words: tiresome, displeasing, incessant, irksome. For example, Will easily felt happy when nothing crossed his humor, and by this time the thought of vexing Mr. Instead of doable, say viable. Kindred words: feasible. Instead of lively, say vibrant. Kindred words: buoyant. For example, overhead the sky was half crystalline, half misty, and the night around was chill and vibrant with rich tension. Instead of crime, say vice. Kindred words: misdeed, transgression. For example, you may see, Lepidus, and henceforth know, it is not Caesar's natural vice to hate our great competitor. Instead of bad acts, say vices. Kindred words: indiscretions, transgressions, misdeeds, improprieties. For example, the youth moved in the best society, had, so far as was known, no enemies and no particular vices. Instead of changes of fortune, ups and downs, say vicissitudes. Kindred words: vagaries. For example, in the evening I started, by that conveyance, down the road I had traversed under so many vicissitudes. Instead of winner, say victor. For example, you must be present, you are the victor's meed, the price and garland to crown the question's title. Instead of short story, say vignette. Kindred words: anecdote, chestnut. For example, it was a mere head and shoulders, done in what is technically termed a vignette manner, much in the style of the favorite heads of Sully. Instead of energy, say vigor. Kindred words: verve, gusto, elan. For example, with unrelaxed nerves, with morning vigor, sail by it, looking another way, tied to the mast like Ulysses. Instead of disgusting, say vile. Kindred words: abhorrent, repugnant, reprehensible, odious. For example, and in that very line, Harry, standest thou, for thou hast lost thy princely privilege with vile participation. Instead of mischievousness, say villainy. Kindred words, diablerie. For example, the villainy you teach me I will execute, and it shall go hard but I will better the instruction. Instead of wine, say vintage. For example, we all know how they live upon whales, and have rare old vintages of prime old train oil. Instead of goodness, say virtues. Kindred words, erite. For example, thee and thy virtues here I seize upon, be it lawful, I take up what's cast away. Instead of deadly, poisonous, say virulent. Kindred words, pestilent, pernicious. For example, Armfeldt virulently hated Napoleon and was a general full of self-confidence, a quality that always influenced Alexander. Instead of appearance, facial expression, say visage. Kindred words, facade, outward show, a pretense, mean. For example, oh, then, by day where wilt thou find a cavern dark enough to mask thy monstrous visage? Instead of guts, insides, say viscera. Kindred words, entrails. Instead of emotional, instinctive, say visceral. Kindred words, moving, emotive, intuitive. Instead of view, say vista. Kindred words, I look upon, I looked on the thing as, my take on. For example, all vistas close in the unseen, no one doubts it, but Helen closed them rather too quickly for her taste. Instead of required, say vital. Kindred words, compulsory, essential, the lifeblood of, obligatory. For example, he observed his own inconsistencies in dwelling upon accidents in Tess's life as if they were vital features. Instead of corrupt, spell, say vitiate. Kindred words, undermine the legitimacy of, led someone astray, bastardize, adulterate. For example, of those whose reason is sound and perfect or of those whose reason is vitiated and corrupted. Instead of cruel criticism, insulting language, say vitriol. Kindred words, invective, injurious attack. For example, there have been 2 murders, a vitriol throwing, a suicide, and several robberies brought about for the sake of this 40-grain weight of crystallized charcoal. Instead of aggressively hostile, scathing, say vitriolic. Kindred words, belligerent, trenchant, acerbic, caustic. Instead of loud, say vociferous. Kindred words, clamorous, raucous, resounding. For example, loud and vociferous congratulations were showered upon the maiden, who stood panting and regarding the troops with defiance. Instead of trend, say vogue. Kindred words, convention, mode. For example, Nicholas was a plain farmer, he did not like innovations, especially the English ones then coming into vogue. Instead of people, say voices. Kindred words, inhabitants, distant figures, personages, persons. For example, why either were you ignorant to see it or, seeing it, of such childish friendliness to yield your voices? Instead of controversial, say volatile. Kindred words, contentious, polarizing, provocative, divisive. For example, because a nature full and volatile in its free state, was alternately the agent and reagent of attraction. Instead of will, say volition. Kindred words, strength of will, discretion, inclination. For example, almost simultaneously, with a mighty volition of ungraduated, instantaneous swiftness, the white whale darted through the weltering sea. Instead of pleasure seeker, say voluptuary. Kindred words, bon vivant, epicure. For example, nature must ever be the standard of taste, the gouage of appetite, yet how grossly is nature insulted by the voluptuary. Instead of hungry, say voracious. Kindred words, an appetite for, peckish, somewhat hungry, ravening. For example, the outside dogs, whose digestions had not been trained by chronic famine to make the most of little, had voracious appetites. Instead of cliché, say vulgarism. Kindred words, truism, platitude, bromide, as the cliché will have it. For example, visions of good and ill breeding, of old vulgarisms and new gentilities, were before her, and she was meditating much upon silver forks, napkins, and finger glasses. Instead of stereotypical opera, say Wagnerian, for example, only relatives, or creditors, ever ring in that Wagnerian manner. Instead of desire for traveling, say wanderlust. Instead of disappear, fade, say wane. Kindred words, vanish from the scene, ebb, melt, thaw and dissolve itself, pass from sight. For example, now, with the subordinate phantoms, what wonder remained soon waned away, for in a whaler wonders soon wane. Instead of weakened, say waned. Kindred words, compromised, undermined, enervated, enfeebled. For example, the day waned into a gloomy evening, overcast and sad, and I still contended with the same distress. Instead of fading, say waning. Kindred words, evanescent, failing. For example, I could linger no longer among books, for the afternoon was waning, and there was yet much to see. Instead of lack, poverty, say want. Kindred words, require, are short of. For example, for what I have I need not to repeat, and what I want it boots not to complain. Instead of waited for, say wanted. Kindred words, lay in wait. For example, he did not want the apple for the apple's sake, he wanted it only because it was forbidden. Instead of lacking, say wanting. Kindred words, bereft of, deficient in, impoverished, devoid of. For example, the cause of this fair gift in me is wanting, and so my patent back again is swerving. Instead of desires, hardships, say wants. Kindred words, travails, privations, wishes. For example, seek for him, lest his ungoverned rage dissolve the life that wants the means to lead it. Instead of guardianship, say wardship. Kindred words, tutelage. For example, the district marshals of nobility were all occupied with the elections, and it was impossible to get the simplest thing done that depended upon the court of wardship. Instead of products, say wares. For example, first he offered her his smaller wares, the busts of kings and queens, then a minstrel, then a winged cupid. Instead of justify, rule, say warrant. Kindred words, account for, provide a basis for, precept, convention. For example, your shoes is not so good, 'tis a good silling, I warrant you, or I will change it. Instead of deserved, say warranted. For example, so densely is the world with any shifting of positions, even the best warranted advance galls somebody's pride. Instead of bathroom, say washroom. Instead of bum, say wastrel. Kindred words, indigent, layabout. For example, society is based on the family, and the clever wastrel can exploit this indefinitely. Instead of give in to, hesitate, say waver. Kindred words, cede a little ground, capitulate, acquiesce, accede to. For example, his courage and confidence were high, up to this point, but both began to waver a little, now. Instead of traveler, say wayfarer. For example, to avoid meeting any possible wayfarers he left the high road and took a footpath under some fir trees. Instead of awful, bad, say wayward. Kindred words, reprehensible, reproachful, deplorable, wretched. For example, little Barbara was not of a wayward or capricious nature, and, being full of remorse, melted into tears. Instead of married, say wed. For example, so think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thoughts when thy first lord is dead. Instead of encourage, say welcome. Kindred words, invite, embrace, embolden, exhort. For example, then give me welcome, next my heaven the best, even to thy pure and most loving breast. Instead of approved of, say welcomed. Kindred words, hailed, applauded, rapturously received, was supportive of. For example, with what feelings I welcomed single trees I knew, and familiar glimpses of meadow and hill between them. Instead of good, very, say well. Kindred words. You are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, lascivious grace, in whom all ill well shows. Kill me with spites yet we must not be foes. Instead of legitimate, say well established. Kindred words. Sound. Instead of believable, credible, say well founded. Kindred words. Plausible, well grounded, carefully considered. Instead of credible, say well grounded. Kindred words. Well founded, carefully considered. Instead of obvious, say well pronounced. Kindred words. Conspicuous, goes without saying, axiomatic, explicit. Instead of at all, say whatsoever. Kindred words. By any means, in the least, remotely, in the slightest degree. For example, and into whatsoever atmosphere of secrecy his own shadow may pass, let all concerned in the secrecy beware. Instead of location, say whereabouts. Kindred words. Locale. For example, I rubbed my eyes and lay listening to the noise, doubtful for a little while of my whereabouts. Instead of from, say where from. Kindred words. Mrs. Jones, a native of Australia, born and bred there. Instead of where, say wherein. Kindred words. In which, by which. For example, the Senate has letters from the general, wherein he gives my son the whole name of the war. Instead of at which time, then, say whereupon. Kindred words. At this, after which, thereafter, subsequently. For example, whereupon I made him the extreme reply that I believed he knew where I was to be found. Instead of money, resources, say wherewithal. Kindred words. Means. For example, he has always the wherewithal to back up his projects. They strengthen France and never weaken her. Instead of stimulate, say whet. For example, he resolved to wet it in the galleys and to bear it away with him when he departed. Instead of if, say whether. Kindred words. Should, if presumably, were it. For example, or whether his fall enraged him or how 'twas, he did so set his teeth and tear it. Instead of made white, say whited. For example, in his passion forsooth he could not stand as an ordinary sinner, and not as a whited sepulchre. Instead of complete, extensive, say wholesale. Kindred words. Comprehensive, vast, wide range of, whole range of. For example, Monsieur Paborgiat, elector, wholesale stocking merchant, Rue Saint-Denis on the corner of the Rue aux Furs. Instead of completely, say wholly. Kindred words. Entirely, altogether, thoroughly, well and truly. For example, Crook's obstinacy in going out of the world by any such byway as wholly unjustifiable and personally offensive. Instead of whoever, say whosoever. For example, else must he of necessity, whosoever he be that meets with any of them, become worse than he was before. Instead of spread, say widened. Kindred words. Was exported to, diffused, proliferated. For example, Natasha looked at him, and by way of answer to his words her eyes widened and lit up. Instead of all over, everywhere, say widespread. Kindred words. Pervasive, systemic, prevailing, common to. For example, it was a widespread, comfortable-looking building, 2-storied, slate-roofed, with great yellow blotches of lichen upon the grey walls. Instead of cringe, say wince. Kindred words. Blanche. For example, Brooke again winced inwardly, for Dorothea's engagement had no sooner been decided, than he had thought of Mrs. Instead of wordy, say windy. Kindred words. Garrulous, loquacious, turgid, prolix. For example, it was a stormy, windy night, such as raises whole squadrons of nondescript noises in rickety old houses. Instead of needs, say wishes. Kindred words. Wants. For example, if wishes would prevail with me, my purpose should not fail with me, but thither would I hie. Instead of and, say with. Kindred words. As well as. this, together with, both in, moreover, for example, who will believe my verse in time to come if it were filled with your most high deserts? Instead of take back, say withdraw. Kindred words, retract, recant, countermand. For example, you, sir, thought fit to withdraw your interests from that keeping nevertheless and to offer them to me. Instead of holding back, say withholding. For example, he was greatly perplexed, and in his perplexity as to her motives in withholding intelligence, he did not inquire. Instead of in, inside, say within. Kindred words, among, in and among, amid, embodied in. For example, within our files there are, of those that served Mark Antony but late, enough to fetch him in. Instead of suffer, say withstand. Kindred words, endure, tolerate, bear. For example, not a man now living could withstand them, but they heard my words, and were persuaded by them. Instead of note how, notice, say witness. Kindred words, take note of, consider. For example, to this I witness call the fools of time, which die for goodness, who have lived for crime. Instead of encountered, say witnessed. For example, I found him safe and well, but horrified beyond expression by the dreadful deed he had witnessed. Instead of witty saying, say witticism. Kindred words, aphorism. For example, Jennings, indeed, were not so nice. Their witticisms added pain to many a painful hour, but one evening, Mrs. Instead of run down, say woebegone. Kindred words, derelict. For example, Sancho, wholly dejected and woebegone, knew not what to say or do. Instead of custom, say wont. Kindred words, convention. For example, my lord, the Roynish clown, at whom so oft your grace was wont to laugh, is also missing. Instead of usual, say wonted. Kindred words, customary, obligatory, conventional, stock. For example, but the faculties soon settled each in his place. The life machine presently resumed its wonted and regular working. Instead of book, say work. Kindred words, tome, large and scholarly, source. For example, by my hand I swear, and my father's soul, the work is ill done, it is give over. Instead of everyday, say workaday. Kindred words, quotidian, prosaic. For example, now and then, in this workaday world, things do happen in the delightful storybook fashion, and what a comfort it is. Instead of hard worker, say workhorse. Instead of fear, say worry. Kindred words, angst, foreboding, dread, apprehension. For example, Phillotson grasped the edge of the spring cart, and appeared to be much stressed and worried by the information. Instead of useful, say worthwhile. Kindred words, of use to him. For example, the others could not see how deep he had gone, so it might be worthwhile to try and rescue him. Instead of arguing, say wrangling. Kindred words, at loggerheads, trading public insults. For example, from the foul laneways he heard bursts of hoarse riot and wrangling and the drawling of drunken singers. Instead of pull, say rest. Kindred words, draw. For example, her brothers would laugh and try to wrest the page from each other with their strong hard fingers. Instead of taking out, say resting. For example, wresting himself with almost supernatural strength from the grasp of the escorting gendarmes, he threw himself at the feet of the horror-stricken old man. Instead of awful, bad, say wretched. Kindred words, reprehensible, reproachful, deplorable, grievous. For example, when wilt thou shorten our great strifes to end, or free that soul which wretchedness hath chained? Instead of twist, say writhe. For example, still I did not answer, and still I writhed myself from his grasp, for I was still incredulous. Instead of bad acts, say wrongs. Kindred words, indiscretions, transgressions, misdeeds, improprieties. For example, but now the fires of her old wrongs flamed up in her breast and began to burn fiercely. Instead of sarcastic, say wry. Kindred words: caustic, mordant, acrid, sardonic. For example, Shatov made a wry face at hearing such a question asked in such a matter-of-fact tone. Instead of child prodigy, whiz-kid, say wunderkind. Instead of racist, say xenophobe. Instead of loud noise, shout, say yammer. Kindred words: din. Instead of worman-like, say yeoman. For example, his trespass yet lies guilty in thy blood, and, till thou be restored, thou art a yeoman. Instead of still, say yet. Kindred words: be that as it may, nonetheless, nevertheless, that's all well and good, but, for example, yet do thy worst, old time, despite thy wrong, my love shall in my verse ever live young. Instead of produce, say yield. Kindred words: render, offer up. For example, why either were you ignorant to see it or, seeing it, of such childish friendliness to yield your voices? Instead of extremist, say zealot. Kindred words: ideologue. For example, all men of talent, whether they be men of feeling or not, whether they be zealots, or aspirants, or despots, provided only they be sincere, have their sublime moments, when they subdue and rule. Instead of spirit or mood of a culture or time, say zeitgeist. Kindred words: geist, genius loci, local god, ethos. Instead of climax, say zenith. Kindred words: height of, pinnacle. For example, within the church, it had hardly been kept down. Beneath the sky, it pealed upward to the zenith. Instead of tired looking, say zombish. Kindred words: haggard.